Once the blood of countless warriors from 3 great factions merged into one, turning into a raging scarlet river that flooded the lands of the Celestial Empire. The whole matter is that in those cursed times the great demonic war broke out. A prolonged nightmare, leaving behind only ashes permeated with flame and despair. Fortunately, this madness finally came to an end, but only thanks to the unification of the rulers of each of the warring sides. 19 years have passed since that fateful moment. The unsuspecting common folk call the current era the time of great peace. However, in reality, hidden from all eyes, at this very moment the greatest war in the entire history of the Celestial Empire was unfolding. A certain warrior, slowly wandering down a dusty street, carefully studied a report on systematic embezzlement of funds from the divine cult and leakage of secret documents of the Murim Alliance. Moreover, unauthorized surveillance was conducted on certain members of the cult. Whoever dared to allow such a thing was definitely a degenerate, unworthy of the right to live. Such scum should be exterminated to the 3rd generation. The traitors continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the structure of the cult, and finally dared to poke their nose in to spy on the sacred lands of Mount Tianshan. Surely all this was done with the silent blessing of the cult's very leader. Finally, the traveler approached the majestic gates, where the guards instantly became alert and tried to drive the stranger away. The guards believed that the newcomer had no idea who exactly lived in these quarters. However, the wanderer knew perfectly well. This was the estate of a 5th-rank demon, the deputy commander of the military corps. After that, the traveler ordered the guards to stop wasting words and immediately fling open the damn gates before him, for he had a multitude of urgent matters. Of course, the guards were stunned by the audacity of the stranger, who fancied himself someone important, daring to command them to open the doors. The guards were about to explain that the vice commander's residence was by no means for such simpletons. However, the head of one guard was suddenly grabbed by his own comrade, ordering the man to obey the command. Immediately after that, he snapped his neck with a crunch, and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, the 2nd guard screamed desperately, finally realizing that traitors had infiltrated among their own people. But it was too late. The one who had secretly served the warrior all this time had already brought down his blade, severing the unfortunate man's head from his shoulders. Right after completing the task, both fighters approached, bowing low in a respectful salute, and reported to their lord. They greeted the true leader of the squad. This warrior was the head of the reconnaissance unit of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. The man known as the Reaper of Death personally went hunting for the spy. Zhao Iso thanked his people for the excellent work. They had to sweat considerably to infiltrate the enemy ranks. After that, the commander addressed the 3rd Reconnaissance Corps squad, hiding within the mansion walls. By the authority granted to him by the cult's leader himself, he declared, from this moment on, they were obliged to eliminate the spy from the Murim Alliance. Immediately upon his order, the armed fighters moved to carry out the mission. They moved silently, like shadows in the night, but despite this, the patrolling warriors noticed the approach of enemies. However, it was already too late. The attackers fell upon them from above, instantly arming themselves with short blades. Clamping the mouths of the victims and breaking their necks, the killers immediately cut the vocal cords to avoid raising unnecessary noise. Unfortunately, they were noticed by another small group of soldiers, who immediately drew weapons to fight the mutants who dared to attack them. However, the enemies proved to be ruthless and deadly. The defenders were defeated in a matter of moments. Realizing the loss of control over the situation, one of the surviving warriors rushed to the vice commander to report the emerging threat. Ignoring the crowd of naked concubines lying in his bedchamber, the messenger reported, a few minutes ago, a group of unknowns broke into the estate. They began attacking their people and were doing so quite successfully. Of course, the 5th-rank demon and corpse vice commander Yenwu was extremely irritated by the news he heard. The old man could not even believe that someone dared to attack his own home, and the warrior hastened to explain. The situation is rapidly escalating. They still do not fully understand what is happening, and barely manage to hold back the attackers. Obviously, Yenwu considered his subordinates simply useless idiots distracting him from important pleasures just as he was getting warmed up. The vice commander decided that some bunch of crazy bandits had come to him. However, in that case, his men would have easily dealt with them. The soldier begged the vice commander to hurry up. At this rate, there would be no trace left of their fighters. However, before setting off, Yenwu pressed the blade of his sword to the warrior's throat, demanding that he immediately say who he actually was. Of course, the unfortunate man fearfully begged the vice commander to come to his senses, not understanding why he was behaving so aggressively. However, Yenwu reminded him. He remembered perfectly everything that belonged to him. Money, treasures, women with whom he spent nights, and even the lowest servants under his command, every single one. But no matter how hard the old man strained his memory, he could not recall the face of this warrior. It seemed he had never seen him before. Therefore, the vice commander grimly repeated the question. Who was this man really? To be honest, the newcomer was disappointed that the fifth-ranked demon did not fall for his trick. If he had managed to lure the old man outside, everything would have been much easier. Peeling off the artificial skin from his face, the scout praised the vice commander. Although he was an old man, his attentiveness deserved credit. After all, not everyone in his place would have noticed the deception. Finally, Yenwu realized exactly who was standing before him. It was Zhao Iso himself, known as the Mad Dog of the Counterintelligence Corps. Reeling backward, the vice commander wanted to know, what was this youth doing here at all? The question seemed rather foolish to the young scout. He informed the old man. They had received a report stating that Yenwu was a spy. Of course, he was struck by the monstrous nonsense with which he was undeservedly accused. The fifth-rank demon considered it impossible to find a cultist more reliable than himself, and they dared to call him a spy. However, ignoring the old man's outraged cries, the Reaper explained the essence of the matter. About a week ago, near the Hubei province, Enwu attacked a trade caravan. The vice commander not only killed all the merchants but also raped the women. Of course, Enwu saw no problem in this. Zhao Iso himself should know perfectly well. In their cult, this is just one of the traditional ways to have fun, nothing more. Therefore, the old man found it surprising that the Mad Dog of the Counterintelligence Corps thought to play the saint. But he coldly explained, they also received intelligence mentioning that these merchants were secretly connected with the Murim alliance. So the so-called way of entertainment was just a cover so that Enwu could meet with his handlers. It was obvious. The demon deliberately attacked this caravan to contact his liaison. Although Zhao Iso was unpleasantly surprised that the spy turned out to be such a cruel scoundrel. Of course, the vice commander argued that all this was blatant lies and false accusations. He never gave any reason to doubt his loyalty, and wanted at least to see some evidence, the clues of his supposed guilt. The necessary evidence was already with the Reaper. A secret message with the official seal of the Murim alliance, hidden in Enwu's quarters, as well as all the treasures he received for working as a spy. Most likely the fifth-rank demon did not know this, but the intelligence corps had very skilled and meticulous people. Honestly, Enwu was still in confusion and fear. He had no idea how the secret message and treasures could have ended up in his house. Something was clearly wrong. Even if the counterintelligence corps really acted according to the direct orders of the cult leader, they would not act so recklessly, bypassing any proper procedures and checks. Now Enwu had the feeling that this entire spectacle was originally constructed just to take him into custody. However, the vice commander was curious. Who could have set him up in such a way? After all, no one would go so far as to get rid of him. But it was enough to look at the Reaper's face for everything to become clear. It was Zhao Iso who was behind all this treachery. Therefore, the enraged Enwu immediately rushed at him with his blade, so as not to allow the bastard to pull off such tricks anymore. However, the young scout easily knocked the weapon out of the fifth-rank demon's hands with his bare hands. Immediately after that, he intercepted the blade and, as if the old man weighed nothing, slammed his head into the ground. After that, Zhao Iso broke the enemy's leg with a crunch as a warning. Of course, the fifth-rank demon was extremely angry that some spy dared to accuse him of betrayal. But saying these words, now Enwu behaved exactly like those traditional degenerates. Honestly, the hero could not even imagine daring to say something like that in the presence of the squad leader of the counterintelligence corps, who obeyed only the direct orders of the cult leader. The Reaper ordered the man to kneel and accept his fate, for he was about to announce the leader's decree. It stated that Enwu, a fifth-rank demon, had committed a crime, the truth of which had reached the leader himself through informants. For the vice commander, this was terrible news. Therefore, according to the doctrine of their cult, he faced the corresponding punishment. However, Enwu still fought with all his might. Grabbing the blade, he tore the cult leader's decree. After that, the old man started running. The disappointed Reaper sighed heavily because this man dared to desecrate the order of their leader. Therefore, he proclaimed, as the leader of the third detachment of the counterintelligence corps according to their doctrine, he is obliged to eliminate the spy Enva. By the time the official part of the announcement was finished, the fifth-rank demon himself had managed to escape from his dwelling. In his head, only one thought about escape pulsed, for his enemy was the Mad Dog himself. Not a single person whom Zhao Iso accused of betrayal ever returned alive. Of course, the vice commander had no idea why the Reaper decided to pull this trick specifically on him. But if he wanted to live, he should run as fast as possible. He could deal with the false accusations later. But unfortunately, the old man could do nothing. The young scout, using a weapon similar to a sword tip on a rope, pierced the body of his enemy. Immediately after that, using the threads to which the blade was tied, he bound the man by his arms and legs. The threads also turned out to be sharper than any blade. Envu's body immediately shattered into the tiniest pieces. And Zhao Iso, as befits the Reaper of Death, successfully completed his immediate execution. Only at the last moment did the dying man decide to find out who had ordered him. After all, such accusations could not have arisen from nothing. However, the hero, despite this question, maintained absolute composure. In his soul, he smirked, understanding that the old man was mistaken in asking the wrong question. He should have found out why the choice fell on him specifically, and not on someone else. As is known, in their cult it is common to be falsely accused, commit a crime, and then die in vain. In this damn cult, such things happen all the time. Everyone working here must be prepared for this. The events moved to the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains of the heavenly demon cult. The hero finally dragged a huge cart to a small house on the edge of the mountain. It was a real burden, one that almost dislocated his shoulder as he tried to haul it all alone. There was hardly a job more difficult than the one he was doing. But still, Zhao Yiso gladly looked at all the riches of that pig Yanwu, which he had amassed in his lifetime. It was obvious that the old man had so much gold precisely because he immensely loved a life of leisure. The young scout could only be grateful to the vice commander. He was an excellent member of the heavenly demon cult, although it was for this very reason that he was eliminated. Zhao Yiso wanted Yanwu not to worry in the afterlife, because he would definitely take care of all his riches. After that, the hero decided to take care of the other matters that awaited him. Finally, he flung open the doors of his house, carefully looking around. The hair he left in the doorway was still there. The arrangement of the tables, the folds on the carpets, even the cobwebs on the windows, everything was in its place. Only now, after checking everything, was he able to calm down and finally let his hair down. And the reason Zhao Yiso cared so much about his safety was that he was a spy. More precisely, he was a member of the secret organization of the Murim Alliance called the Hidden Pavilion. After signing the peace treaty 19 years ago, the leader of the Murim Alliance completely distrusted the sinister factions. That is why, in order to prepare for the future, he founded the secret organization. It consisted entirely of people who had undergone the harshest training and completed countless secret missions. Several of its members were sent to the lands of evil and demons with a single task: to await further instructions. And one of these sent people was precisely our hero. The reason for his being here was quite strange. Every time he thought about it, he got angry. And the whole reason was that he had not been able to wait for any order for many years. Of course, earning money and having a bunch of subordinates was extremely pleasant for the young man. But to live for a whole 14 years without any support was simply unbearable. Fortunately, thanks to the acquired skills, he was able to provide himself with a comfortable life. Or maybe it just seemed to him that everything was fine. At that moment, the young man felt that a degenerate was above him, watching him. Therefore, immediately grabbing his threads, he attacked the scoundrel who had been spying on him all this time. But to his great surprise, the spy disappeared. However, the young man did not even notice his movement at the moment when he attacked so swiftly. The mercenary, whom he had been trying to detect in every way, by that time had crept up behind him. A fight broke out between these two, and from the wound that appeared on the hero's cheek, it was clear. The opponent was extremely strong. It was enough to lose vigilance for just a moment, and he could have even died in this fight. In the end, the duel continued, and the attacker clearly did not notice how, during the battle, Zhao Yiso skillfully entwined his body with threads. Only later did the spy realize that he was already entangled in the threads of flying daggers. But at that moment, retreating, the hero forcefully pulled them tight, binding the enemy by hands and feet. Now the enemy was caught in his trap, and the young man was glad that he could interrogate him. But most astonishingly, the spy disappeared as if he had never been caught in these threads before. The fact that the man managed to escape from his threads was already a great achievement, not attainable by everyone. Therefore, looking at the silhouette sitting on his roof, the hero tried to understand. Who exactly was this man? Considering the skills the man possessed, he must be at least at the level of the pavilion leader. At that moment, before disappearing, the spy threw his blade at the neck of the young Master Reaper of Death. Fortunately, he managed to deflect this attack in time, so the dagger stuck into the nearest wall. There was a small note on it, which the young man decided to read. And by the shape of the blade stuck in the wall, one could conclude the message belonged to the Hidden Pavilion. Of course, he could not believe that finally, after 14 years, he was given a mission. But to his great surprise, when he tried to find that spy with his gaze, he had already swiftly disappeared over there. So, this person initially did not intend to kill him. Perhaps he wanted to test him before giving the assignment. So, what was written on the paper attached to the blade was his task. The letter addressed the 103rd number of the Hidden Pavilion with an order: to make the 7th young master of the cult of the heavenly demon the heir of the leader. Frankly speaking, the assigned task plunged Zhao Yiso into a real storm of rage. For many years, the agent pondered what mission he would be assigned after 14 years of agonizing waiting. And now it was incredibly difficult for him to believe that his only task would be to turn some worthless boy into the vice leader of the cult. After all, this scion of the demonic clan was a cruel young lord, a true degenerate, the likes of whom are hard to find. Moreover, despite his vicious nature, the young heir still remained a pathetic loser whom even the cult lord himself wished to get rid of. So obviously, the spy considered everything happening to be some kind of mockery of his own person. Perhaps his immediate superior had completely lost his mind by sending such an absurd assignment. By the morning of the next day, the events moved to Hubei province, a land famous for the majestic Dongting Lake and sprawling mountain ranges. Here was located one of the branches of the Murim Alliance. From the outside, this place looked like an ordinary government institution. However, such an appearance served only as camouflage, capable of confusing outsiders' eyes. The whole truth was hidden beneath the very estate. In fact, this place was the base of the Hidden Pavilion, the strongest reconnaissance unit of the Murim Alliance. The names of the operatives were so confidential that they simply were not used. Finally, the arriving assistant respectfully bowed and reported. She had received a report from the liaison sent to the region of the 10,000 Mountains. The messenger had already delivered the order to agent number 103. However, the vice leader of the Hidden Pavilion, a girl named Jugesami, still had one question for her grandfather. The old man only became angry at the bold manner of his granddaughter's speech. He was already tired of repeating to her that, being here, they were obliged to separate the hidden from the public. Therefore, the former advisor of the Murim Alliance and current leader of the Hidden Pavilion harshly scolded the girl. The patriarch was extremely outraged that the heiress, after such a rude violation, still dared to call herself the vice leader of their pavilion. Of course, the young agent immediately bowed, apologizing to the Lord Leader. But Jugesami still found it hard to understand. Why, when they came here together, everything was fine, but now grandfather was so furiously angry at her. However, the patriarch always behaved quite unpredictably, considering the burden of the pavilion leader's role. Finally, pleased with his granddaughter's reaction, the old man allowed her to voice the question that troubled her. It was about the master's intentions regarding the mission assigned to agent number 103. The girl could not understand. Why did he assign a spy, who had not been active for a whole 14 years, to turn some scum into the vice leader of the cult? However, the patriarch only smirked, fully understanding. Despite the fact that Jugesami was an outstanding talent, the young prodigy still had much to learn. After that, becoming more serious, the sage decided to ask the vice leader of the pavilion. How long, in her opinion, would the peace in Murim last? Of course, Jugesami immediately pondered, trying to estimate the approximate term. However, the elder knew the answer exactly. No more than 3 years, and that only in the most ideal case. Certainly, they managed to achieve the current peace. All those heroes who managed to achieve this 19 years ago had already grown too old. Soon, the storm of a new war would sweep everywhere, and no one would hide from this disaster. Obviously, to protect the current peace and tranquility, one action was not enough. That is why they had to use all possible options. In other words, agent number 103 was one of those tools they could deploy. As is known, very soon the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult will choose a vice leader among his 7 offspring. The most likely candidates for this post were the cold and calculating First Lord, the charismatic and loyal Second Lord, and also the third young lady, known for her sharp intellect. Each of this trio was extremely dangerous. If any of them inherits the cult of the Heavenly Demon, then the second traditionally non-traditional demonic war will begin. This also meant that finally, after 19 years of waiting, the seeds sown by the Hidden Pavilion would finally bear fruit. Each of these seeds, each planted fighter, was nurtured for a single purpose: universal peace. Hearing such wise words, Jugesami respectfully bowed, thanking the pavilion leader for satisfying her curiosity. After that, it was time for the young agent to go meet with other members of the pavilion. The old man said goodbye to his granddaughter, promising that they would meet again during the general report. Left alone, Juk Sanlong remembered the spy who had been inactive for a whole 14 years. The patriarch clearly remembered the first meeting, which had taken place a very, very long time ago. At that time, this boy, being a child, was already filled with hatred for the whole world. However, out of love for his only close relative, the young agent chose to live in the shadows. In exchange, his younger brother was accepted into a worthy family. However, what Jugesami did not suspect was this: no operative was left inactive for so long just like that. After all, Zhao Iso was the best disciple in the entire history of the Hidden Pavilion. At the age of 14, the boy had already mastered elder-level techniques. The Alliance leader himself recognized him as a heavenly genius. The young warrior was called the most lethal blade that had been hidden until that very moment. Therefore, Jugesan could not wait to meet agent number 103. The master was curious to see how much this young man had grown and matured. While the patriarch pondered this, the protagonist had just reached the settlement of the craftsmen of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The agent walked among many people who had no idea what role Zhao Iso would play in their future lives. The operative himself was thinking about the damn elders from the Murim Alliance. The more the spy thought about it, the more irritated he became. The youth was annoyed that first he was thrown into this remote mountain valley, and now he was given such strange orders. They even sent an extremely experienced martial arts master to him. Such are rarely found even in the hidden pavilion itself. Perhaps the elders sent the mentor to make sure the agent was still as strong as before. Zhao Aizo also remembered the very day he became a member of the hidden pavilion, on the condition that his younger brother would be accepted into a worthy family. On the same day, poisonous centipedes were sealed in the heart of the young man. From that moment, he became a puppet allowed only to go in the direction pointed by their blade. Well, now the operative definitely had no choice. He needed to complete the new given mission, and the spy decided to start his journey from the Jagal training pavilion. As is known, every self-respecting agent must have a network of useful connections. The key among them were a group engaged in cleaning crime scenes after missions, the White Raven Pavilion, a group secretly spreading the latest news from the Central Plains, disguised as an ordinary tavern near the 10,000 Mountains, the River Willow Guest House, and there was also a place that looked like an ordinary training pavilion from the outside. But in reality, only the chosen knew its secret. In this place, all the secrets of the cult of the Heavenly Demon were sold. This was the very Jagal training pavilion. The main character thought he could not have imagined. These people would so brazenly conduct their affairs, hiding behind the name of the prestigious traditional Jagal clan as a signboard. The audacity of these dealers never ceased to amaze the operative. But considering that they earned a living with such a dubious business among the most dangerous members of the cult of the Heavenly Demon, no less courage was to be expected from them. Finally, the spy went inside and, to his surprise, found a girl walking between the shelves. Of course, the young man could not help but be amazed that someone had arrived here before him. However, the spy immediately recalled one of the most important skills of an agent: the ability to assess other people with minimal information. At first glance, the stranger had flawless silky hair. She also had an elegant neckline that attracted attention, so the average person would be captivated by this beauty. But if you let all these factors blind your sight, you might miss the most important thing: the true essence of the person standing before you. Obviously, the girl immediately noticed that the stranger was staring at her, and the main character, as if nothing had happened, apologized to her. The young man honestly admitted that he was staring at the beauty, since in these places it was rare to meet such an exquisite disguise. Be that as it may, the operative was very glad to meet this young lady, after which he decided to find out what book she had come for to this study pavilion. The agent suspected that perhaps the stranger was interested in some secret guides on how to enchant her beloved. If this was really true and he guessed correctly, he could even give her some recommendations. After that, carefully watching the reaction, the spy went to the bookshelves where the needed book was supposed to be. The girl, however, was outraged by the vulgarity of this young man. She could not even imagine that even in such a place some strange guys would start harassing her. And of course, the beauty hoped that the young man was ready for the consequences of his actions. However, Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, warned, the girl needs to be more careful if she wants to tie her life to some scoundrel, using the secret guide. Although the agent also perfectly understood that this probably should not concern him, the young lady herself must realize the consequences of her actions at such an age. The angry lady could no longer hold herself back, directly calling the main character a degenerate. After that, scorching the operative with her gaze, the stranger ordered the guy to watch his rotten mouth better. Otherwise, his long tongue might soon become the cause of the impudent man's premature demise. However, Zhao Iso was not the least bit intimidated by her attempts to scare him. Therefore, the lady just passed by him, forcefully hitting the young man with her shoulder. The agent laughed a little, admitting that he liked such girls. Tough ones. The spy even suggested to the beauty to meet again. To lure her into his nets, the operative was ready to give recommendations about books in the study pavilion. However, the stranger left, slamming the door and leaving the young man in awkward silence. The agent was pleased. He managed to pull it off on the first try. At that moment, another man appeared behind the young man, wandering in the Jagal pavilion. All his questions about what kind of madman could have caused all this commotion in broad daylight immediately disappeared when he saw the main character. This man was Jagal Guirin, the daring owner of a shop located in the 10,000 Mountains, the heart of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. He was also a man who called himself a descendant of the Juge clan. Now the owner was scolding the spy for behaving so disrespectfully with his dear guests, and demanded that the guy say what he needed and quickly get out of there. Struck by the anger of this stern old man, the young man immediately began rummaging through his clothes. After that, the agent laid out a whole pouch of gold coins on the table and warned that he needed the biography of one person. It was the little demon of the 10,000 Mountains. Of course, the man immediately decided to find out which specific part of the biography interested the fighter. But the answer was obvious. The operative needed to know everything thoroughly about this person. From these words, Juga Guirin immediately understood. The guy was clearly up to something bad. but the main character did not report on his actions for an obvious reason. Therefore, the host leisurely walked to the bookshelf, after which he pulled one of the book spines towards himself. This activated a secret room. The bookshelves immediately slid apart, letting him inside. Thus, the agent found himself in a warehouse with a huge number of documents. The host warned the gentleman who came to him that, considering the person whose biography he needed, they would have to dig through the information for a long time, and possibly many discoveries awaited them. Looking at the number of books, the main character could not say it was a lie, but still, the spy got to work. Only a few hours later, all possible books were in the operative's hands. The agent immediately sat on a bench near one of the restaurants, taking a snack and familiarizing himself with the obtained books. The same girl he had met earlier watched the young man from afar, sitting on the roof of a building. After that, the beauty addressed her spy, wanting to know, was he able to obtain information about what this guy bought from Jagal Gwirin? But unfortunately, Naraka, the phantom guardian of the third rank, could not know the answer to this question. Although he questioned Gwirin about everything regarding this person's intentions, Gwirin could not reveal this information to him. Perhaps the master did not answer Naraka because he had some connections with this stranger. Of course, Naraka immediately suggested looking for other ways to learn more about this person from Gwirin. However, the girl understood that there was no point in this. After all, the protagonist had already answered all her questions with his behavior. As is known, there was only one group of people in this cult about whom Jagal Gwirin would not speak, the Lord and his 7 offspring. Moreover, this guy managed to see through the disguise created by the best masters of their cult, and also skillfully diffused the situation with the assassin who was about to finish him off. And now the young man was meddling in other people's affairs. One thing was obvious, this person was clearly not ordinary. Therefore, although they could not learn anything from Gwirin, the beauty demanded that Naraka find out everything he could about this person, his lineage and connections, after which the girl finally removed the disguise from her face. It was Snowflower, the Empress of the Sword, and also the third daughter of the sect leader named Sahyoryun. Finally, after some time, the protagonist finished reviewing the information. What was hidden in these books was quite enough at least for a general idea of the goal. After which the young man, as if nothing had happened, said, addressing Snowflower Sahyoryun, "Let her not worry about anything. They will meet again soon." After all, it was the beauty who was the first step in the young man's plan. As is known, the third young lady is the smartest and most talented person among the 10,000 mountains. And for a woman, she is surprisingly a strong candidate for the position of vice leader of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Moreover, her assistant Naraka is a powerful figure. His combat and strategic skills were at the level of pavilion leaders. This made the Phantom Guard one of the most solid figures even among the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Of course, many surely had the question, why does the agent need to get close to Snowflower? And the answer was hidden precisely in this very degenerate, in the 7th adopted son of the Heavenly Demon. He was born from 3 of the greatest noble families of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. He was lucky to be born with the physique of Heavenly Yang, thanks to which he can accumulate internal power even by simple breathing. The young lord is the most golden of all golden spoons, at least that's what they say about him. But in reality, he was just a fool who, because of his ignorance, considered himself the strongest among the 10,000 mountains. Therefore, the young heir had a lazy character that even the most idle person would envy. Moreover, once, while staying in a mountain house, this idiot left the divine item, gifted to him by the Heavenly Demon himself, as collateral. Thanks to all these factors, he was a useless young gentleman who had lost all his support. The only person the offspring could rely on was and remained the third young lady Sahyoryun. In other words, if Zhao Isu needed to gain control over the 7th offspring, Sahyoryun played a key role in his plan. However, something told the young man that he had made far from the best impression on the girl. Soon, returning home, the main character began to ponder how best to deal with this pointless assignment. To begin with, the agent decided to determine the course of his actions. After all, despite the fact that Mao was good for nothing, he remained an outstanding figure. After all, the young master belonged to the 1st rank of the demon. Obviously, for someone like Zhao Iso, who had barely reached the 7th rank, approaching such a person was practically impossible. Therefore, the operative's first step was quite obvious. He was supposed to become the assistant of the 7th young master Mao. Fortunately, this position had been vacant for a long time. If the spy submits his resume, the chances of getting this job are quite good. The only problem was the greedy head of the intelligence unit, who would not let the agent go so easily. Therefore, the hero would have to resort to a bribe. For this reason, upon returning home, the young man dug for a very long time. And finally, the operative uncovered a stash that was hidden right in his yard. 7 years ago, Zhao Iso searched for a long time for a place where he could hide all the valuables earned during his years of service. Then he came across this abandoned well, and at that time could not even imagine what was inside it. However, now the room inside this well was his storage, and at the same time, a treasury taken from the cult of the heavenly demon. A single glance at this storage was enough to improve the young man's mood, especially considering that the agent took all these riches from the cult itself. It was especially pleasing that Zhao Iso would not have been able to earn even a tenth of all these treasures, even if 3 generations of his family worked in the alliance until their death. Now the spy came here to find a suitable bribe among his riches. His gaze stopped on an excellent sword decorated with the purest gold. The blade bore the name of the Golden Cleaving Sword. Obviously, if this sword caught the eye of a person obsessed with golden swords, he would simply go crazy. That is exactly why it was an excellent choice for a bribe. But since the operative had already come down here, the young man decided to try his luck again. After that, the agent approached the demonic wall, which seemed to be looking at him threateningly. The whole point was that the heavenly demon's vault contained many valuables. The first treasure was a white flying dagger called White Lightning. The second treasure was a demonic art that accelerated the flow of energy and turned it into an absolute storm. This technique was called the Storm Transformation Technique, which the young man had fully mastered. Now, using his dagger and the storm technique, the spy perfectly attacked the demonic gates. They immediately began to fill with energy, which he transmitted using his technique. It only remained to fill the 2 pupils with his power so that the doors would finally open. But unfortunately, there was another failure. The energy completely dissipated, not allowing him inside. The young man, of course, was disappointed. The operative believed that at least this time luck would smile on him. It seems this was already almost the 10,000th attempt. And every time the problem was that his own body began to fail him because of the 9 holes in his body, also known as the 9 holes constitution. Even if the agent gathered internal energy, it continued to leak out. That is why he made no progress. But thanks to the thunder ginseng that the young man found, he gained resistance to thunder energy, which allowed him to achieve some success. But even despite this, over all the years the spy never managed to raise his rank. But the operative had a feeling that at the very moment he filled this fresco with thunder energy, great changes would occur. But for now, obviously, he simply was not capable of it. However, this was definitely not the last time he came here. Perhaps success would happen tomorrow. Therefore, without getting upset, the agent left, planning what to cook for dinner. And already the next day the young man went to the intelligence core of the cult of the heavenly demon. In its main administration, the head sitting before his guest barely restrained the trembling in his hands from surprise. He introduced himself as the head of the counterintelligence corps. He was a 4th-rank demon named Guillaume Saik. However, even despite the man's high position, he could not believe that his guest had come to his humble abode. Therefore, the head decided to ask the third lady what he could be useful to her for. However, the girl was even a little disappointed that the man thought she could only visit him on some business. And perhaps the reason for his suspiciousness was that recently the leader had grown very close to her 2 older brothers. For this reason, the beauty could understand if he was a little irritated by her unexpected visit. Of course, Guillaume Saik immediately made the young lady understand that such a humble man as he could not be connected with the young masters. He was only following orders for which he was paid a salary and nothing more. And the lady very much hoped that the man's salary corresponded to the risk to which he exposed his life. In any case, whatever it was, Sahiryan arrived today not to deal with him. Therefore, the beauty decided to get to the point. She was curious to know. Was Guillaume Saik controlling the actions of the leader of the 3rd squad named Zhao Iso? It seemed to her that otherwise Zhao Iso would have no reason to meddle in her affairs unless it was an order from the leader. But honestly, Guillaume Saik hastened to admit that he had not even thought about giving such an assignment. Therefore, Sahiryan's statement surprised him quite a bit. The leader did not understand the reasons for the lady's suspicions. Sahiryan watched every action of Guillaume Saik, the head of the counterintelligence corps. The whole problem was that given his appearance and cunning behavior, he could seem quite frivolous. But in this cult there was not a single person who did not take this man seriously. At one time, Guillaume Saik was considered one of the candidates for the post of Ghost of the 2nd Rank and Pavilion Leader, titles that only 5 could hold in the cult. He possessed such superior combat power that even among all the children of the Lord of the cult, he was among the top 50. And everyone was aware of this fact. Even though for some unknown reason he was demoted to the 4th rank and head of the intelligence corps, no one still dared to underestimate him. That is why, if he was really in collusion with the 2 brothers, Sahyun considered it best to get rid of him here and now. The beauty was ready to go for it, even if she had to shed blood here. Guillaume Saik himself carefully watched the behavior of the lady who came to him. Looking at her wariness, as well as the wariness of her companion Naraki, one could conclude, the bastard Zhao Isa really caused trouble. As was well known, Zhao Isa was obsessed with money, intoxicated by his power, and was a scoundrel like no other. It seemed that this time the bastard really ran into serious trouble. However, the man himself had no idea what the lady was accusing his subordinate of. However, the chief understood. She came here to obtain information about the man also called the Reaper in the spy hunt. And no matter how hard Guillaume Saik tried, He could only describe the bastard as a true genius when it came to solving various issues. After that, a long silence hung in the room, which no one dared to break. Having heard everything, Sahyun realized it seemed Gyeom-saik had already said all the information he had about this man. However, the beauty warned, if the chief did not tell her something specific, her patience would run out. And Gyeom-saik himself perfectly understood. The lady might be displeased with how he dared to treat her. However, before getting upset, the man decided to find out. Did Sahyun happen to extort money from the young man? Is it possible that she insulted him somehow right to his face or resorted to violence? Naraka, of course, was outraged that Gyeom-saik dared to say such things about the young lady. However, he hastened to explain. If they did not cross Zhao Iso's path in any way, that was a huge relief. But if it turned out that they somehow annoyed him, the guests could be in big trouble. The girl herself was struck by the fact that the head of the counterintelligence corps reacted so strangely in such a situation. It seemed that perhaps Zhao Iso really had no connection with the chief. If the guy acted on his own, the beauty was very interested to know what his goal was. Gyeom-saik himself, after thinking a little, asked the lady not to worry about the problems related to the hero. However, when Sahyun did not understand his words, Gyeom-saik realized the girl seemed to be unaware of all the circumstances. Therefore, the man hastened to warn that all local cult members knew firsthand about the Reaper and the spy hunt. From 4th-rank demons to 5th-rank demons, no matter what power people possessed, they perished by his hand. Strangely enough, all the people who were on bad terms with him were soon exposed as spies with irrefutable evidence. In principle, Gyeom-saik did not need to explain how the lives of those caught spying usually ended, since Sahyun herself should have understood this. And for this reason, Gyeom-saik considered the main hero a true professional in his work. That is why they gave him an appropriate nickname. If something goes wrong, then, no matter who the young man's opponent is, the agent will sink his fangs into him until he dies. Therefore, among people, he was nicknamed the Mad Dog. However, Gyeom-saik perfectly understood that the hero would never direct those fangs against the young lady. But she still shouldn't have gotten involved with the young man, although the chief was well aware that his former student would not take the foolish mentor's advice seriously. Therefore, he would not be offended if she ignored his words. Sahyun, having learned all she could from this conversation, decided to leave quietly. But in parting, Gyeom-saik promised to reprimand the young man. However, the lady warned that she would conduct her own investigation. If, based on its results, Zhao Iso turned out to be innocent, then they would never meet again. The beauty would simply forget about this misunderstanding. That was the best option. It was thanks to this scheme that Gyeom-saik had managed to survive all this time in his role as head of the intelligence corps. After which the girl, having said goodbye, went to the door. Until suddenly the man heard a familiar voice. It was Zhao Iso who came with a smile to greet the chief. And honestly, Gyeom-saik was quite shocked that Zhao Iso had so unexpectedly decided to show up at work. It was a real nightmare. Therefore, immediately flying up, the chief ordered his guest to hide behind the screen at once. Of course, Naraka was outraged by such rudeness from the corps chief, who spoke to the lady in such a tone. However, he did not listen. Pushing them behind the screen, Gyeom-saik thought that it would be a great opportunity for them to look at the guy from the outside, the one they were going to reprimand. So, while the guests hide behind the screen, the man will find out what the boy was planning. The most important thing was that they had to behave as quietly as possible. Finally, Zhao Iso entered the room, surprised that no matter how loudly he called the chief, he did not respond to his greeting. Moreover, it was surprising that when the agent entered, there was some strange demonstrative silence in the room. Usually, only spies caught red-handed reacted like that to his arrival. And Gyeom-saik was amazed that Zhao Iso's professional deformation had gone so far. After that, the chief decided to find out why the young man had come here. Besides, who allowed him to burst into the office without permission? However, Zhao Iso did not remember Gyeom-saik ever asking for that permission. The agent even thought that he behaved so strangely because maybe he was hiding some beloved girl somewhere here. Hearing this, Naraka was barely restraining his rage, asking the lady to give him an order, and then he would make Zhao Iso pay for his rudeness. However, Sahyun herself wanted to observe this young man a little, to find out, was the head of counterintelligence really unaware of the young man's actions? Maybe the young man was connected to someone else. It was a great chance to find out the truth. At that moment, Zhao Iso himself was amazed at his leader's irritability. After that, he placed an order for approval on the table before leaving. It was a request for a transfer warrant. Gyeom-saik was very curious about who this scoundrel was targeting this time, since he even sacrificed his day off to come here. However, the main character was not going to explain himself, only asking the man to put his stamp so he could return to his business. The chief sighed heavily, realizing that it was useless to seek the truth from the young man who did not even want to listen to him. Well, to begin with, he decided to familiarize himself with the order. However, to be honest, after reading it, Saik did not even know how to perceive it. He was insanely angry when he found out that the cursed boy had sent him a request for translation. The agent tried to joke it off, implying that Saik had misunderstood him. Perhaps he had read something wrong, but he needed to hurry and just put his stamp. However, the enraged head of the Counterintelligence Corps instantly threw the young man's own translation request back at him, aiming it straight between his eyes. After that, he went mad at this disobedient bastard, who this time had crossed the line. After everything that connected them, this little devil decided to involve even the children of the lord of their cult in his schemes. Of course, the protagonist had no idea what the chief was talking about. He had done nothing yet, and the chief behaved as if the agent had committed some mortal sin. The head of the corps continued to attack the young man as if he was about to kill him. In the end, the frightened Zhao Iso had to ask the man to stop and just talk, since he clearly misunderstood him. However, Saik did not want to listen to the snake he had warmed on his chest. Everything was clearly described in the letter. It was unlikely that Zhao Iso would decide to serve that person if it was not some hidden plan. The boss did not want to figure out what this guy had planned, as he was already tired of cleaning up after his messes. Therefore, he simply decided to send the agent to the other world before he caused even more trouble. And to be honest, Zhao Iso was struck by the anger of the head of the Counterintelligence Corps. He continued to accuse him of everything, and did not even want to listen to Zhao Isa, who denied his guilt. In the end, when the man attacked once again, the young man had already drawn his blade, defending himself from the incoming strike. As a result, the tip of the sword's blade was broken off and slammed into the hard wooden floor at speed. He looked stunned at his severed sword when Zhao Yiso explained that it had broken under the power of the golden cleaving sword, and of course, the leader was curious about where the hero had obtained such a treasure. The agent hinted. Saik became so desperate during his time working with him that the young man decided to give him a gift, in case he needs a backup plan if he fails to convince the leader with words. After that, the young man handed the head of the corps a new blade and asked to be released, as if the old weapon. The time had come to part ways. The hero had to continue on the path he had chosen for himself. Calmly listening to the request, Zhao Yiso voiced his intentions. For further advancement, he needed to become the servant of the 7th young master of the Mao clan. By this time, the warrior had already accumulated a considerable sum of money, and he was tired of existing at the level of the 7th rank, where he had to bow to all superiors. Moreover, if he managed to become an assistant to one of His Majesty's offspring, the leader of the alliance, then he could reach the position of a 3rd-rank ghost. Even despite his lineage, this was all the young man desired, and he felt that after many years of work, he deserved it. That is why the warrior asked Saik for help. And no matter what kind of scoundrel the head of the Counterintelligence Corps considered the boy, now he saw. The youth was truly serious in his words. Besides, the boy felt that they had spent such a good time together with Saik that the moment had come to let him go. Honestly, the hero's position did not sound as if he had hidden motives. Perhaps he simply craved honors. But even if their conversation confirmed the petitioner's innocence, he was already on the list of the 3rd young lady, so supporting him was not easy. The man wanted to make every effort to dissuade the boy from this venture, but the young lady hurried to contact him, using a sound transmission to give her order. The head of the corps only had to make sure whether the hero would truly not regret his decision. However, Zhao Iso reminded who he was, a mad dog capable of much in intelligence, not some ordinary servant. The youth asked Saik to trust him. After all, everything would become much easier if the man wrote a letter of recommendation for him. In the end, the head of the corps really grabbed the sheet brought by the hero and placed his seal on it. He also took the prepared letter of recommendation and gave it all to the young man. However, he warned that this was not the last thing the warrior would need. He was to go to Madame in the village of Moon River, who was responsible for the guard's exam. As he left, Saik reminded that he decided to help the hero not because the latter had given him an excellent sword. After all, inspiring one's subordinates is one of the leader's duties. Therefore, he hoped that since the young man had taken on this task, he would not mess up or disgrace them. However, Zhao Iso pointed out that before saying such inspiring things, he should at least wipe his mouth, which was all covered in saliva flowing from the beauty of the golden sword. In any case, Zhao Iso was extremely grateful for the help and decided to start preparing for the journey. Of course, he understood that over the long 10 years of work he had endured most difficulties alone, but he was still greatly indebted to Saik, his direct supervisor. However, before letting the boy go, the chief did not forget to remind him. Wherever Zhao Iso ended up, he still remained a member of the Counterintelligence Corps. For this reason, he must not allow anyone's words to corner him. Naturally, Saik knew that the boy was not one to be easily broken, but still considered it necessary to give him this instruction. At first stunned, the young man smiled, thanking the captain for these words, after which he bowed in a farewell bow and hurriedly left, slamming the door behind him. Immediately after this, the head of the corps informed those standing behind the screen that Zhao Iso was going to approach Madam, although they themselves should have heard it perfectly well. However, as they could notice, this guy was only interested in his own ambitions, so it was hardly worth suspecting him of anything and continuing to spy on him. The lady herself, finally emerging from behind the screen, was surprised at how Jemsei cared about this subordinate. She could not deny it. This was very unlike the usual behavior of the head of the counterintelligence corps. But still, she was not satisfied with the selfish goals of this boy. For her, this posed a problem, so she wanted to show Zhao Iso in the near future how confident his hopes and words were. The hero, having left the office, perfectly understood what Saharan, who was eavesdropping on his words, was thinking right now. Of course, the third young lady, more than anyone else, knew that the position of guard was not suitable for everyone. More precisely, not even that. This position cannot be offered to just anyone. After all, a guardian is one who is destined to become the right and left hand of a first-rank demon, the strongest member of the clan. If the one he serves obtains the position of leader, the guard obeys only him alone and has authority over all the others. That is precisely why only outstanding individuals were suitable to serve as assistants to young masters. From Naraka, one of the former leaders of the Pavilion of Five Dragons, to Huanza, who caused chaos in the world of martial arts, there was not a single assistant who did not earn a famous name for himself. Considering the serious nature of the third young lady, the warrior could imagine how difficult it was for her to accept the fact that he, a representative of the 7th rank, had so boldly decided to apply for this position. Most likely she would try to punish him, using the exam as a cover, and all for the sake of maintaining discipline on Mount Tian. For this reason, preparing for the trials, the hero thought that the perfect time had come to gain support. He could not wait to meet Saharan, where they would be alone, just the two of them. Soon the events moved half a month forward, to the village of Moon River. On the shores of the Lake of Moonlight was the most extravagant establishment among 10,000 mountains, filled with pleasures such as singing, gambling, and carnal delights. It was the guest house of the Jade Immortal, and there, in her disguise, Lady Saharan arrived. The servant, running out to greet such a dear guest, immediately decided to ask the woman whether she would rest alone or if guests would come to her. However, when the visitor did not answer him, he simply calmly asked her to call him if she needed anything. But she, as if nothing had happened, pointed to a man who was sitting in the distance. Obviously he was a hero, and she wanted to know how long ago he had arrived here. The boy servant hurried to introduce the warrior as one of their regular guests, an incredible gentleman who had stayed in the annex at the highest part of their establishment. He had been here for half a month already and was throwing money around as if it were mere paper. Saharan was shocked and angered by the audacity of this boy, who had done nothing but drink for half a month straight. Moreover, she was surprised that, apparently, the guest house had an annex. She did not know about it because it was a place intended for the chosen ones, for the most important guests of their cult. For this reason, the servant receiving visitors thought that this gentleman held some high position, and he even offered to put in a good word for the lady if the gentleman was interested in her. However, the girl was furious that the boy had misunderstood her, and she barely restrained herself from shouting. Suddenly, the main hero's gaze lingered on the graceful figure of the young lady, frozen on the other side of the pond. An instant recognition pierced his consciousness. Standing before him was the very same hot-tempered person from the study pavilion, Jegal. At first, the young man admitted that he had mistaken the stranger for a completely different person, but her truly unique aura left no room for doubt. Such energy could not be confused with anything else in this world. Suddenly, the air was shattered by loud cries about a particularly important guest. Everyone present instantly turned around, trying to guess the identity of the mysterious girl and determine the extent of her influence. The wide-brimmed hat almost completely concealed the stranger's facial features. But the gathered unanimously believed that only a person with considerable weight in the demonic cult could afford such a theatrical entrance. Zhao Iso, not wishing to prolong this noisy spectacle, immediately invited the mysterious visitor to join his table to share a cup of wine in honor of the unexpected meeting, and she, just wanting these deafening shouts to finally stop, swiftly crossed the water barrier as if weightless, moving to the main character's table. Zhao Iso only smiled serenely at her company, realizing that their meeting, which had already happened for the second time, was undoubtedly predestined by the heavens themselves. What especially amazed the young strategist was the fact that the place of their second meeting was a brothel, a place strictly forbidden to noble ladies. The young lady, in turn, was astonished by Zhao Iso's audacity, who continued to spout blatant nonsense even after her unequivocal warnings. It seemed obvious to her that such a boy should have been taught from childhood to weigh every word, for such indiscretion could cost one their life. However, interrupting the flow of her angry speeches, the main character calmly extended a cup of alcohol to the guest. In such establishments as brothels, people have long used intoxicating drinks in the cover of night to enjoy sincere communication. Therefore, the young man suggested to the lady to openly discuss the true reason for her visit, after which he calmly stated that he was well aware that behind this skillful disguise was none other than the third young lady of the clan, Sa Heron. At that very moment, on the second floor of the establishment, several observers were closely watching the development of events. In their hands were the most accurate portraits of both Zhao Iso himself and the disguised Sa Heron, and these images perfectly matched those they were now observing on the ferry. The leader of the spies immediately gave his subordinates a silent order. Exactly 7 minutes later, they had to erase these creatures from the face of the earth. Tension literally oozed from the tense bodies of all the fighters, frozen in anticipation of the decisive signal. Sa Heron herself was in utter shock that Zhao Iso had just revealed knowledge of her true identity. Moreover, the audacious young man even predicted her appearance for a conversation. However, noticing the noble lady's pensiveness, the protagonist hastened to dismiss his own words as an unfortunate joke, which the girl should neither take offense at nor take so close to heart. After all, he was well aware of the absurdity of his assumption. What sense would it make for a young lady to wander around a backwater village in disguise? If anyone found out that Snowflower visited such disreputable establishments, these escapades would instantly become the main topic of gossip on the city streets. Such a thing meant that the noble lady would never risk her impeccable reputation for such a senseless adventure. Therefore, the young strategist suggested avoiding empty talk and moving directly to the point. He wanted to know exactly what the young lady wanted from him. Even the girl herself was struck by the fact that this young man asked such bold questions to a person he had met only for the second time. However, for Zhao Iso, it seemed completely natural to ask questions to his own examiner, after which he politely greeted Madame Jin-san as was proper. And at that moment, Sa Heron finally fell into the maddest shock, not understanding how the young man managed to obtain even this information. Zhao Iso turned out to be absolutely right. No madam existed in nature at all. Even the very place where he was ordered to appear literally teemed with deadly traps. But the main character was somehow inexplicably aware of this treacherous plan. Seeing her astonishment, the young man hastened to explain that this was the essence of his service in the intelligence corps. Investigations, interrogations. Obviously, in such work, a person learns things unknown to others, even the most secret secrets. Over time, the longer an agent practices his craft, there remains not a single secret unknown to him. It seems suspicious that in the middle of an ordinary village of craftsmen, someone suddenly appeared claiming to be an examiner. Something about this situation caused troubling doubts, so the young strategist decided not to go to the indicated village, preferring to wait here. All so that the true examiner would eventually come to him himself, and the main character could easily find him. He hoped that this explanation answered all the questions that had been swirling in the young lady's head all this time. Honestly, after such detailed explanations, the girl did not even refuse the alcohol poured by his hands. She sincerely felt sorry for the young man. If he survived the upcoming trial, she would spare him and even consider his candidacy for the position of guard. After all, she could not even suspect that the young man approached his task in such a responsible manner. Having drained the cup of alcohol, the noble lady paid tribute to the hero's extraordinary way of thinking. However, the true problem and the root cause of her righteous anger was the fact that the daring young man did not appear at the appointed place, despite having received a very clear order from a person holding the highest position. Such a thing meant that he did not know how to obey an order unconditionally. It was astonishing that the main character immediately rose from his seat and bowed deeply in respectful obeisance. He was aware of the weight of his own guilt for failing to fulfill his duty, and for that he offered sincere apologies. But the young man fervently hoped that the lady would forgive his regrettable mistake. The young lady was quite surprised that the young man did not start arguing with her, but so swiftly admitted his own error. After that, she handed him her cup for alcohol, asking him to fill it with wine, and decided to inquire, why, in Zhao Iso's opinion, should he become the guardian for the young Master Mao? After all, in this most dangerous position, even the offspring of the noblest families perished within a single night. It was unlikely that a commoner without family or status could change anything. However, the main character explained, perhaps protecting the master was indeed beyond his strength, but he could make Mao so powerful that he would enter the top 3 young masters among 7 heirs in just 1 year. The young strategist sincerely hoped that such a bold motivation would satisfy his examiner as an answer. But honestly, in her eyes, this was an excessively absurd statement. This literally meant that the audacious youth wanted, by controlling Romeo, to overthrow either her herself or one of her 2 brothers. Of course, she had heard that Zhao Iso was somewhat unbalanced, and it seemed the rumors about his madness were not false. But still, the noble lady could not blindly believe loud words. Anyone could talk beautifully. Another question was whether the main character had enough true skills to fulfill this audacious promise. But she definitely liked that Zhao Iso did not back down from his own words. Therefore, she wished for the young man to prove to her that he was truly capable of dealing with a couple of annoying rats. It was about those people who had been tirelessly spying on them from the second floor all this time, watching their every move. The main character also clearly felt this intrusive observation and understood that he had no other choice but to carry out his examiner's order. Therefore, he decided to deal with those guys who were spying on them from behind, and suggested that the lady take on those lurking behind her. Honestly, the young lady was amazed by Zhao Yisou's courage, who had the audacity to suggest that she herself join the upcoming fight. But in the end, they drained the last cups of alcohol, dividing the duties among themselves. At that very moment, a gang of about 10 thugs rushed forward to deal with the daring girl and fulfill their main mission. When suddenly the young lady threw a cup of wine at the attacker and crushed his skull into tiny pieces. Of course, his comrades were in shock. How was it even possible to kill a person using only a fragile cup? When they took on this mission, no one warned them that the lady possessed such monstrous strength. In the next moment, she silently crept up to another attacker, armed with an ordinary chopstick. With this improvised weapon, she dealt the enemy several very precise blows, leaving him bleeding. After which she swiftly lunged at the second scoundrel, who could only pitifully beg for mercy for his worthless life. To great regret, at the last moment the scoundrel managed to throw a greenish sphere into the air, which, once airborne, dispersed into the finest powder. At first, the young lady thought it was surely a deadly poison, but it turned out to be a caustic acid corroding the skin. This meant that these little people did not intend to kill her at all. They thirsted to reveal her identity to everyone currently among the establishment's visitors, wanting to portray the noble lady as some depraved nymphomaniac secretly visiting the craftsman's village to satisfy her base passion. Obviously, behind such dirty tricks stood her own brothers, but she did not expect such vile antics from them. Honestly, even the main hero was struck by the audacity of these damned thugs. It seems these bandits did not realize how disrespectful it was to force a girl against her will to reveal her face. The young man smiled and looked at the examiner anew, simultaneously helping to wipe away all the remaining caustic acid corroding the skin. By this time, he had already dealt with all the bandits he was supposed to defeat and grabbed the tablecloth covering the table. The young lady quickly realized that Zhao Yisou not only knew how to talk beautifully, he was truly surprisingly strong. In the end, she took the fabric from his hands and hastily wrapped it around her head to avoid revealing her disguise. Immediately after that, the young lady informed the main character that he had exactly 4 days to arrive at the palace of the 7th young master Mao. However, the young man had to keep the promise he made to her, because otherwise she would personally tear out his lying tongue. With these words, the noble lady vanished as if she had never stood before him. However, the young strategist did not even have time to tell her that he was well aware of the punishment that awaited him. He only wished the examiner lady good luck with a smile. Soon the events moved to the highest floor of the entertainment pavilion. There, one of the courtesans came to the master to report on the work done. They had already taken care of the corpses that were killed during the incident. Although the courtesan did everything as the master asked, she felt that it was not enough to make an impression. The main character was sad that during all this turmoil those guys broke expensive furniture. But despite this, they played their role flawlessly. Therefore, the young man thanked the girl who helped bring his plan to life. Moreover, after that, he flipped through the work record book of this girl. Judging by the records, she once again managed to significantly increase her efficiency. Such a level is impossible to achieve without exerting titanic efforts. This meant that the young lady was surely working extremely hard. However, Chu Honggran objected that the gentleman was too kind to her, and even if the task had been harder, she, as the owner of the guest house, would have handled it without any problems. There was no task beyond her capabilities. She was ready to do a lot to repay Zhao Yisou's kindness, although she became who she was only thanks to him. However, Zhao Yisou felt even awkward listening to her gratitude, so he asked the girl to stop bringing up the topic. After all, as he often repeated, they both benefited from what happened in the past. Although the protagonist could not say that he did not understand the girl's feelings, she had been a completely different person before. A young lady kidnapped by the heavenly demon cult before reaching adulthood. In the Murim world, she had long been considered missing. Zhao Yisou saved her during one of his most dangerous missions. For some reason, since then they had stuck together, and now, thanks to his tireless support and her innate intelligence, she became the owner of the Moon River village and now served as his right hand. If someone asked the young strategist to describe their relationship, he would call it a mutually beneficial relationship in which one gains at the expense of the other. Although the hero had the feeling that Chu Honggran still perceived the situation somewhat differently. Finally, when the awkward topic was closed, the young man asked Chu Honggran to tell all the stories that had happened at the Jade Immortal guest house. The thing is, spies have several ways to obtain information. Sometimes they buy it from local informants, sometimes with the covert support of one of the influential organizations. But an agent like him, dropped into the very heart of enemy territory, needed a more long-term and reliable source, a personal source of information. That is why the young strategist put all his efforts into acquiring the guest house of the Jade Immortal. By that time, Chu Honggran had already gathered all the necessary information as Zhao Iso had ordered. The current state of the heavenly demon cult could be described as the calm before the coming storm. The main character expected something like this, as the further development of events depended on who would become the next vice leader of the cult. This mostly concerned the actions of the two strongest factions in the heavenly demon cult, the Seven Sages, responsible for judicial affairs, and the Five Dragons group controlling the administration. These two main forces were the hottest topic for discussion, and obviously their support could influence which of the heirs would win this contest. Of course, the young man decided to ask Chu Honggran's opinion about which way each faction would lean. In her humble opinion, the first young lord was loyal and ruthless in everything he did. At the moment, he was considered the obvious leader. On the other hand, there was the second young lord. Every one of his actions was literally filled with a piece of his soul. He treated his subordinates like friends, which helped him gain more and more devoted followers. That is why the girl believed that the elders, who valued stability, would support the First Lord, and the Five Dragons group, who dreamed of change, would support the second. Zhao Iso summarized. According to Chu Honggran, the opinions of the two factions would split because of the temperaments of the young lords. And he decided to find out what, in her opinion, would happen to the third lady in that case, since the current leader trusted her the most. Chu Honggran knew perfectly well that even when hidden, true talent still radiates a dazzling light. It was obvious that Sa Heron possessed outstanding qualities that stood out even among the young lords. However, at this rate, she isolates herself even more. The first and second brothers might consider her temperament dangerous. First of all, they will try to get rid of her. In the best case, the noble lady had 6 months. The chance that Sa Heron would die within those 6 months was extremely high. Zhao Isa's forecast for her account was exactly the same. But they could not allow her to die so early. After all, this girl was needed by the main character as a shield, at least until Mao secures his position. It became obvious that the young strategist had many matters, and from the most unexpected sides, so he decided to leave. But finally decided to find out how young Mr. Mao is doing now and how bad everything is. It turns out Chu Honggran continued to treat him as a special guest, asking for nothing in return, just as the main character requested. However, he came here daily with some bandits, had fun with them, and drank excessively. And because of him, their establishment was suffering colossal losses. As the young strategist understood, the guy went off like never before. However, Zhao Iso insisted that Chu Honggran continue indulging him for now, as they would soon squeeze the boy dry. Then the young master would fully return to the girl everything he had managed to destroy and everything Mao had taken. Several days passed since that conversation. The events moved to the gloomy bamboo forest on the southern border of the village of Moon River. There, deep in this thicket, stood a small inconspicuous hut. A man was heading there, muttering to himself how much he did not want to come here. But he was ordered to deliver a message to Mr. Mao, so he could not disobey the order. However, Mao was clearly displeased with this messenger and demanded that he immediately repeat his words. The frightened man stated that according to the report of the third young lady, she sent here an assistant whom she personally selected for the seventh heir. She also said that he was a talented person who had passed the most thorough selection, and she also asked her brother to greet him properly. The seventh heir did not believe the words of this messenger, thinking that he had confused something and was talking complete nonsense. However, the man insisted that these were the words of the young lady. What was even harder to believe was the sincerity of Sa Heron, all because she should have known perfectly well what happened to the previous so-called assistants she sent. It was unlikely that a newcomer would need more than a couple of days to leave this cursed place in tears and snot. But still, since the sister decided to send Mao another assistant, he could not just take and throw him out of here. The first thing the messenger learned was the name of the new assistant, Zhao Iso. Obviously, the seventh heir assumed that this assistant had some impressive title, and considering the young master's past, this guy must be at least the vice leader of the pavilion. However, Mao was furious when he found out that this guy was merely the leader of the third squad of the counterintelligence corps. Obviously, the position of squad leader implied a role quite far from the pavilion leader. That is, he was literally an insignificant person who was even lower in hierarchy than a regular captain. Before completely losing his temper, Mao decided to find out if this guy had some powerful patron behind him. Perhaps he was an illegitimate son of a famous family. However, as the messenger learned, Zhao Isa had no such background. He was an ordinary commoner from a backwater town. It was extremely hard to believe such a report. This caused Mao to burst into genuine wild laughter. It felt like the sister decided to send him an assistant who perfectly matched his status. At first, he wondered why they decided to send him another assistant. But it must be that Sa Heron learned about his financial difficulties and decided to send some poor fool he could use to earn some money. The seventh heir was absolutely sure that this was the case. because such a wise person as Saharan would never send this pauper to him without a good reason. Obviously, the young master was convinced that the messenger agreed with him too, and could not help but rejoice in his own genius. However, Mao was already planning to strip Zhao Isa down to his underwear and throw him out of here. And after that, he could not worry about money for drinks for some time. After that, he sent the messenger away, asking him to convey his gratitude to his sister. But before letting him go, he demanded that the man hand over all the money he had with him. Of course, the man tried to justify himself somehow, but the heir smiled and threatened that it was really better for him to give the money than to lose his life. In the end, after completing the work, the man left, deprived of any money. That was the reason why he did not want to come here. This scoundrel, the seventh son, turned out to be an even bigger idiot than the embassy expected. He clearly had problems with his head. Although the seventh heir resembled some capricious child, he was extremely embittered by life. Fortunately, this served as an excuse for the young man. After all, if he had been a complete scoundrel in his right mind, Zhao Isa would have had to kill him. After that, the main character finally removed his disguise. It was pleasing that he would manage to avoid the failure of his mission, but still, he could not help but be furious that this impudent fellow dared to take all his money. After a couple of days, the young strategist came to the house as if nothing had happened, and very soon Mao was lying there on his knees, continuing to cough. The seventh heir clearly did not understand what had happened to him. He only looked fearfully at Zhao Isa, who stood over him, not taking his eyes off him. And all because, despite the idiocy of the seventh heir, the main character could not close his eyes to his misdeed and decided to teach him the first lesson. At that moment, events returned to the Murim Alliance, to the main office of the Hubei province branch. There sat Jegal Sami, carefully studying another report. Fortunately, the operation to infiltrate each of the regions was going completely according to plan. At this pace, soon they would be able to create a much stronger intelligence network in the territory of the unorthodox faction of the Heavenly Demon Cult. However, Jegal Sami still could not understand why her grandfather insisted so much that she wear a mask. Although she was the only one allowed in this archive, she was not even permitted to turn on the light, which made her eyes bulge. Starting from documents with ciphers and ending with special codes, there was not a single letter in this office that was easy to read. But apparently her grandfather was confident that his granddaughter's eyes could endure this trial. Lately, Jegal Sami often thought about requesting a translator, as she was beginning to tire of the eternal stay in this creepy place. And she was always covered in dust. She could try to find herself a job in some sunnier place. But suddenly the young lady came across a report from number 103, who, it seemed, had finally started working. However, the message stated that he had finally managed to arrive at the palace. If he had arrived at the palace, it meant that he had already reached the palace of the seventh young master. Although not much time had passed since the assignment was given, to be honest, the girl could not believe that the young man would really manage to make this psychopath the leader of the cult. Shortly before the main character visited Mao, he inspected the estate where he lived. However, everything here was extremely obvious. Ever since the young strategist arrived here in the guise of an ambassador, from the overgrown grass in the yard to the scattered trash everywhere, it was clear that this place was a real wreck. Be that as it may, the main character was extremely interested in what was on the mind of the seventh heir. No matter how deserted his estate was, he should have had at least a couple of servants. But surprisingly, it was too quiet here. It felt as if there was not a single living soul in the estate. So, wandering through the corridors of the estate, the young strategist thought that perhaps Mao was still resting in the middle of the day. When he approached the door, he heard loud snoring, which fully justified his suspicions. So, sighing heavily, Zhao Isa finally introduced himself as the new assistant and decided to find out if the seventh master was inside. He also asked the young heir to spare him a little of his precious time. The most surprising thing was that the man immediately woke up, allowing the young man to enter. The young man did not expect such a quick reaction, so he thanked him for the permission and apologized in advance for the intrusion. But it turned out that all this was just bait for Mao to attack the alien standing behind the doors, breaking the doors with his hand and aiming straight at the face. He greeted the pathetic squad leader in his palace, after which he demanded that he lay out all his money and get out of here. Otherwise, the seventh heir warned that the guest would get even more punches from him and would eventually run away anyway. However, what was astonishing was that the guy dodged his attack lightning fast and even grabbed the attacker's hand. In the next moment, Zhao Isa pulled the seventh heir after him, dragged him outside the doors, and threw him to the ground. After which he aimed his knee directly at the opponent's solar plexus and delivered a crushing blow. As a result, the young man, who fell to his knees and was breathing heavily, tried to recover from the sudden pain. The main character was finally convinced that Mao was an average scoundrel, which was exactly what one should have expected from him. But Zhao Isa could not let such a person get away with it so easily. As is known, in the cult of the Heavenly Demon there were 3 families occupying leading positions. Besides the duties of elders, They also served directly under the cult leader. For example, the prudent demonic sage, who was the intermediary from Mount Chung, the second elder Chong O-san. Also, the ruthless warlord, unmatched in bravery and loyalty, the third elder Meng Chulion from the Meng family. But the most respected among all those considered a level above the rest were the silent dragons Imuji, who held the position of the first elder for 4 consecutive generations. This is the first elder Nama Ilsen from the Ma family. It was Mao who was actually from this family, one of the most prestigious dynasties of the heavenly demon cult. As far as Chu Honren knew, the cult leader chose Mao purely by chance during his visit to the Ma family, after which the young man was adopted as the cult leader's foster son. Outsiders might have thought that the boy was incredibly lucky, and that his life path was strewn only with countless flowers. But in reality, this path turned out to be extremely thorny and filled with rotting poisonous weeds. After all, the 7th young master was actually an illegitimate child, looked down upon by everyone. He was even forced to sweep the family yard like the lowest servant. The hero recalled that around the same time, the Ma family was putting forward Ma Ishin, the eldest son of the first elder Ma Ilsen, for the position of the cult leader's foster son. That is why the Ma family was in complete confusion when he chose the illegitimate child who swept the yards. And he, despite all his shabbiness and worthlessness, attracted the attention of the cult leader himself. From the Ma family's point of view, it looked as if the servant and his master had suddenly switched places. But at that moment, for the public eye, the Ma family received the news with the greatest honor. They even held a lavish celebration on this occasion. However, Zhao Iso clearly understood that this was merely a performance for the public, so that their family would not fall in the eyes of others. Hardly anyone who knew the truth did not already realize the widely accepted fact that the Ma family had long since abandoned Mao. Some even believed that the cult leader decided to adopt the young man only to keep the Ma family under the strictest control. When Zhao Iso told Chu Honren about this rumor, she was amazed that the main character understood all of this perfectly. And after all, countless informants shed their blood to obtain this information. So Chu Honren wondered, was there even a single detail in the cult of the heavenly demon that had escaped her master's attention? In the end, the girl continued her story, explaining that the first elder Ma supports the first young master instead of Mao. So it could be said with confidence, their refusal of the 7th heir was almost officially confirmed. The spy was amazed at the ruthlessness of the first elder, who, despite Mao being a half-blood and therefore his own flesh and blood, still treated him with immense contempt. But deep down, the hero resented the fact that his superiors from the hidden pavilion, who really wanted to make this fool the vice leader, were either complete eccentrics or the main hero misunderstood something, or maybe it was all prosaic, and the leader simply turned into an old senile man. There was only hope that the hero was wrong, but now his main focus was his goal, Mao, who turned out to be another criminal with his tearful backstory. But Zhao Iso was known for exactly one method that was perfectly suited for training such thugs. Of course, now the 7th heir, writhing in pain, was trying to understand what the hell this freak dared to hit him. However, the hero immediately fell to his knees before him, apologizing for what had been done. Only then did he supposedly realize that before him stood the 7th young gentleman, and explained his reaction by saying he thought the gentleman was being attacked and reacted without even thinking. Of course, Zhao Iso did not want to show disrespect to Mao at their very first meeting. He felt very sorry, so much so that he was ready to burn with shame right on the spot. However, the main character's blow was so devastating that Mao could hardly understand his words anymore. After that, he called Zhao Iso crazy and simply passed out, losing consciousness right on the floor. And the hero just smirked. After all, he liked such an acquaintance with the heir much more. He sincerely hoped that they could become friends, and Mao would soon submit to him. A couple of hours later, the heir regained consciousness again, being in his chambers. Honestly, it was astonishing that his new psychopathic assistant not only put him to bed, but also fixed the door. It was unclear what was wrong with this freak. But suddenly the young man noticed a letter on the bed. There, the hero explained that the heir looked very tired, so he decided to take his leave. Zhao Iso promised to return in a couple of days to greet him again with all the formalities, and suggested Mao get a good rest until the next meeting. But of course, the guy was furious that some pathetic assistant fancied himself someone important, and was giving him orders. It seems this disgusting squad leader has completely lost his mind. Moreover, despite losing consciousness, Mao noticed some oddities about that crazy bastard. It seems that at the moment he was losing consciousness, he was smiling at his pitiful state. And even if the heir made a mistake, he already had enough reasons to give Zhao Iso an unforgettable welcome next time. As is known, all the events of this story unfolded in Tianshan, the homeland and gathering place of all members of the heavenly demon cult. And since this place was a breeding ground for the demonic path, and tens of thousands of cult members who swore allegiance to their leader took root here, they thereby formed their own small country. Thus, the control of the new religion did not affect everyone. Some factions could calmly form their own organizations here and accumulate power. One of the groups among these influential organizations was the Black Dragon faction led by a former 6th-rank ghost. They dominated Manhwa. It could be said that this organization had an extremely solid foundation, and it was this very organization that Mao himself came to. The leader of the Black Dragon faction immediately noticed that the young lord was clearly not in the mood, so he tried to lighten the atmosphere with a smile. He decided to find out what had brought the 7th Lord to their humble abode. Perhaps he wanted to join their gambling games, which they enjoyed with friends. But the angry Mao pointed to his face, which clearly showed that he was not in the mood to entertain himself with any gambling games right now. After that, he explained to the leader of the Black Dragon faction that he had come here on business. He was fed up with one little man. He wanted the guys to deal with the problem. This person was named Zhao Iso, and tomorrow he would take office as his assistant. However, obviously, the leader of the Black Dragon faction thought that since he was Mao's assistant, he was at least a 1st-rank ghost. They would hardly be able to deal with such a monster. Therefore, obviously, all members of the faction thought that they had somehow displeased Mao if he was so cruel to them. The leader hurried to explain that now, since they had taken on some ephemeral other task, they would not be able to help him with anything yet. Of course, if the matter was very urgent, they could pass this task to someone else. However, Mao, enraged by this news, broke the table they were sitting at in half with one blow. Obviously, the shock of those present was enormous, considering that the young man broke a 100-kilogram table with metal reinforcement with a single strike. Having demonstrated his strength, Mao threatened, "This is what will happen to these guys if they cannot help him." And immediately the faction leader declared that they had plenty of free time to help the 7th Lord with any problem. But in any case, he reminded them that they were ordinary trash, hardly able to resist the assistant of the young lord. Mao was surprised that the leader was so cowardly, although he did not learn the details that this person was a ghost of the 7th rank. Of course, it was hard to believe that such a weak person should become the assistant of the 7th Lord. But for the people of the Black Dragon faction themselves, this was wonderful news. They wanted to know where this freak came from, since obviously some 7th-rank ghost was unworthy of spoiling the young lord's mood. The leader himself promised to teach the boy a lesson he would remember for a long time. And, of course, Mao was eagerly awaiting the results of their work. He also asked to bring some stronger alcohol when they came to report on the completed task. When Mao left, everyone immediately saw him off with forced smiles as their greatest benefactor. But in their hearts, they were glad that this scoundrel had finally gone. After all, if he weren't the young master, they would have long since squashed him for his disgusting character. But in any case, the main thing was that he left. Now they only needed to gather people to squash that 7th-rank ghost, Zhao Iso. The leader was also curious about the assistant standing next to him. It seemed he was new, so he didn't know that only leaders could attend meetings with the young master. The newcomer immediately apologized to the faction head and ran away so as not to disturb them anymore. But the Black Dragon leader still couldn't recall when he had recruited such a foolish boy into the ranks. Of course, he couldn't remember, because that boy was the main hero himself. Zhao Iso was struck by the ignorance of the 7th Lord Mao, who always behaved like a big naughty child. However, for some unknown reason, the main hero was even pleased that Mao could not simply bow his head and obediently obey him. But it seemed this was even for the best. Otherwise, training the boy would have been far too boring. Finally, the next day, the members of the Black Dragon faction came to Mao's estate as agreed. The leader gathered all his strongest men. He promised that they would not mess up the order for anything and, as was said, would teach this guy a good lesson. At the same time, the strongest and most hardened of his fighters were already behind the gates. Although the leader of the Black Dragon did not want to boast, in the Tiger Dragon faction, which he once belonged to, a 7th-rank ghost would only be fit for the role of a horseshoe polisher. Obviously, this assistant was no match for his fighters, so the faction leader could guarantee that very soon he would be apologizing to the master. If, of course, that guy was very lucky and did not wet his pants out of fear during all this. But at that moment, hearing the screams behind the gates, they realized the main hero had finally revealed himself. Many hardened fighters had already lined up on the way to him, not allowing him to go further. And, of course, Mao could not help but be pleased with the unfolding scene of the squad leader's punishment. At that moment, the vice leader of the Tiger Dragon faction, nicknamed Som, approached the young man closely. He had heard that this kid dared to bother the 7th young master and had to pay for it. The main hero was quite surprised that an unfamiliar fighter with such widely set eyes, which looked both at him and at the sun at the same time, boldly reprimanded him. And upon learning that his name was Som, the young man realized this name suited him perfectly. However, the hero sarcastically remarked that a fish like a catfish had no place in the Black Dragon faction. He would understand if the man were an electric eel, but definitely not a catfish. And Sum himself was extremely enraged that this bastard dared to compare him to some little fish, so, unable to restrain himself, he attacked. The leader of the Black Dragon faction, hearing the noise behind the gates, suggested to the Lord to come out and watch the scuffle. Although he told his men to wait for Mao himself to arrive, it seemed they could not hold back for long. Of course, the leader apologized for his men periodically acting as they pleased. Probably they had broken loose because they were too loyal to the Seventh Lord. However, to the shock of those present, Zhao Iso, having dealt with some, was rummaging through his pockets. Moreover, he was quite surprised. For a bandit, that one had too few coins. There was hardly anything to take, only a small bundle of golden shimmering coins. Of course, Mao wanted to know how the hero managed to defeat this fighter. The guy then feigned the most plausible surprise at the arrival of the seventh young lord. Bowing, he properly greeted the lord as his new assistant, reporting the start of the first day of service. Although a little earlier, the seventh lord had caught him off guard, causing the protagonist to show disrespect to him. From this day, he intended to make amends. But Mao, obviously, did not believe a single word of his. Therefore, the seventh heir thought that this bastard was only joking, asking about his condition after that scuffle. However, Zhao Iso, showing no sign, as if nothing had happened, decided to ask his lord, who were those people waiting for him near the gates? He even thought that perhaps the lord was so kind as to gather these people for his welcoming ceremony, and was even glad that there were so many people. However, Mao warned that these people had come to congratulate him on his last day of life, and advised the guy to better refuse the position of assistant himself. But the young man reminded that, despite his modest origin, he had grand dreams. He hoped to advance up the career ladder as the assistant to the seventh young master, trying to cling to him like a lifeboy. However, naturally, Mao understood that this idiot had come to the wrong place, since the reputation, like the seventh heir himself, had long since fallen to the very bottom. But the main character understood that the master was smarter than he seemed. Zhao Iso knew him better than anyone else. All the heir needed to do was follow the instructions of his loyal assistant, and then he would lead him to the very top. But honestly, even an idiot like the heir found it very hard to believe such nonsense. It seemed that the boy was a real madman, but he himself did not notice it. And Mao even began to ponder his words, so he had to forcibly remind himself that before him was an ordinary scum, a pathetic ghost of the seventh rank. After that, he growled at the Black Dragon fighters, not understanding how long they would stand idle. And immediately, recalling the main task, to teach this boy a lesson, everyone grabbed their blades and began the fight. Rushing at the unarmed hero, they wanted to give him the warmest welcome possible. However, Zhao Iso was in no hurry to defend himself. Recalling Mao's own words that the more, the better, he realized. In this regard, they thought alike. So the main character was ready for such a warm welcome. At that moment, everyone felt the approach of unknown people from above. The fighters in blood-red clothes surrounded their captain, not allowing anyone to come close to him. Of course, all members of the Black Dragon faction knew perfectly well what this blood-red attire meant. It was the Counterintelligence Corps, which had arrived here incredibly quickly at the first call of their leader, Mad Dog. Now, with their arrival, the hero believed they could rightfully begin the real welcoming ceremony. But soon the dissatisfied Gem Saik appeared, who could not understand the behavior of his former subordinate. He seemed not even to intend to wait for him for this welcoming ceremony. Of course, everyone immediately gaped in surprise when they personally saw the head of the Counterintelligence Corps. He was also the mentor of the third young lady Sa Heron, one of the few chosen who had access to personal audiences with the cult leader, one of the strongest representatives of the new generation. Naturally, they wanted to know what a person of such caliber was doing here. After all, they were sure that Zhao Iso was just an ordinary leader of some squad, and at that moment he was talking to Gem Saik as if he were an old friend. In the next moment, Gem Saik, along with the rest of his men, bowed, greeting the seventh young master and introducing themselves to him. Following him, all the spies under the Death Reaper's command also greeted him. Seeing the young heir's confusion, Gem Saik hastened to explain. Despite Zhao Iso having left his home, he still remained a member of their family. That is why they had come here, to put in a good word for him and also to check his future place of residence. As far as Gem Saik understood, all this did not involve significant expenses, and this option suited him perfectly. At that moment, the leader of the Black Dragon faction had already mentally buried himself. He could not have imagined that by getting involved with a pathetic 7th-rank ghost he would incur the wrath of the fierce counterintelligence members. Moreover, if the head of counterintelligence himself was so worried about this person, then for Gem Saik, Zhao Iso was one of the key figures. The main character immediately turned to the scum who had no idea of their place in society and ordered them to get lost, since respected people had started to converse here. But of course, he could have taught them a lesson so that they would understand when not to interfere in other people's affairs. Therefore, the deathly frightened leader of the Black Dragon faction apologized to the young master for apparently having nothing to do here. After that, they thanked the master for everything and quickly scattered to their homes. Of course, Mao was shocked that these bandits had just abandoned him in such a difficult situation. And Zhao Yisou perfectly understood that for Mao, this had to be a good lesson in reality. When the seventh heir was nearby, these people behaved as if they were completely loyal to him. However, it was only a game, supported by the title of the seventh young master, an ordinary sandcastle that could be destroyed by the slightest touch. After all, in the end, the boy was just an arrogant and pathetic descendant who had not a single loyal subordinate, despite how much time they had spent together. And the very first step in the training of the main character was for Mao to finally understand and realize this fact. At that moment, having finished the greetings, Jem Saik finally realized what Zhao Yisou meant by his debut. Usually, the young man dedicated the head of the counterintelligence corps to his affairs, so the man thought the boy had some problems. But it turned out that he simply decided to break the will of the young heir on the very first day. This approach was quite in his style. The main character thanked the head of the corps for his help, but asked him to leave. After all, although the seventh heir was his lord only in words, Zhao Yisou did not want to make a big scandal out of it, and the man himself understood this perfectly. However, before leaving, he warned that if this job turned out to be too much for the main character, they were always ready to take him back. In the end, all the spies left as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, Mao, left puzzled, wondered who Zhao Yisou really was. It was quite obvious that he was a rather influential figure, but this only gave Mao more questions about his new position. Moreover, it became interesting to understand what Zhao Yisou's words meant about leading him to the top. However, the question seemed too obvious to the hero himself. Therefore, he reminded who was above everyone within the demonic cult. The vice leader of the demonic cult. The person who sooner or later would take the place of the cult leader and rule the entire martial arts world. The main character wanted to make the seventh heir precisely this vice leader of the cult. But of course, the boy thought that Zhao Yisou had problems with his head, and he often heard similar suspicions about his madness. However, these were only unfounded accusations. Therefore, Mao considered the main character a simple talker. After all, he could not possibly make him the vice leader, especially being a seventh-rank ghost. It was obviously impossible. But Zhao Yisou noticed progress. Although Mao called his ideas absurd, he still continued to consider various methods of achieving the goal. This meant that the boy was interested in the main character's proposal. Well, of course, the seventh heir fiercely denied it. He was simply curious to hear how much nonsense this bastard had come up with. However, Zhao Yisou explained that to initiate the plan, he would have to tidy up a bit. After all, as Mao had already realized, at the moment he was surrounded only by useless flies. It would be much easier for them if his other relationships were also in order. But, unfortunately, in his not very long life, the seventh heir had spoiled relationships not only with the sects, but also with his blood relatives. Of course, the guy was furious that the damn bastard like Zhao Yisou dared to bring up that topic. Therefore, he rushed at the young man with fists to make him shut up and close his filthy mouth. But the young man easily defended with one hand against the incoming attack. Moreover, he even reproached Mao for falling for the simplest provocation. He also put all his strength into the strike, but even in this case, it had no effect. Because of this, the main character could draw one simple conclusion. The young man's honor and his martial arts were simply in a terrible state. Honestly, the heir was surprised that some weakling managed to block his strike with such ease. Moreover, when he tried to press harder, using more internal energy, he was simply thrown backward. And Zhao Yisou hoped that from such a vivid demonstration of Mao's strength, he would finally realize how insignificant his power was as the honorable seventh master. However, even in this case, he had nothing to worry about. After all, Mao now had reliable support in the form of the mad dog himself, Zhao Yisou. Of course, first they needed to teach Mao manners. After that, Zhao Yisou would help him gain self-esteem and also improve his martial arts. He would be able to help do everything so that the seventh heir would finally be recognized. And these words instantly transported the boy back to his childhood, where he was more worthless than everyone else. Back then, the elders never forgot to repeatedly say that a scum like Mao should know his place. And every time he forgot himself and behaved inappropriately, they beat him and showed him how insignificant his position was. From these painful memories, unable to hold back, Mao screamed with all his might, literally howled like a wild beast. It seemed he was about to attack the hero, but instead he ran past somewhere, and even threatened that the main hero should never dare to say such nonsense to him again. Zhao Yisou did not expect such an escape at all. After all, obviously, anyone who wants to survive in such a treacherous demonic cult must have at least a little dignity. But this time the young man decided to let him go. Moreover, Thanks to their small quarrel, the main hero was convinced that the rumors that Mao had the best energy center in the entire demonic cult were not far from the truth. After all, he made a quite decent strike. For a normal strike filled only with internal energy, it was surprising that the young man had such potential, which you wouldn't even find on Mount Tian. But the demonic cult continued to strongly ignore this young man. Even if he was a child from a mistress, he was still chosen by the cult leader himself. However, the main character could find out all the details during their next meeting. For now, he decided to leave the Wild Lord alone, at least for some time. This meant that now the young man could put all his efforts into tidying up the surroundings of the young lord. At that moment, Mao himself went to the city, and despite being among people, he still continued to curse the hero with all sorts of filth in his mind. Moreover, he was insanely furious because such a degenerate made him burn with shame. Not only was he beaten by an unknown 7th-rank ghost, but he also listened to all that nonsense about honor, martial arts, and how this person would lead him to the top. What upset him the most was that he actually listened to the words of that degenerate, even if only briefly. Although Mao, more than anyone else, should have understood how ridiculous and absurd his words were. But suddenly the 7th Lord was recognized by passers-by walking by. It was a group of 3 guys who gave him a mocking smile. Moreover, it seemed that this trio was very glad to have met Mao in such an unexpected place. After all, they were just about to ask this pride of their clan for a small favor. The central one among these 3 people was one of the trio of brothers who constantly tormented him in the Ma family. The young man was a 4th-rank ghost, a distant relative of the Ma family, and also Mao's cousin named Ma Jun. Of course, Mao had no idea why the first elder Ma Yixin's servant was even in this place. And looking at the 2 behind his back, one could easily conclude they were from the Elders' Council, as they literally wouldn't leave Ma Jun alone. Mao immediately demanded that his cousin explain why he showed up to tell him some nonsense about a favor. However, Ma Jun had heard that the 7th heir had a new assistant. He was curious where his servant had gone. He even thought that Mao had gotten rid of him on the very first day, after which he turned to his friends, with whom he made a bet that their 7th young master wouldn't last a day with an assistant, and he won that bet. Honestly, the rest of his friends thought that this time Mao would last at least a couple of days. However, Ma Jun was convinced. The fragile young master simply was not capable of it. Moreover, he perfectly understood. If anyone found out that he had accepted not just an assistant but an ordinary servant, his family's reaction would be immediate. However, faced with the stern, displeased look of the 7th master himself, Ma Jun tried to pass off his words as a joke. After that, he asked the boy to relax and instead go with them to the Jade Immortality guest house. After all, they had long planned to go there and could even treat Mao. However, the young man was in no mood for a drinking party, so he suggested to his cousin to just shut up and go away. And their behavior only made his headache worse, so he had no intention of putting up with them. And Ma Jun decided to use the fact that the guy was in a bad mood. He thought he had a suitable candidate who could lift the mood. And as soon as he named Brother Ishin, Mao jammed, so he seemed to freeze in one place. From his single reaction, one could say that the young man really did not like this idea. And Ma Jun knew this very well, so as if nothing had happened, he ordered Mao to come to dinner. After all, he did not want that bastard to make him look like a fool in front of his friends. Apparently, before this, Mao mistakenly decided that he could disregard Ma Jun since he became the 7th young master. However, the cousin was ready to quickly remind the underdeveloped one of their brotherly memories. In the end, the guy had no choice left. He agreed to go with them. It would be a sin to refuse a drink. But he reminded that the alcohol was paid for by Ma Jun, so he pretended that it was a great honor for him to treat his cousin. Considering that everyone knew well about Mao's character, they understood. They would get a particularly interesting show for free drinks. By this time, the events moved to the Black Dragon headquarters. Finally, the guys ran up to their house. They guessed about the 7th gentleman, who was supposed to warn in advance that their opponent would be a former member of the Counterintelligence Corps. They were lucky that they at least fled from there in full force. Only because of this did they survive. Some quickly realized that there was something wrong with that guy. He found it amazing that Zhao Iso immediately understood where his blind spot was, and aimed only there. Honestly, Som was meeting an opponent with such sharp eyesight for the first time. This was to be expected from a member of the Reconnaissance Corps. Moreover, the thug remembered that he knew those guys they ran into when they were fleeing down the street. They were in fashionable clothes, and still looked a bit like white crows. Among them, Som, despite his obvious strabismus, recognized a man named Ma Jun. Of course, the head of the Black Dragons got scared and jumped to Som to find out. Was he really not mistaken? Was the discussion about the very degenerate from the Ma family branch. However, Som had no idea what shocked the leader so much. He thought that Ma Jun had come there to help the 7th young master, so he decided to mention his name. Obviously, Som had no idea how the clan had treated the 7th master up to that point. which was not surprising. Even the leader of the Black Dragon faction found it difficult to learn this information due to its extreme secrecy. The Ma clan killed absolutely everyone, from assistants to servants, anyone somehow connected to the palace of the seventh child. They sent assassins there who slaughtered everyone except him alone. Obviously, the young master continued to live alone, not because he liked it. He was simply tired of watching everyone around him die. Initially, the leader of the Black Dragon faction was glad that everything had settled down and thought that the Ma clan had lost interest in the heir. But then Ma Jun suddenly showed up, and at that moment, after these words, an explosion sounded behind the Black Dragon leader's back, causing everyone to tense up. Appearing as if nothing had happened, Zhao Yiso apologized for the intrusion. After all, passing by, he overheard their extremely interesting conversation. Therefore, the young man suggested to the guys not to resist and to fill him in on such interesting details. At that moment, Mao, together with his cousin, continued to relax in the guest house. However, even regarding how Mao ate, everyone continued to mock, believing that he clearly hadn't finished eating. Throughout their stay in the guest house, the seventh heir, without stopping, kept stuffing his mouth with dishes. Of course, the seventh heir reminded that Ma Jun had promised to cover the entire bill, and he just laughed, allowing Mao to keep stuffing his mouth. After all, they had all eaten their fill, watching his endless appetite. After that, Ma Jun decided to find out whether the seventh young master had ever met the owner of this establishment. After all, according to rumors that reached him, she was devilishly beautiful. Perhaps for this reason, it was extremely difficult to see her. Even money didn't help here, and even this girl's connections ran very deep. Therefore, Ma Jun wanted to turn to his brother for help, so that he could pull some strings for them. They had to think about their family's reputation, so they couldn't go around asking about the identity and possibility of meeting Chu Honggran. But no matter what mess the seventh young master made, no one would say anything to him. So they wanted Mao to use at least a drop of his influence for them. Since the night air was already quite cold, they dreamed of spending this night alone in the company of the local owner. Of course, Mao did not understand such demands. If Ma Jun thought it was late, then he should go home and go to sleep. He was not going to discuss this matter any further. It is unlikely that the owner of the establishment would agree to sing a lullaby to Ma Jun because he was tormented by insomnia. So the cousin should have just finished his liqueur and stopped behaving like a real yard dog during the rut. And of course, Ma Jun was furious at the behavior of the pathetic seventh heir. So he instantly flipped the table. He reminded the low-born son of the concubine that all this time he had indulged him only because he was the seventh young master. It was foolish that the runt actually believed he was worth something. Moreover, he learned to snap back like that. Of course, the enraged heir immediately jumped up from his chair to finally punish this little bastard. However, the brother instantly reminded the young man what happens when the seventh master goes wild. He could easily report this to the elder brother, and obviously Mao would be in trouble then. Because, as usual, when the elder brother got involved, everyone Mao interacted with suddenly turned into corpses floating in the Moon River. Of course, Mao could not risk that, so he immediately sat back down in his chair, gritting his teeth. And Ma Jun was extremely pleased with his behavior, believing that the heir should have behaved like that from the very beginning. He hoped that he would forever remember the hierarchy in the family, and give up the pathetic attempts to resist. But the cousin warned, if the guy dares to pull something like that even once, he will definitely call the older brother. And the consequences were perfectly known to him. However, the main character who arrived at the guest house could not wait to see what would happen if the elder brother of the gentleman really came here. Immediately after that, Zhao Yiso attacked the bastard using his blade as well as his phantom threads. After that, he pulled the young man to himself. The latter fell to the ground, gasping because of how tightly the threads bound his throat. And the main character was not even allowed to get up, and he even stepped on his face with his boot. The young man himself was glad to have met the young gentleman, understanding that he had arrived just in time. After that, he publicly declared that his new assistant was ready to fulfill his duty. At that moment, the frightened Ma Jun tried to tear the threads from his throat, demanding that Zhao Yiso let him go. After all, he could not breathe. He was literally dying, already choking on his own saliva. However, that was the very meaning of the punishment of this serf who dared to insult his master. Looking at everything happening, even Mao himself thought that his servant had gone mad. He did not understand what was happening here and demanded that the main character immediately release Ma Jun. However, thinking about the fact that this idiot might die, to be honest, Mao secretly felt somewhat glad. Therefore, without even realizing it himself, he asked Zhao Yiso to strangle him a little more. But very soon he already asked the guy to forget his words and immediately release Ma Jun. Of course, the protagonist could not disobey the decision of the seventh young master. Therefore, since he was obliged to obey, he untied the ropes, allowing Ma Jun to take a deep breath of air. Obviously, he was shocked that this bastard dared to attack him and act in such a way. He was already intending to attack Zhao Yisou with his blade when the protagonist hit him again with his shoe right in the face. Immediately after that, as if nothing had happened, he approached the young master. He needed to make sure that he was okay and not injured anywhere. Of course, Mao noticed that in the situation they found themselves in, Ma Jun looked much more wounded than he himself did. And the protagonist was surprised that even in such a situation, the seventh heir was more worried about others than about himself. He, to be honest, was struck by the generosity of the seventh young master, which truly shone brighter than the full moon. So as an assistant, he was delighted with him. Zhao Yisou had no idea how the seventh young master could be so kind to a person who tried to harm him. Of course, Ma Jun went mad after these words. After all, he could not understand why Zhao Yisou even thought that he wanted to harm this bastard, the seventh young master. However, the main character could not describe what was happening in any other way. After all, the hero with his own eyes saw how Ma Jun hit the young master on the head exactly 5 times. The young man's eyesight was definitely reliable, so the hero had no idea what his cousin wanted to do if he wasn't trying to harm Mao. Of course, he excused himself by saying it was their family custom. And Zhao Yisou was furious that Ma Jun shamelessly admitted that such things had happened before. The despicable worm must pay with his life for such blasphemy. Ma Jun himself was furious at Zhao Yisou's antics and demanded an explanation from the seventh young master. Who this guy was and why some pathetic assistant dared to interfere in the Ma family's affairs? He had the impression that Zhao Yisou did not realize who he was. But the main character was well informed about Ma Jun, a member of one of the branches of the Ma family. But he considered him nothing more than a pathetic 9th-rank ghost who never managed to get an official position, and also a good-for-nothing freeloader living solely off the reputation of the Ma family. After that, he gripped Ma Jun's hand more firmly, where he held his blade, directing it at the seventh young master. And he obviously threatened that because the cousin had pointed a sword at one of the young heirs, he should lose his hand. Immediately after this warning, he knocked the weapon out of the guy's hands and attacked him with a fist to the solar plexus. That one, choking on his own saliva, immediately flew into the wall behind him. The main character, having pinned him down, pressed the blade to Ma Jun's neck, thus warning him of the consequences. He also warned that if his cousin values his life, he should choose his words more carefully when speaking to his master. And to be honest, Ma Jun was utterly horrified that some pathetic 7th-rank ghost possessed such power. Of course, he learned that this man was chosen by the third lady. It seems she was secretly involved in his training as well. In any case, whoever this man was, he was clearly a madly dangerous opponent. Ma Jun, almost in tears, begged the seventh lord not to stand like a statue and to get rid of this madman. He also warned that the Ma family would not sit idly by after being treated this way, and that Mao would hardly be able to handle it afterward. He swore that he would not let this incident go unnoticed, would report directly to the head of the family, as well as the Ma elder, so they would definitely receive the harshest punishment. Saying all this, he shamelessly pointed his finger directly at the seventh heir. So the protagonist, without any hesitation, grabbed the young man's finger. Before twisting it, he reminded him that he had warned about the consequences. It was Ma Jun's fault for deciding to ignore his words. After that, he slowly, enjoying the opponent's pain, broke his finger. He also pressed a sword to his throat for trying to intimidate the seventh young lord, the adopted son of the supreme leader, an aristocrat, a first-rank ghost, merely by the name of the Ma family. Of course, the protagonist hoped that Ma Jun would remain just as brave and dare to repeat the same words before the leader of the cult himself. And when it came to the family leader, he surely meant Ma Ilsen, the second-rank ghost. And Zhao Yisou could not believe that Ma Jun dared to threaten the seventh lord with such an insignificant figure. This clearly showed the rebellious intentions of the Ma family towards the cult leader and the new religion. So he hoped that Ma Jun would not mind if the protagonist reported everything to the higher-ups. Of course, the frightened cousin immediately began to apologize, explaining to Zhao Yisou that he simply misspoke and did not mean that at all. But the young man could not believe such pathetic and ridiculous excuses. Moreover, considering that Ma Jun himself admitted he blurted out without thinking, the best solution was also to prevent a bigger mistake and cut off his damn talkative tongue right now. And Ma Jun could only beg the seventh lord for mercy. Of course, he made a mistake and drank too much, but he swore he would never cross the line again. So he begged Mao to help him at least this time. However, the seventh heir himself, more than anyone else, knew that this guy was lying. Naturally, with a blade at his throat, he would beg for mercy in tears. But as soon as the danger passed, he would return to his old ways, because he simply could not resist it. This cruelty was in his blood. But even so, Mao could do nothing, so he ordered his assistant to throw this guy out. Because no matter how much the prince was angered by Ma Jun's words, everything he said was true. Moreover, they really would not be able to handle the consequences. So, after ordering the protagonist to release this guy, the seventh heir immediately headed for the exit of the guest house. Moreover, before leaving, he warned Zhao Yisou that if they continued to threaten Ma Jun, or even did something to him, then most likely, as a consequence, about half of the Moon River village would be buried. And, having obeyed the gentleman, the main character carried out his order. However, grabbing Ma Jun by the scruff, he threw him out, so that he flew right before Mao's eyes. After which the boy with all his might broke the window with his body and fell outside directly onto the ground. His friends, who had come together, could only look down fearfully, and thank God, confirmed that he was still alive. But Zhao Yisou, looking at Mao's stunned reaction, had no idea why the seventh young master was so surprised. After all, he himself ordered the hero to throw the boy, and the main character did exactly as instructed. However, looking at Zhao Yisou's smile, as if nothing had happened, the heir only became fully convinced of his complete madness. Of course, Mao meant that the assistant should have let him go himself, not thrown Jake out the window. At that moment, the unfortunate boy's body lay sprawled on the ground after falling from the second or third floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Yisou was apologizing to the young master for misinterpreting his words and promised to listen more carefully to orders next time. After that, the main character looked back at two more onlookers, who had long since been supposed to leave the stage, and ordered them to also take their comrade lying outside. Of course, these two could not believe that the assistant was addressing them. However, Zhao Yisou kindly offered to help them exit the guest house. They immediately got scared to death and, heading towards the exit, fearfully wished the seventh master to have a good time with his new assistant. Finally, when they were alone, Mao panicked. He thought that this madman clearly did not understand what monstrous consequences they would face after such a stunt. However, the hero calmly reminded that he, as an assistant, was only fulfilling his duty as a trusted person. Then Mao reminded this fool that the guy whom the main hero had just thrown out the window was the right hand of Brother Mason. This meant that Zhao Yisou had just offended the heir of the greatest Ma clan, the pillar of the demonic sect. And as was widely known, this guy never forgave those who dared to challenge him. The hero had to understand what this meant. A real slaughter was coming. The best assassin guild under the patronage of Brother Mason, a whole gathering of the craziest cutthroats, was already after the main hero. And all this to tear him into small bloody pieces. Obviously, these creatures did not respect that fool Majingo, nor anyone else, and they would stop at nothing. They would kill the hero in the most terrible way imaginable. So if Zhao Yisou wanted to survive at least one more day, he should immediately flee from the village Wanhe. It would be better to return to his spies and hide, or even leave the Tian Shan Mountains and perish where these psychopaths would not find him. Still, Mao did not want to see another person die before his eyes. He was really fed up with it throughout his miserable life. However, unexpectedly, not letting the heir leave, Zhao Yisou proposed to the seventh lord to make a bet. It seemed, as the protagonist understood, that he still needed to prove to the young lord that he was worthy to be his right hand. He decided to bet whether he would survive escaping the slaughter here in Wanhe, or if he would already go to the afterlife. If Zhao Yisou still won this bet, then the seventh heir would recognize him as his trusted person. The hero saw no reason for the young prince to refuse this fair deal. Mao was finally convinced that Zhao Yisou was a true complete psycho. He decided to agree to this crazy deal. After all, if the assistant was so desperately eager to die, even the heir would not be able to stop him. The seventh lord only asked that the hero would not cry later that no one warned him about anything. After that he left, slamming the door behind him with a bang, while the protagonist pondered the impending massacre. Somewhere at the same time, in the dense forest, a man was sitting, resting on a huge stone. Suddenly, a hawk appeared to him, which brought a sealed note on its paw. It was an order from the boss, who had not contacted the leader for a long time. At that moment, the elder brother was approached from behind by his younger colleague. Seeing the hawk, he quickly understood. It seems they already have new prey for today. To great regret, although today they searched through everything and everyone, inspected the carts and rummaged through the corpses to the last thread, these bandits found nothing valuable. The so-called merchants were carrying only a bunch of worthless junk, and they themselves turned out to be as naked as hawks. They didn't even have a penny on them. Therefore, the younger one decided at least to take these people with him as slaves. At least there was a woman with a child, for whom they could get a good price if sold as merchandise. And the man, hearing these monstrous words, fell to his knees, not understanding what this scoundrel was talking about. After all, the bandits promised that if the merchants gave them the carts, the robbers would spare their lives. The unfortunate man could not believe that they had committed some sin, since they decided to settle accounts with them in this way. However, the young bandit just shoved the man away, reminding him that they themselves were to blame. They trespassed on their territory and even tried to pass without paying the toll. This alone was enough reason to say goodbye to life. However, the beaten man reminded them that their caravan had been passing this way for decades. They had no idea that this territory had suddenly become the bandits' property. He was curious, at least when did this happen, that they missed such important news. However, the bandit calmly explained that this territory became their property from the very moment they took a liking to it. Therefore, from today. Of course, the caravan owner immediately noticed that their words were the most ridiculous. But what infuriated the bandits was that the old man kept arguing, considering that no one would pay even a penny ransom for him in the slave market. Therefore, not knowing what to do with him, the younger one decided simply to finish off this scoundrel so that he wouldn't talk too much anymore. The elder, rising after brief reflection, ordered the brothers to stop the idle chatter and prepare to retreat. After all, an order had come from the Ma clan. The bandits immediately realized that most likely the matter was again connected with the seventh prince. Surely his new assistant had caused some trouble. They were ordered to deal with the boy by sunset the next day. But the robbers still did not understand what to do with the little people they had captured. After all, dragging them along would be too exhausting. Of course, they could have left them here, and people for a moment even rejoiced at their unexpected rescue. However, the leader of the group, passing by his fighters, immediately ordered them all to cover their ears. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, using the monstrous technique of lion's roar. Even the strongest of men began to be literally turned inside out by this deafening sound. In the unfortunate, capillaries burst not only in the head but throughout the body from sound waves that pierced their flesh through and through. And the leader only mocked those miserable little people, who needed just one of his size to all die. Which was unsurprising for such insignificant worms. This giant was called the sixth in the hierarchy of demon warriors, Magvi, the demon of sound. Glancing briefly one last time at the corpses, including the woman with the child, the sound demon ordered his comrades to move out. The time has come to visit their beloved seventh prince and play a little with his new assistant. At the same time, Mao dreamed of his distant childhood when he was just a little boy. Back then, he had friends who, just like him, performed the duties of servants. And so the boy joyfully showed up to his comrades to tell the amazing news. The elder brother allowed them to also go to the palace of the seventh prince. Of course, the guys could not believe that Lord Mason himself approved it. At the same time, Mao was proud of himself. Now he could allow his friends not to sweep those cursed yards, but to live happily together in the palace of the seventh prince. He hoped his friends were looking forward to it, but seeing their dissatisfied and gloomy faces, Mao was disappointed. After all, he tried so hard to get this permission, and his friends became quite downhearted. However, the reason turned out to be that the young men simply could not go with Mao. Of course, the boy tried to explain to his friends that they should not fear the sideways glances of the clan. After all, he had already settled everything. However, unexpectedly the atmosphere became even gloomier when the friends reminded the comrade that he himself should have known the true reason why they could not go with him. The whole matter was that they had been dead for many years, and the talking severed heads kept repeating over and over that the seventh prince Mao was to blame for all this. In the end, the heir cried in this terrifying nightmare and came to himself, waking up in his bed. Everything was as usual, so he quickly realized that he had dreamed again of that cursed dream about the past. Mao had no idea how long this would continue until he suddenly heard the voice of the hero who came to visit the young master. Zhao Iso quickly understood that if the seventh prince woke up screaming, most likely he had a nightmare. However, it was surprising that when the prince himself looked around, to his amazement he did not see the hero beside him. Obviously the heir had not fully woken up, so he saw a hallucination. Therefore Mao hurried to get dressed and went out into the inner courtyard. To his surprise, looking around, he did not notice Zhao Iso anywhere, although usually he should have already been in the prince's domain. The heir remembered the hero's words, how he threw him his fearless bet. Obviously, Mao was now sure that the assistant got scared and still preferred to run away. This was not surprising, considering that although Zhao Iso was a member of the secret squad, he would not have been able to oppose the coming massacre. Mao should not have counted on anything from the very beginning. Moreover, it was even foolish to listen to his high-flown words that Zhao Iso would help him achieve success. After all, Mao was nothing more than a scum, and the hero did the right thing by running away. Now he could live long and happily somewhere in a paradise corner, and God willing, he will not get into trouble so as not to die prematurely. Therefore, since Zhao Iso was no longer there to keep him constantly tense, Mao decided to take a nap and then visit the tavern to have a good rest. Also, the seventh master decided to take the guys from the Black Dragon to have a great time. But suddenly, the gates to his house burst open with a crash. Of course, the prince first thought it was Zhao Iso, so the question arose what the young man was doing here when he needed to run away. The heir was about to scold the assistant, who did not understand human words, until he saw exactly who had come to him. Magvi, according to the master, quickly concluded that Zhao Iso was not here. However, this was no problem. After all, he had already sent his guys all over the village, so finding the boy would be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, he could properly greet the seventh prince with his friends. After that, the sound demon introduced himself, a man who came on behalf of Boyne to deliver a message to the heir. At the same time, the events shift to the hidden pavilion, Hubei branch. The head sitting there had been sorting through countless reports all night and was just about to leave when suddenly they handed him some kind of paper, and logically decided to ask the lady assistant how important the matter was that she came to him at such a late hour. Jagal-sami hurried to explain that she had received a report from number 103 about his entry into the palace of the 7th prince. The girl was reviewing documents related to this, but some names mentioned in the papers caused her serious concern, and the very book she brought was about Boyne. The name belonged to Jagal-san was well known to him. As far as he knew, the butchery was one of the most formidable killers of the demonic sect. Their leaders and brothers themselves exterminated people with unprecedented merciless cruelty, and their combat skills were comparable to masters of the Archidokian level. Obviously, to ordinary members of the sect, they inspired much greater fear than the sect leader himself. It was precisely for this reason that many bloody stories circulated about them. And the most remarkable thing was that once they killed all the servants who were accompanying the 7th prince to the palace. Having examined the report, Jagal-san clearly recalled that monstrous event. It was such a brazen crime that Hyoryanden quickly tracked them down. But none of the butchery were punished. They were simply released from custody. And the whole matter was that they were backed by the heir of the Ma clan. His intrigues precisely helped the killers avoid deserved punishment. And the purpose of all this cruelty was to make the upstart placed in the sect clan understand not to get conceited relying on his status. And judging by the fact that no new servant has come to the 7th prince's palace so far, the warning worked splendidly. Jagal-san immediately realized, in other words, number 103, who became the assistant to the 7th prince, could soon become a target for the butchery. And even without the brothers, this organization was already destroying masters of the highest level. Therefore, Jagal-sami was worried. What if it comes to a confrontation? Agent number 103 will not last a moment and will be doomed to certain death. At that moment, the members of the butchery searched the entire city. They gradually gathered towards its center, like a pack of hungry dogs. However, each reported that the hero could not be found, as if he had vanished without a trace. Of course, there were suspicions that this brat had dared to flee the city. However, the killers still did not see this as a problem, considering how many people were in the city. Surely someone had at least caught a glimpse of this boy recently. After that, one of the bandits showed the prisoners a portrait of this rat, and ordered the people to tell everything they knew about this man to help in the search. Just in case, the killers warned, do not even try to escape, because the village was already in the iron claws of the butchery. And if even one of them twitched, the whole village would be drenched in blood so much that songs would be sung about it. So the unfortunate ones should not do anything foolish and should think carefully. Those who give sensible answers will remain safe and unharmed. But if the residents dare to waste their precious time foolishly, the killers will start executing the most useless weaklings one by one, sending them to the afterlife. For example, one of the butchery had already noticed a little girl with whom he could start his bloody crime. This girl irritated him unbearably, because while the adults were talking, this ill-mannered one just cried, and her pathetic, tearful little face caused such repulsion in him that he became furious right before their eyes. Therefore, the scoundrel decided to finish off the girl in order to begin interrogating the others. But the old man stood up for the child, not understanding how these warriors, being masters of martial arts, could threaten a small defenseless child with a sword. He begged to show mercy to the girl. However, they only became even more enraged and grabbed him by his clothes, thinking that the old man was the first to ask for the afterlife, since he did not watch his tongue. They warned that they might start the killing with him, and did not even try to listen to his sane words. Considering that the man was literally asking for trouble, the killers decided to hasten the death of the elderly man. After all, since he did not like them touching the girl, the old man should die first. He did not have long to live anyway, and the other members of Boyne were not surprised by how their comrade had gone off, although before that Magvi, the elder, had already ordered not to kill without orders. Well, in the case of Boyne, accidental killing was an unsurprising and usual matter. Therefore, the comrades decided simply to take a walk and check the town once more for the last time, and the old man watched the departing robbers attentively. He was exactly waiting for this. The bandit, whose expression had changed, clearly noticed nothing, already preparing to finish off the old man as an example. However, the man easily took the blade from the killer's hands, after which he pierced his own neck with the very same blade. Only at the last moment did the warrior notice that the old man had a knife in his hands, and the knife was already at his throat. All the other residents were stunned when they realized that the old man had killed this ruthless bandit with his bare hands. However, it turned out that this was once again a disguised spy, Zhao Iso. He gestured to the residents not to make a single sound so as not to ruin his legendary plan. At that very moment, Jagal-san finally understood what his assistant Jagal-sami had been talking about. However, the fate of number 103 did not bother him at all. So the old man decided to go rest properly after 2 sleepless nights in a row. He was very exhausted. Of course, Jaegil-san was sad that he had aged so quickly. After all, in his youth he could stay awake for 11 whole nights without the slightest fatigue. At the same time, Jaegil-sami could not believe that the head of the hidden pavilion would so easily avoid the topic. She asked the master to send reinforcements to number 103, or at least to pass him the data about the massacre. Although number 103 was just one of the agents, she could not be so indifferent to his inevitable death. Even the elder was struck by her sentimentality, not understanding why the girl cared so much about number 103's affairs. He even suspected that she might be in love with the agent, despite the rules that strictly forbid it. When the girl hastily denied her love, the old man quickly calmed down, but explained that she had nothing to worry about, because what she feared most simply would not happen. Of course, Jaegil-sami had to remember Fenglin well. It was about the legendary guild of assassins that had kept the demonic sect in constant fear for many generations. As was widely known, that group was so strong that they could eliminate even the elder of an entire school. Their power resounded everywhere, but those were matters of long past days. Because 10 years ago they were all completely destroyed by some unknown force. Moreover, this happened immediately after number 103 was assigned to operate in the demonic section. Obviously, having calculated the time, the girl realized. At that time, the hero was only 19 years old. However, what Jaegil-san said was pure truth. Zhao Yiso was incredibly strong, so she had nothing to worry about. If number 103 encountered an enemy, it would not be him who got stuck in the quagmire, but his opponent. In the end, after killing another man, the hero, as if nothing had happened, drowned him in the river so that the corpse would no longer offend his eyes. And this sound was very quickly heard by his comrades. After that, the killers saw the little corpse floating down the river, and thought that their buddy had indeed finished someone off, although they had asked him to act more carefully. Only later did the bandits realize that this was not the corpse of the old man their comrade had threatened. And most surprisingly, this corpse looked very much like the body of their friend. Only then did they look behind their backs and see that the very old man their comrade had threatened was standing there. However, not a moment passed before the hero killed these two, smashing their skulls against each other with a crunch. He was incredibly outraged at the killers, who not only roamed in broad daylight, but also so easily let someone sneak up from behind and slit their throats. Obviously, if these fools did not even know the basics, it would take him about the time of an average meal to finish them all off. At that moment, complete silence reigned in the prince's domains. Magvi kept playing with the stones, constantly tossing them up and catching them back in his palm. Well, to be honest, Mao was already quite fed up with this, so he made the sound demon understand that it was time to simply give the order, no matter why he came, and get out of here. So, it was clear that they had come to deal with the order from the informant Ma Jun, who immediately ran and complained to the elder brother to reprimand Zhao Isa. But unfortunately for those who came from the slaughterhouse, the hero had already vanished without a trace. He was obviously smart and valued his skin, so he would no longer come here or show himself to them. So the heir simply asked Magvi to stop wasting his precious time, deliver the message, and leave. And Magvi perfectly understood that, judging by the lack of news from the servants, finding the hero was not easy, although he wanted to bring the boy here before reporting to the 7th Lord. In short, the sound demon had 2 messages. The first was that the prince should keep himself under control. And the second, stemming from the first, was that he needed to temper his ardor. Honestly, the prince was even surprised that the sound demon expressed the order so grandly, since it all boiled down to Mao needing to keep a low profile and behave quietly. He promised to remember these words and drove the assassins out of his palace. However, this was not the last order from the Lord. The sound demon needed to catch Zhao Isa and return with his head. However, if he did not find the hero today, then a big fire would accidentally break out in the village. They will not look, whether men, women, children, or old people. This great fire will take the life force of absolutely all the inhabitants one by one. Of course, the prince immediately realized that these people were genuine madmen, ready to cross any boundaries. But he tried to reason with the bandits, since the village was on the lawful territory of the sect leader. No matter how much the massacre tried to arrange something like this, they would not get away unscathed. However, the sound demon reminded that Mao seemed to have completely forgotten about that purge of the miserable insects in the palace of the 7th prince, which went absolutely smoothly thanks to the order of the man who was actually behind the massacre. And of course, the prince panicked greatly, understanding that the hero definitely would not come, would not appear. The young man had no obligations to him to take reckless risks. Therefore, the 7th Lord ordered that these people stop venting their anger for no reason. They needed to calm down. However, the sound demon calmly explained the hero would have to appear in any case, so that a fire would not accidentally break out. After that, the killers left to visit the market and fill their bellies with something tastier. Mao panicked greatly, not knowing what to do so that innocent people would not die just like his friends did. And of course, the heir again believed that all this guilt, as before, lay only on him alone. Well, the guy could no longer endure this. He had to stop these people, even if he died himself. But unexpectedly, blocking the way for the little people from the butchery, the hero himself returned to the prince's estate. After which Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, asked his young master to temper his ardor a little. He sensed Mao's malice from a kilometer away. However, if the young master personally got involved in such trifles, it could harm his majesty. If something irritated the seventh prince, the right thing was simply to give the order to the hero. One single word from Mao about killing was enough. Then Zhao Iso would wipe all these people off the face of the earth in the blink of an eye. Of course, Mao was in complete shock that the assistant had come to him. After all, the heir had clearly ordered him to run if he wanted to survive. However, the hero did not respond to these words, only calmly looked around at the scoundrels who dared to invade the courtyard of the seventh prince. Among them was a sturdy guy with a braid, so the main hero quickly understood who was behind the butchery and decided to play his trump card, because he knew perfectly well that this man was sixth in the hierarchy of the butchery Magvi. Sending him to the vanguard meant playing big. However, while the hero tried to recall the nickname of this odd fellow, he made Zhao Iso realize that the kid had already miscalculated twice. Magvi found it hard to believe that the assistant had come here on his own, let alone that he had come on foot, not beaten and in chains. After these words, Zhao Iso was convinced that Magvi was as stupid as he looked. In principle, the main hero did not expect more from him. After all, he had long figured out that the sound demon would come here. Mao himself could not believe that the assistant knew that Magvi would come here. After all, it was akin to something impossible. The fighter himself realized that for the seventh demon, Zhao Iso was clearly not without talent. However, Magvi warned that the village had long been under the control of his people, so he wanted to know, what trick did the hero pull to slip out of there alive and even uninjured? And Zhao Iso almost laughed at the nonsense that Magvi was spouting right in his face. After all, to come to his workplace he needed no tricks. All he did was simply walk past them, and they couldn't even put up a fight. Thus, the assistant ended up here. This task was as simple as could be. However, the hero could not help but notice that there was an awful lot of trash on the road today. But that still would not stop a real man from fulfilling his duty. After that, he turned to the biggest piece of trash of all those he had encountered on the way today. And because of Magvi's brazen words, he was convinced. The rumors that the hero came from the spy department were true, for his bold tongue was no ordinary one. At the very least, he could pay tribute to this young man and finish him off with full seriousness, and at the same time burn the entire village to the ground. All so that the guy who interested him would not be sad that in the afterlife he would be completely alone. After that, the man took a deep breath and shouted at the hero. His subordinates and even the young master himself hurried to cover their ears at this piercing scream. However, Zhao Iso continued to stand unflinchingly, even though Magvi was really on fire today and was yelling at the top of his lungs. Even his friends and subordinates, whom the sound did not directly affect, found it hard to bear his scream. So it felt like the hero's insides should have already been torn apart. The frightened Mao just kept screaming, demanding that Magvi stop. After all, this man was not his assistant. He also promised that he would not take anyone as an assistant, and declared aloud, they could pass this on to the elder brother. From now on, he would live quieter than a dead mouse, half alive and unnoticed. However, Zhao Iso, having contacted the young master using sound transmission, made it clear that he should shut up and not disgrace himself. Only then did the seventh prince raise his eyes to the hero, and realize that he was standing as if nothing had happened, as if the sound did not harm him at all. However, Zhao Iso calmly, with a smile, reminded the master that all that was needed was simply to give him one single order. And only at that moment did the seventh heir realize why Zhao Iso continued to stand and do nothing. But, infuriated by their behavior, he lost control and ordered his assistant to kill those scoundrels to the last one. And the hero smiled as he accepted this order and instantly drew his phantom threads, as well as his dagger. If he could, Magvi would have even laughed at his pathetic attempts, because he would not succeed in doing anything by drawing his sword at this stage. After all, his sound equipment was the pinnacle of skill, recognized by the sect leader himself. The seventh demon is unlikely to even attempt to oppose him. But how surprised the man was when the sword passed through his throat, and the hero caught his weapon already from the other side of his body. After that, as if nothing had happened, the main character easily pulled the strings to which his sword was tied. And in the end, in an instant, it tore Magvi's head apart, splitting it into two halves. Of course, all the other members of Boini were horrified when they saw how easily their elder brother was defeated. But they had not even managed to scream in fear when in an instant their bodies were also cut into the tiniest pieces. Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, approached his master. He needed to make sure that he was safe and unharmed. Well, and he did not forget to remind about the bet that was made. So from this moment he officially became the prince's assistant. After that, the hero offered his hand to the air, helping the seventh lord to rise from the ground. He took that hand, amazed at the madness of his assistant, who voluntarily decided to become the right hand of a thug even the sect leader who adopted him had abandoned. But Mao decided to listen to this man. But in return, he had to keep his word and make others respect the seventh prince. And the hero understood this perfectly. He promised to fulfill his part of the deal. After that, he solemnly swore to the young master of the sect to make him the next leader. The events move back 2 hours to the clash between Zhao Iso and the butcher. The frightened leader of the Black Dragon faction fled with his close associates, recalling the proverb, "If you get involved with the spy department, 3 subsequent generations will suffer," and this turned out to be pure truth. The leader of the Black Dragons could not have imagined that the butcher would break in at dawn and start spouting such staggering nonsense. It turns out the hero had recently come to the Black Dragon and explained that the butcher would come to the village this morning to intimidate the lord. From these words, one could conclude that the Ma clan was up to some game again. Well, Zhao Iso did not inform the leader of the Black Dragon of all the details. He simply asked these guys to run as fast as they could and report that the butcher was threatening the people from the village, and they needed to run to their former workplace called Hyoryondan. Hyoryondan was also called the Hall of the Tiger and Dragon, part of the sect's highest authority. Hyoryondan was an armed force responsible for order and governance in the Tianshan Mountains. If they appeared, even the butcher, backed by the Ma clan, would not dare to rampage. And obviously, the leader of the Black Dragon faction understood that they had to bring fighters quickly, according to the assistant's plan. But first, exhausted, they decided to rest for at least a couple of minutes. They had been running since dawn, during which time they had not taken a sip of water, so Somu felt like he might die prematurely. However, the leader understood, no whining. Because if the hero found out about this, none of them would be spared, especially considering that the butcher was not some kind of barbecue vendors. If they come, it won't be just a couple or 3 wounded. At least dozens of villagers will die. However, while he was saying this, a man suddenly approached them and asked the travelers to tell more about the massacre. The head of the Black Dragon immediately noticed that this man had a belt with an embroidered tiger, a black-orange battle robe, and an aura that literally made legs buckle. Moreover, the man was angry that the leader of the Black Dragon faction had left Hyoryondan for the life of a bandit. Also, he had come here with such audacity. But for now, they had to answer his question. Was it true that the massacre, those inhuman creatures, dared to threaten the people of their sect? The one who asked this was the second demon and the head of the Hyoryondan organization. At the same time, Mao, having come to his senses, realized that his assistant had taken on a serious matter. Therefore, looking around the garden of corpses in his estate, he had no idea how to start clearing up this nightmare. However, suddenly, when the young man wanted to go down the stairs to inspect the mess, he was seized by intense pain in his leg. It seemed he had strained his leg badly, causing cramps as if he were burning in hell. Zhao Iso barely suppressed a smile that appeared at the master's behavior. After that, he knelt down beside him to start pressing the right point and relieve his pain. But obviously, the newly appeared head of Hyoryondan, not understanding what was happening, attacked the hero, rushing from behind. All because he wanted to punish the man who dared to touch the body of the seventh prince. But to the great surprise of the attacker, Zhao Isu managed to defend against this sudden attack. He quickly realized that the guys from the Black Dragon, whom he sent, had clearly overdone it. Although he ordered to call the members of Hyoryondan, he never thought that the head himself, Ji Daeho, would appear here. After that, the head calmly explained that on the way to the prince's estate he inspected the village. Initially, he received a message that the massacre threatened the innocent people of the sect, but everything turned out the opposite. Anyone would say that it was the massacre that was cut down by some one person. Worried, he came to the Lord's chambers, where corpses also lay as if on display. And obviously Jideho considered the hero responsible for this countless lawless massacre. And in principle, the guy could not say that the man was very wrong, although he warned that he had his own circumstances to act this way. Even Mao defended the assistant, explaining that a misunderstanding had occurred. However, when the heir tried to get on his feet to have a normal conversation with the chief, the pain once again gripped his entire body. After that, he began rolling on the ground, clutching his injured leg. And to be honest, Jideho was in complete shock. After all, the body of the seventh prince was stronger than steel. Seeing him writhing in pain was practically impossible, so the chief could not even imagine how badly the young lord had been wounded. Therefore, Jideho asked the young lord to endure a little longer. He swore by his name that he would immediately deal with that scoundrel Zhao Yi and send the seventh prince to the doctor. And the hero, looking at the seriousness of this fighter, realized that he seemed to have gotten into very serious and unpleasant trouble. In the end, the hero had to defend himself, because killing this fighter was categorically forbidden. so he tried in every way to avoid his attacks and dodge the blows. Ji-daeho immediately realized that although the opponent seemed to him a mere trifle that could be dealt with in a single blow, he turned out to be not so simple. After all, some weakling simply could not have taken his fist right in the forehead and still remained intact afterward. Therefore, having confirmed that the opponent was not a simpleton, Ji-daeho became even more interested in testing what this enemy was capable of. The more he attacked the young man, the more he understood that his abilities were clearly not accidental. This man met each of his strikes in the most precise way, without the slightest unnecessary expenditure of energy. If the guy relied on brute force, the leader would not be surprised. But this young man was not even 30 years old, and he already mastered flawless high-level technique. After that, Ji-daeho decided to test him one last time and attacked the hero straight in the forehead with his foot. However, Zhao Iso dodged the attack, which impressed the opponent even more. But Ji-daeho dealt a deadly blow with the true intent to kill, and the protagonist escaped this attack with astonishing ease by using his thunderous energy. So Ji-daeho even had to apologize for his imperfect judgment and underestimating a hero-level warrior. Therefore, now the leader decided to pay him due respect and unleashed his true power in this fight. Observing the incredible power of the enemy, the hero was even surprised. The leader of Hyurenden was inhumanly strong. And despite all this, he fought only for the 30th place in the sect hierarchy. Moreover, Zhao Yisu had no choice but to use his thunder technique, which he had wanted to save for later. But it won't work. This opponent demanded total commitment even in a single strike. If the assistant makes even the slightest mistake, he will obviously die. However, to the hero's immense shock, he noticed that his thunderous energy began to fail because of the weakness of his body and the recent battle with those freaks from the slaughterhouse. And because of the crack in its core, the forces were running out. Therefore, in the next moment, the enemy was already rushing straight at him, using the Tiger's Fury Fist technique, an attack that even a master could die from with a single blow. And Zhao Iso understood that due to panic, he missed the moment when he could have dodged. So he tried to frantically figure out what to do in such a critical situation. But the shocking fact was that the Seventh Lord stood in the way between his assistant and the attacking Ji-daeho. Of course, at the last moment, the leader managed to slow down, and, thank God, even the prince remained unharmed. A couple of agonizing seconds passed before the prince exhaled with great relief, realizing that everyone was safe and sound. But Mao clearly understood. If the spasm had lasted a little longer, most likely Zhao Iso would already be crossing the river of the dead to the other world. After that, the heir also scolded Ji-daeho for not at least listening to the man until the end, instead of rushing to finish someone off indiscriminately. The warrior himself was in complete shock that the seventh prince covered this man, considering that the young lord had shielded him with his own body, ready to take the blow himself. However, the prince, as if nothing had happened, calmly introduced to his assistant Ji-daeho, the head of the well-known justice squad Hyurenden. After that, he introduced to Ji-daeho his new personal assistant Zhao Isa, as well as the first person he had let into the seventh prince's palace in a very long time. Soon, Ji-daeho learned the true picture of what had happened and examined Mogvi's body. Judging by the severed head, he was killed by a very unusual technique. So it quickly became clear that in his young years, this guy had also mastered a hidden weapon. But Zhao Iso calmly explained to Ji-daeho that he was not very strong in internal energy from birth. Therefore, he had to learn many small tricks. After all, obviously, surviving in the demonic sect with his fragile body otherwise would have been damn hard. The hero Ji-daeho's skill could not be called tricks at all. After all, even his fist and foot technique was on par with the boy, who called it merely pathetic tricks. So the more the head of Hyurenden thought about this young man, the more mysterious he appeared to him. Now Ji-daeho began to understand why the seventh prince allowed this guy to get close to him. Everything was falling into place. The hero hoped that he would not be accused of using hidden weapons in the fight between sect members. However, Ji-daeho knew very well that in the Tianshan Mountains this was common, especially for the safety of the master, so there were no problems at all. However, given the extreme seriousness of this matter, it was impossible to neglect the investigation and the report on today's events. And this meant that the rumors would reach the Council of Elders. Then problems could arise with the Ma clan. This news frightened the heir, but the assistant hastened to report that it suited them perfectly. After all, the hero had left living witnesses in the village, so Ji-daeho could take them with him, interrogate, and compile a flawless report. They also had to find the main culprit behind this attempt to suppress the sect leader's adopted son by force and hold him accountable. And, of course, obtain official apologies and compensation. And although Ji-daeho perfectly understood what the assistant was aiming for, he warned that it was not as simple as it seemed. But the boy did not agree with Ji-daeho brushing off the problem. After all, the hero himself simply did not notice the reasons and difficulties mentioned by the leader. The evidence was clear. The circumstances and witnesses were also present, so the situation was extremely clear. And if Jidaeho still said it was difficult, then Zhao Isu would have to declare the incompetence of Hyoryondan in investigations. And that meant he would have to file an official lawsuit, because he would have no other way to prevent this situation from being covered up. Seeing the tension between the two, the seventh prince intervened, who did not understand why the hero was so stuck on this point. After all, the heir had no idea what they would do next if the conflict escalated to incredible proportions. Therefore, he himself would like them to just cover up this conflict this time and live peacefully. However, the assistant did not consider this right. If they had already dared to attack, then the matter had to be brought to an end. Otherwise, those worms who did not know their place would again come crawling to the seventh lord, and the young lord could believe. Next time, the methods would be much dirtier and harsher than today. Obviously, the young lord did not want this at all. Therefore, the matter was closed. Zhao Iso immediately hurried to bow before Jidaeho. Now that his lord had clearly expressed his intentions, he was counting on the leader's help. The hero very much hoped that in the name of his own reputation and the reputation of Hyoryondan, he would achieve compliance with the sacred laws of the sect. And to be honest, Jidaeho was amazed that this young man was not only a master of martial arts, but also possessed impeccable business skills and eloquence. And the way he treated the seventh prince, this notorious scoundrel, as if he were a child, was astonishing. From all this, the leader could draw the conclusion that was obvious. An unusual person appeared in the palace of the seventh prince. This meant that the Tian Shan mountains would soon become very heated. In the end, the Bao Jidaeho promised that he would do everything possible at his level. Of course, he could not promise that the matter would not be covered up at the top, but from his side, he would do everything to publicize what had happened. The leader also apologized to the seventh young lord for the trouble, and promised to send people for cleaning, so the heir should wait a little. And of course, Mao was insanely embarrassed by such respect from the leader, while the latter promised the prince to contact him as soon as the crime investigation was completed. After that, Jidaeho bowed and immediately disappeared, so his trail instantly went cold. And even after this short conversation, the seventh prince was unusually exhausted, which was not surprising, considering what an eventful day it had been for these two today. It was striking that the hero sympathized with the prince, considering that it was Zhao Iso who was the instigator of the main commotion, either slaughtering the butchery or demanding official apologies from the Hyoryondan clan, right in front of the leader. Mao was curious about how Zhao Iso was going to handle future problems. Surely he must have had some kind of plan, right? However, the young man was simply focused on keeping what they had under control and achieving what they lacked. Of course, there were only two of them for now, but the situation would change very soon. And at that moment, immediately after these words, frightened members of the Black Dragon faction showed up. Their leader hurried to report to the prince and Zhao Iso that they had completed a special assignment and rushed back to report. They were, of course, very glad to see that both lords were in perfect order. And the hero barely held back a satisfied smile, realizing that it seemed there were far more than just two of them now. However, for today he suggested closing this matter and sent the seventh prince to rest. After all, the day had indeed been exhausting. Whether Zhao Iso was running, fighting, or just talking, all this time spies were watching him closely, while the conflicts were happening in the seventh palace. Soon this spy returned to the third princess's domain, reporting everything that had happened to her. Of course, she was surprised that Zhao Iso had managed to destroy Magvi, the sixth in the hierarchy of the butchery, and his entire gang. Naraka hurried to explain that according to the reports of the observer assigned to the seventh palace, these reports were accurate. Moreover, Magvi, known as a master of high-level sound technology, was defeated without much effort and prolonged fighting, and the first reaction of Sakurena was some surprise. But remembering the young man and their conversation, she knew he should have handled this trial with ease if his loud words were not empty talk. But the fact remained a fact. Zhao Iso still accomplished a difficult feat. This meant that she could somehow encourage him and express personal praise for such an impressive result. That same evening, the seventh heir found himself in the pavilion of the drunken immortal, and for the young man it remained the greatest mystery what exactly plans Zhao Iso was harboring. The assistant promised to elevate him to the post of minor sect leader. However, for some incomprehensible reason, the first step towards such a grand goal was visiting an ordinary inn, where commoners simply rested. Mao could not understand how this noisy feast with revelry was connected to the title of minor cult leader. But in the next moment, Lady Chu Hanren herself came out to meet the seventh prince and his assistant. Bowing respectfully, the beauty explained that according to the assistant's command, they had mobilized absolutely all resources of the pavilion of the drunken immortal and arranged a luxurious feast for the villagers. The hostess assured that they tried with all their heart and sincerely hoped that the Lord would approve the work done. The hero immediately thanked the pavilion owner for her efforts. The girl handled the work even better than he expected. Only now did Mao realize that before him stood the very legendary beauty he had heard about not long ago. That very unattainable girl, a meeting with whom could not be bought for any amount of money. Of course, the heir was tormented by curiosity. By what incredible means did Zhao Iso manage to meet the girl whom even the highest officials of the sect could not see even with whole bags of gold? At that time, the main character apologized to Chu Honggran, whom he had recently been burdening with many tasks. Surely her delicate head was already spinning from all the affairs. Fortunately, the beauty at least rejoiced that they had enough people thanks to the workers sent by the assistant himself, so they could breathe easily. The hostess also conveyed that people from the Black Dragon faction were waiting for the hero to finally appear. But at that very moment, they themselves ran up to greet Zhao Iso. The entire Black Dragon gang appeared at once, after which the whole gang bowed before the hero and the seventh prince in a respectful greeting. Mao already had a great many questions. After all, the young man could not understand since when his recent friends had started behaving so compliantly. The whole matter was that after Zhao Iso personally dealt with the slaughter and even killed Mogvi himself, it became absolutely clear this assistant was clearly not an ordinary mortal. The faction leader literally instantly understood. If this mysterious guy did not take on a certain task, then there were good reasons for it. So for the leader of the Black Dragon faction, it was as if the heavens had thrown him a golden rope of luck in the person of Zhao Iso. But the most astonishing thing was that the leader called the hero his brother, despite the fact that he was significantly younger than him. However, the head of the Black Dragon immediately explained that in the world of martial arts, age was a mere trifle. Of course, he could call the hero whatever he liked, for example, older brother or even boss. However, the assistant magnanimously let the leader go away along with his whole gang, allowing them to enjoy alcohol and have a good walk. And their excessive joy amazed absolutely everyone around. But suddenly, the people looking around whispered when they noticed that the seventh prince himself had arrived. All the villagers immediately stopped eating and raised their cups high in the air. They proclaimed gratitude to the seventh prince, who saved their village from destruction and arranged such a luxurious feast for them. Of course, for Mao himself, such honors were completely incomprehensible, so the young man did not even know how to behave in such an unusual situation. Therefore, Zhao Iso hurried to explain that during the preparation of the feast, he had kind of accidentally spread a rumor among the villagers. It was said that this attack was a vile and nasty conspiracy of the slaughter to intimidate the lord. But thanks to his lightning-fast decisions, the seventh prince was able to neutralize all the fighters, not without losses of course. The heir perfectly understood that this was an outright lie. All honors should rightfully belong to the hero himself. However, Zhao Iso reminded that there was an ancient custom according to which the merits of a subordinate glorified their lord. Therefore, the assistant asked that Mao not worry about such trifles, but rather look at the result. Everyone praised him and was clearly grateful for the arranged feast and the saving of lives. Looking at the surprised face with which Mao watched the rejoicing people, Zhao Iso asked the gentleman to remember once and for all. Pacifying the hearts of the sect's people was also the greatest virtue of the small leader. Of course, this benevolent atmosphere among the residents was only temporary. The seventh prince had done many foolish things, becoming famous as a notorious scoundrel, so all the karma would not disappear at once like smoke. Therefore, from this moment on, Mao had to show the people not meaningless antics, but sincerity. A true desire to protect these people with all his strength, and then the hearts of the common residents would turn to him with genuine support. And in the future, this would become the most reliable foundation for him, which would help the heir on his thorny path. Honestly, from this spectacle and words, Mao was breathless. The young man could not understand how much time had passed since he had seen looks filled not with contempt or chilling fear, but with sincere expectation and hope. The hero, observing the prince's delight, was glad that he had still managed to more or less change the crowd's mood. Just in case, he mixed among the residents people from the pavilion of the drunken immortal to warm up the mood, and this was by no means in vain. However, unfortunately, because of this, the expenses for the feast and payment to the people doubled. Nevertheless, even this was not a particular problem for the hero, since he would definitely compensate his expenses at Mao's expense. When he promotes the heir to the post of small leader, he will squeeze every last drop of money the young man possessed. But until that moment was still far away. Therefore, the main character with a bright smile decided to ask Mao about his impressions, after which he suggested joining the feast and having a glass of strong alcohol. At the same time, the assistant could tell him something important that had not been possible to explain before. However, when Zhao Iso started this conversation, to be honest, Mao did not even know what to say. The young man was too embarrassed to answer the questions asked by the assistant. The spy, with curiosity, asked why the seventh heir had caught the sect leader's attention. He saw nothing objectionable in this question. After all, before making plans on how to make Mao the young leader, Zhao Iso, as an assistant, needed to understand how much the young man was aware of his current position. Therefore, the hero asked Mao not to complicate things too much and to tell everything as it was directly. To be honest, the guy had never seriously thought about it and considered that perhaps the reason lay in his cool appearance. Obviously, immediately after these words, both fell silent, not knowing what to say. The first to break the silence was the disappointed hero, who explained to Mao as carefully as possible that he did not look that cool at all, but still praised the heir for such an excellent sense of humor. Although, if you think about it, perhaps Mao did answer this question in part. The answer was just not deep enough to fully capture the essence of the problem. As is known, the sect leader, without the support of clans behind him, but possessing amazing martial arts power, not only destroyed many formidable opponents in the martial arts world, but also, thanks to his renowned wisdom, maintained political order in their cult. It is unlikely that such a person, knowing that at any moment someone could raise a sword against him, threatening his position as the leader and opposing the most influential clans, would choose adopted sons and daughters relying solely on their innate talents. In the humble opinion of the hero, the system of adopted children in the sect was created to direct the greedy eyes of the great clans in a direction convenient for the leader, namely to the position of the minor leader, who inherits the divine technique of the heavenly demon. This ignited rivalry between the clans, depriving them of the chance to unite and plot a rebellion, as well as cutting off the very possibility of betrayal. In this context, it became clear why the leader chose Mao, the seventh prince, rather than the legitimate heir of the Ma family. After all, the Ma clan was already considered the first among the three great clans. If they had taken the first of their sons as an adopted child, and he would have been the perfect heir in every respect, then the balance in the struggle for the position of minor leader would have been hopelessly disrupted. In that case, the rivalry between the clans itself would have lost any meaning. Therefore, they chose a gentleman with sufficient combat potential to look worthy, but with limited origin, because of which the Ma clan would not fully support him. Mao was perfectly suited for this role. Consequently, the seventh heir had the role of maintaining the balance of power in the sect in such a tense equilibrium as it is now. However, in Mao's own eyes, all these political complexities were completely unjustified. Therefore, Zhao Yiso had to explain that in the world of backstage intrigues, hiding many calculations behind the scenes, under the guise of a simple choice, was the most ordinary thing. Also, due to the role that the heirs occupied in place of the young leader, the heavenly demon himself had no attachment to the candidates. They were merely pawns on his chessboard to protect his own position. And this was the ruthless truth of the leader. On the contrary, a simple assistant, who planned to use the youth when Mao becomes the young leader in the future, will become attached to him and rely not on the heavenly demon nor on the native clan, but on the person who placed him on this throne. And that person will be Zhao Yiso. But unexpectedly, when the main character finished his reflections, he noticed that Mao was still silent. It seems the youth was truly deeply pondering the words that the assistant had just told him. Although it was not surprising. Formally, the sect leader was his adoptive father, and Mao had just learned that he and all his brothers and sisters were merely pawns in someone else's game. Surely such a truth shocked him, for it was indeed capable of overturning all those years he had spent as the seventh prince. Of course, Zhao Yiso thought that a person who had lived his whole life carefree would not be without shocks. But it seemed that for a couple of days he would feel uneasy, because the heir needed time to carefully consider everything. Finally, at that moment, Mao realized everything the hero had told him. However, the youth was even glad that he was chosen as the representative of the Ma clan. The main character was sincerely happy that the boy took the news lightly. Therefore, he praised the seventh heir for clearly grasping his message. Well, in reality, of course, Mao did not understand all the subtleties, which was even for the better, because Zhao Yiso did not have to spend precious time comforting him. This meant that from tomorrow he would be able to continue his preparation for Mao's promotion to the post of the minor head of the cult. But the girl who suddenly appeared in their chambers with a slight smile noted that the gentlemen were having a very noisy time. They should have informed her earlier that there was such a commotion here. Then she would not have thought to come here at such a late hour. However, Zhao Yiso pretended as if he was even offended by these words. After all, as is known, the more guests at the feast, the better the festive atmosphere. After that, the assistant warmly greeted the master, explaining that they had been waiting for her arrival with the greatest impatience. Immediately, upon hearing the mention of the master, the seventh prince jumped up, not understanding how this man could be here. However, bowing in a respectful salute, the girl, as was proper, greeted the seventh prince, after which she expressed due respect and introduced herself as Jin Shan. At the very same moment, Saharan used sound technique to explain to her brother that many eyes were watching them now, so he should not make any noise. The beauty herself appeared to his assistant as she was passing by. Therefore she asked so that Mao would not fill his head with nonsense and would continue to enjoy the feast. Obviously, the heir himself was extremely curious about what connected his assistant and sister. If Zhao Iso were an ordinary servant, Saharan would surely have contacted him using the seventh prince himself. But apparently, the matter was even more important than Mao could realize. However, for some reason, the young man sincerely wanted to believe that Saharan had come here to warn that insolent Zhao Iso not to stick out too much, and to behave more decently with the young master. Therefore, the seventh prince smirked maliciously, looking at the assistant. The main character immediately noticed how the heir's eyes suddenly became cunning. At that moment, the master, as if unaware of the changed atmosphere, suggested to Zhao Iso to take a little walk together. Obviously, Saharan did not suspect that despite her skillful disguise, Zhao Iso knew perfectly well who she really was. Already in a private conversation, the lady admitted that she was impressed by the achievements of Zhao Iso. The assistant not only stopped the slaughter attack, but also arranged a lavish feast for the sect members, which was a completely unexpected act. Moreover, he demanded an apology from the SA brothers, through the head of Corendon himself, and even at the moment when he had a serious quarrel with Bonya. However, Zhao Iso with a slight smile reminded of his promise, to make Mao part of the strongest top 4 heirs within a year. For this, he first needed to wash away the stigma of shame from the name of the seventh prince among the common people. After all, if even the people of the sect did not recognize the seventh young master as a worthy heir, then the head of the sect certainly will not recognize this thug. The demand for an apology was for this very reason. After all, the brazen bastards dared to challenge the authority of the prince and even offend the people of the sect under his protection. Such scoundrels needed to be dealt with without any ceremony to earn true recognition. The lady was struck by the eloquence of the young man, who was merely another assistant from the spy sect. For this, she could duly appreciate him. Moreover, she could not ignore the fact that everything Zhao Iso undertook was done extremely well. And for such a merit, he deserved a worthy reward. Obviously, Zhao Iso decided to find out what he could request as a reward. Could he ask for the secret elixir of the sect or some ancient treasure? Fortunately, there was nothing Saharan could not obtain if the hero was confident that the reward was worth such greed. However, as is known, Zhao Iso was extremely greedy by nature and could not refuse such a tempting offer. But to his greatest regret, the time for the reward had not yet come. However, the assistant promised the master that he would definitely make a request for a reward when something truly worthy and necessary appeared. Of course, the princess immediately understood that the hero wanted to record this reward as a debt, which was very clever on his part. For this reason, appreciating this cunning, the girl decided to give one important piece of advice for the future. Soon there would be a regular morning reception of the sect leader with his adopted children, starting with the first prince and in order. Therefore, in half a month, the turn would come to the seventh heir. The hero knew this perfectly well. Formally, this reception is when the sect leader meets alone with his adopted children over a morning meal. But in reality, it is one of the most important events of the sect, where the cult leader evaluates the achievements of his children and gives them guidance. However, this event was an internal secret, not spoken about publicly. Being the former seventh demon, the main hero had to pretend that he was aware. Therefore, he expressed surprise at such an event with the sincerity he could muster. Saharan, however, was not surprised by the assistant's ignorance, knowing that the seventh prince surely would not have reported this to the new servant. Most likely, the reason was that Mao was ashamed to talk about it. At that moment, the hero noticed how the face of the third princess changed sharply. So he became worried. Perhaps his delinquent ward even managed to cause some kind of scandal during the sect leader's receptions. The guy wanted to believe he was overthinking it, because for such a scandal, Mao would surely have been beheaded long ago. However, what was surprising was that Saharan ordered the hero under no circumstances, for any reason, to attend this reception. He could say he went into closed training, or that his leg was cramped. Find any excuse just to officially refuse to participate in the reception. Otherwise, Saharan was sure that the seventh prince would lose his status as prince one way or another this time, and Zhao Iso could only stand in complete bewilderment, trying to understand what this brat had done. The next day, the events returned to the palace of the seventh prince. There, the heir was struggling to recover from a hangover that he was almost dying from. So it quickly became clear, finishing that jug of alcohol entirely was the greatest mistake. Mao himself wanted to cleanse his stomach to feel better. But unfortunately, nothing was coming out of him. Therefore, he even wanted to ask the hero to come over and pat him on the back. After all, maybe then he would feel better. And fortunately, the hero, sneaking up from behind, hurried to help his lord. However, this slap was so heavy that the prince not only did not clear his stomach, but almost spat out his intestines through his mouth. After which, landing on the ground knocked off his feet, the heir screamed like a wounded beast. He clearly wanted to know why the hero was hitting him on the back early in the morning like a madman. However, Zhao Iso was so furious that even when he apologized to the young lord, it was clear he wanted to beat him even harder. But still, the assistant excused himself, saying that it seemed to him that Mao's throat was blocked, and he wanted to help clear it, but overdid it with force. After which he began to apologize to the young man to death, looking extremely intimidating at that moment. Finally, after the fear he had experienced, Mao's nausea disappeared as if by magic. Therefore, kneeling before the prince, the hero demanded that he tell him the truth. Zhao Yiso had accumulated a great many questions throughout the night. Why did Mao act that way? What was the reason? The assistant wanted to know where the heir got the courage to ignore all the morning treatments arranged by the sect leader. Obviously, under the serious gaze of the hero, even this poor fellow was frightened, not knowing what to say in his defense. Soon, finding himself at the table, Mao, overwhelmed by the hero's gaze, spilled the whole truth. Of course, the hero almost started to rave, but he couldn't believe it. The thing was, every time Mao reached the hall of the heavenly demon on the day of the reception, he simply could not open the door. It was not easy for the heir to speak about this disgrace right away. Of course, if he had known the reason why the door wouldn't open, he wouldn't have come to the point of ignoring the leader for many years. He himself wanted to understand why this cursed door had never opened before him. It felt as if someone had set up some kind of trick. No matter how much he pushed, pulled, or kicked, it was all useless. The door did not move an inch under the pressure of his body. Here, Zhao Yiso pondered what kind of door this could be that wouldn't open by pushing. Although Mao was not a genius by birth, the natural strength of his body did not fail him. So the problem was clearly not a lack of strength. If the hero solved this mystery, he would finally be able to understand everything. But the problem was that less than 2 weeks remained until the reception, and to figure it out, every precious minute had to be saved. So, having immediately decided on the first action, the hero jumped up from the table. After that, he explained to Mao that he needed to leave for urgent matters and asked the young man not to wander anywhere. Instead, the heir should look after the palace. Zhao Yiso went off to spend a little money from his own pocket once again. As the name suggests, the Hall of the Heavenly Demon is the abode of the Lord, as well as the center of the Tian Shan Mountains, located on Mount Mahe, one of the greatest and most sinister peaks in the world of martial arts. This hall is surrounded at the back by a huge lake resembling a sea, and at the front, by 5 paths spreading out like fingers, where Corindon settled, one of the main forces of the sect, strictly limiting access to all outsiders. Only Corindon, located on the middle path, allows those who have received an invitation from the heavenly demon to ascend the mountain. But even if one manages to get onto the mountain, reaching the hall of the heavenly demon is impossible, because at the foot of this hall lies a suspension bridge about 300 steps long, guarded by the magical moon squad of the Shin, as well as 3,000 steps, which are guarded by the strongest warriors of the mountain. They were also called the Heavenly Demon Squad. Therefore, outsiders not only cannot penetrate there, but will not even learn the exact location of this hall. It was literally an impregnable sanctuary. Obviously, Jegal-Gviren knew perfectly well that this story was surely well known to the hero. So the librarian wondered with curiosity what the hero had forgotten here. Moreover, the old man was amazed that Zhao Yiso turned out to be such a greedy miser. Everyone had heard that he was literally a money demon, the likes of which the white world had never seen. But suddenly the assistant was offering him such a modest sum of coins for the necessary information. However, Zhao Yiso calmly explained that he did not need to know superficial information about the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. What mattered to him was the essence itself. After all, as is known, every time the morning reception begins, their 7th prince returns from yet another failure. The problem lay in that very mysterious door. But the man believed it was foolish to think that a simple information trader would know anything about the top-secret Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Zhao Yiso was amazed by the acting skills of this merchant. However, considering his line of work, he was obliged to behave that way. Outwardly, Jegal-Gviren appeared to everyone as an ordinary information dealer from the Jegal clan, connected to the righteous faction of the sages and living in the demonic sect. But in reality, this elder was one of the secret masters responsible for the main mechanisms and traps of the entire sect. And this was a secret that someone like Zhao Yiso, of course, was not supposed to know. Therefore, so as not to reveal his true knowledge, the hero tried to somehow justify his sudden interest. He explained with a disarming smile that he thought Jegal-Gviren, being the reincarnation of the most legendary informant in the world of martial arts, would surely be aware of the secrets of these mysterious doors. Of course, Jegal-Gviren was struck by the hero's cunning, which could only be compared to the blackest earth. Surely Zhao Yiso knew a lot about him, since he claimed such things with such a confident smile. But still, the elder reminded that he could not disclose such information left and right. After all, revealing this secret was a grave crime he did not even want to think about. However, as a regular and generous client, he decided to give the hero one wise piece of advice: to watch what the swarms of flies buzzing around his reputation were currently whispering about. Everyone around was whispering that some 7th demon had become an assistant, and had recently killed Magvi himself and the entire slaughter. Therefore, they managed to spread a great many different rumors. Of course, the interest of ordinary people in the hero was by no means mere curiosity, but rather caution towards someone who could become a most dangerous enemy in the future. Naturally, Zhao Yiso hoped that the old trickster had managed to earn well from the information about him. However, in order to earn from the hero, Jaegel Guirin had to know at least something worthwhile about him. They only knew that the assistant had a reputation as a maniac obsessed with money. Moreover, Jaegel Guirin could give his regular clients sincere advice, not to get involved in unnecessary matters and to keep quiet for a while if he did not want to perish overnight. From these words, one could conclude that Jaegel Guirin knew much more about the clients than he said aloud. But since the old man gave him this advice so sincerely, the hero could not reject it. However, he explained with feigned sadness that the bag he had given Jaegel Guirin was only a deposit for the answer to his question. He wanted to give him a couple more such hefty purses if he liked the information. However, the young man could do nothing about it, so he decided to take his money back and leave. But unexpectedly, Jaegel Guirin grabbed his hand with an iron grip and did not let go. After which, carefully coughing, the old man hinted that he could still tell him something. According to Jaegel Guirin's knowledge, the door of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon tests whether a person is worthy of a personal audience with the head of the cult himself. So if a person was truly worthy, all he had to do was just knock on the door, and then the gates would open by themselves before him, which Guirin vividly demonstrated by spreading his arms. However, for the hero, this wonderful information seemed more like some kind of utter nonsense. While the main character was trying in every possible way to get at least some sensible information, the affairs of the seventh prince were also proceeding as usual. However, unexpectedly, when the heir went out into the courtyard, he saw a great many workers. A real construction was underway at his residence. Of course, the prince was extremely curious about what the Black Dragon faction had forgotten in his palace so early in the morning. However, Zhao Yiso asked the lord not to worry about anything. After all, the workers were simply following orders previously given by the assistant himself. At that moment, Mao became curious about what his mysterious assistant had planned this time, as well as who the person was that he had brought along. The stranger immediately bowed before the young lord, introducing himself as the owner of a library who was passing by, and happened to meet the hero by chance. Only later did the elder honestly admit in a half-whisper that Zhao Yiso had forcibly dragged him here, and it so happened that he became responsible for the repair of the seventh prince's palace. The spy asked the old acquaintance to stop slandering him with petty lies. For words from his mouth, Zhao Yiso had already paid a whole lot of money, so it would be fair if the old trickster fulfilled what he promised. Otherwise, he would have to return the money to him, and on top of that with huge interest. Watching their lively quarrel, Mao could not understand at all why he suddenly needed the palace repaired. However, Zhao Yiso asked that his lord not worry about anything. He did not need to bother with these problems. After all, the assistant would settle all the issues himself. After that, he sent the young man to gather all his belongings, for a long journey awaited him. Before they set off to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, Zhao Yiso prepared one more important matter for the heir that they needed to settle. At that moment, Ji Dehu was reading another long report in his secluded office. This time, the document concerned the personality of Zhao Yiso. However, it even shocked the leader himself. Although the man understood at first glance that the hero was far from ordinary, he could not have imagined that he hid such a dark past. The events took place 14 years ago, shortly after the signing of the peace treaty between the righteous, neutral, and demonic factions, during the period of greatest chaos and power transition. At that time, the sect, in search of fresh talents, invaded the lands of the righteous and neutral, abducting abandoned children or buying them on the black market. They were called external candidates of a special class. And before official acceptance, all of them underwent a special selection that determined their fate in the sect. This cruel process was controlled by the seventh elder and the two-faced demon, who evaluated their abilities. If the talent was recognized as supreme, the candidate received a chance to become the adopted son of a great clan or an apprentice of the sect master. But if the worst verdict was given, he was classified as a low-class wild dog. They became test subjects for the development of demonic techniques or cannon fodder thrown onto external battlefields. And among the children who passed that selection was the young Zhao Yiso, just brought from the lands of the righteous faction. However, no matter how much the right head of the demon looked at the boy, he could say only one thing. The lad was very strange. But his evil brother immediately felt that the boy had holes in his core. He was simply trash that should be classified as the worst. However, the right demon believed that the boy's talent for martial arts surpassed even certain higher ones. Therefore, both began to ponder how it would be best for them to deal with this mysterious boy. In the end, the final verdict for Zhao Yiso was the worst, so he wandered at the very bottom as the so-called wild dog. But by the happiest coincidence, he caught the master's eye and became part of counterintelligence. In 10 years, he achieved incredible success, rising to the rank of squad commander. For a wild dog, this was indeed a considerable achievement. But still, Zidehu sincerely felt sorry for him, for he still remembered the deepest essence of martial arts that the young man had demonstrated to him in battle. This essence, without the slightest doubt, surpassed the highest level, reaching excellence. Even the best masters in the world would not be enough to describe his talent. But to the greatest regret, he was unlucky to be born with those cursed Chu-hyun holes in his body. It was a problem that no one could solve. Even if the sixth elder, the great healer Poisonous Feed, took on the task, he would hardly find a solution. The only one who could at least hint at the solution is probably the sect leader himself. But still, Jidehu realized that fate was surprisingly incredibly generous. The gentleman, gifted only with physical strength, and the assistant, endowed with boundless intellect, so the elder could only guess how far these two could go. Of course, first Mao needed to succeed at the morning reception with the chief. However, Jidehu was confident that the hero could help with such a task. Still, Jidehu himself qualified this young man as worthy. At that moment, before setting out on the long journey, they stopped at a small secluded glade so that Mao could practice a little. Concentrating all his strength, he rushed to run at the thick tree with his bare fists. However, at the last moment he stopped, not touching the tree. Honestly, Mao himself was shocked, not understanding why the trick did not work. And Zhao Iso sighed heavily again, realizing that his ward was completely hopeless. Initially, when Jigal Guiran told the hero that the door of the Heavenly Demon Hall tests worthiness, Zhao Iso dismissed these words as nonsense. However, the old trickster was not one to deceive with information, so the hero could at least believe in the partial truth of this data. So, the door of the Heavenly Demon Hall could not be opened by brute force. After all, if it were a matter of physical strength, the fifth princess and the sixth prince would not have been able to open it, and Mao would not have failed. Then there was only one answer left. Another symbol of the warrior's strength, or more precisely, inner energy. The door of the Heavenly Demon Hall must have been checking the person's internal energy. If the hero voiced this aloud, everyone would consider him a real madman. After all, no one had encountered such a mechanism before. However, Zhao Yiso had already faced similar strange magical barriers thousands of times. So for him, this was by no means new. If you consider that the door of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon is something like an ancient repository, then there was nothing surprising about it. But what really troubled the hero was why Mao, born with the body of the Heavenly Sun, could not open the door of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Not long ago, he just swung his fist, and his internal energy flowed through the meridians by itself. He broke chips and even thick trees with a single blow, but he could not manage to open a simple door. At the moment this question crept into the hero's mind, he intuitively put forward a hypothesis. And to test it, he gave Mao a special task. He needed to move his internal energy as usual to break the tree, but without touching the tree with his fist. Of course, the boy was initially surprised that Zhao Yiso gave him such a simple and obvious task. However, the result of the so-called simple task was a complete failure and disgrace. When after many attempts the tree did not yield, Mao got so furious that he destroyed it with his fists, breaking the tree at its very base. The spy fully realized what the main problem of his protege was. Mao only roughly drove his internal energy but did not know how to gather and compress it at all. In fact, compressing internal energy is the foundation of foundations for any warrior, which cannot be unknown. And the reason why Mao understood nothing about this at all is that he had a damn incredible body, which made it unnecessary to study such basics. Usually warriors, in order to control internal energy at will, first train to finally control it, and in the process naturally master how to compress it, and gradually grow in skill. But Mao accumulated internal energy simply by breathing, and by mere will. The energy flowed as he wished, like an obedient stream. In other words, his excessively outstanding physical attributes became an insurmountable wall hindering his own development and growth in skill. In that case, Zhao Yiso had no other choice but to help the boy with his own efforts. He had to teach him all the basics of martial arts, even if he had to force Mao to learn through fighting and suffering. Standing before a massive tree, the hero once again patiently explained to Mao that internal energy is not just about wildly rushing it through the body. In this way, the young man will never surpass the truly concentrated power of great masters. He must act with a single thought in his head, not to waste a drop of precious energy. He must focus his mind to the limit, finally concentrate the energy and direct it wherever he wants, without the slightest loss. Only then can he break through the enemy standing before him. In the end, gathering energy at the fingertips, the hero managed to release an energy burst that pierced through the trunk of a wide tree like the sharpest blade. Thus, he showed Mao in the smallest details how to act in order to master the release of inner energy. Only a few masters, who advanced further in their skill, were able to control the released energy and use it to create the quintessence of power. Now the hero, keeping his fingers ready, controlled the energy that swirled like a gentle whirlwind around his body. After that, he launched an attack of embodied impulse, and because of this, he split the tree as if struck by the strongest storm, the lightning of divine wrath. The tree split perfectly into two flawlessly even parts, causing Mao to freeze in amazement with his mouth wide open. The spy hoped that the master finally understood what true inner energy control was. The incredible skill of the assistant, who cut such a huge tree with one majestic sweep of his hand. Moreover, he cut it so cleanly, without a single unnecessary branch. The main hero hoped that now, having impressed the master so spectacularly, he would realize how worthless and pathetic his own inner energy control was. Mao really began to agree with the hero, and was even forced to admit that in terms of skill level compared to Zhao Yiso, he was a completely useless fool. When the offended Mao was about to leave to recover from this humiliation, suddenly the hero collapsed unconscious right at his feet, as if felled by an invisible force. And when the heir, scared to death, woke up from the shock, he saw that a thin stream of scarlet blood was seeping from the young hero's mouth. The unconscious lying young man was recalling his very distant past. Then he was saying goodbye to his younger brother, who was crying bitterly because he did not want to let Zhao Yiso go anywhere. He wanted to go with the young man wherever he went. However, the hero understood that it was impossible. He explained to his brother that he would have to leave alone. The road he was heading to was too dangerous, so his younger brother was not allowed to go there under any circumstances. But Zhao Yiso promised that soon other adults would come and take him to a much better place. There he would definitely be fed 3 times a day to his fill and taught martial arts, which the brothers loved so much. He would live wonderfully and safely. But most importantly, the brother had to obey the adults. Then everything would be fine with him, and soon they would definitely meet again. About 14 long years passed since the hero said goodbye to his younger brother. And during all this endless time, the young man did not keep his promise and did not return to him. However, unexpectedly, the hero came to his senses when a heavy drop of water fell right on his face. After that, opening his eyes wide, he saw a master standing over him with a huge barrel filled to the brim with water. Mao was glad that Zhao Yiso finally came to his senses, because he was just about to pour a whole bucket of ice water on him. However, the bucket in Mao's understanding was so huge that Zhao Yiso would rather have drowned on the spot than wake up from such a flood. Also, Zhao Yiso, looking around, did not recognize the place where they were. However, it turned out to be his abandoned hut in the mountains, which Zhao Yiso had once mentioned in passing during a conversation with Mao. According to Zhao Yiso's original plans, they were supposed to live and train here until the very day of the reception with the cult leader. However, Zhao Yiso was in the greatest shock that this useless, dull-witted heir managed to easily remember the way here, and even drag him without outside help. The prince was quite angry that his assistant considered him a complete idiot. Yet he was extremely curious to find out what had happened to the hero. After all, he was the strongest man who could knock down a master like Magvi with a single blow, yet he fainted after barely using his inner energy. Moreover, in the fight that turned into a slaughter, the hero didn't even use energy, and threatening those fools, the magician did not slip up even once. So the prince had a disturbing feeling that Zhao Yiso might have been practicing some strange demonic skill that was destroying his body from within. The hero did not try to justify himself, for he understood, for a lowly being like him, to become stronger, all that remained was to swallow everything in a row. Poisons, medicines, forbidden elixirs. What happened to him was a side effect of this practice. In other words, although Zhao Yiso looked like a cool assistant, he was actually a rather damaged product that could fall apart at any moment. So the 7th prince needed to become stronger as soon as possible and not rely on an assistant. He himself did not know when he would collapse or even die somewhere along the way from another seizure. Obviously, the gentleman did not like that his assistant was saying such sinister and gloomy things. However, Zhao Yiso interrupted him as they needed to get straight to the point. Perhaps Mao himself was unaware, but in terms of the amount of energy in the body, the drunken gentleman had long reached the peak of mastery. However, in controlling that very energy, he was worse than a third-rate warrior from a roadside tavern. These words deeply hurt the prince. He decided to find out how he could fix such a deplorable situation. Should he repeat something like the embodiment impulse technique that the hero demonstrated? The spy knew perfectly well that this technique was a true achievement of the masters, and the 7th prince would definitely come to it in time. However, it is impossible to reach such a level in the remaining 14 days, and there was no need for that anyway. If the embodied impulse were a condition for entering the hall of the heavenly demon, then the other children, most of whom still opened the door, would not have been able to do so. Therefore, their goal was not this technology, but what the hero showed earlier, the level of energy release. And for this, as Zhao Yiso has already said, it is not enough to simply roughly drive internal energy through the body. One must be able to fully control it and compress it to the limit. Therefore, from this moment, Mao will work through proper breathing and control energy without the slightest loss. making it circulate through the body in a perfect rhythm. And if the guy can reach the great heavenly cycle, fully directing energy through all meridians without exception, only then can one speak of entering the hall of the heavenly demon. Only this will give him a chance to get there. But to the hero's surprise, Mao seemed not to take the upcoming trial seriously, as if seeing nothing particularly difficult in it. He assumed that all he needed was simply to circulate internal energy through the body, and that would be enough. Such blatant misunderstanding of basic things already hinted at how long and painful their training would be. Therefore, tired of explaining anything with words, the hero ordered the guy to sit in the lotus position. After that, the assistant placed his hands on the guy's shoulders, pondering that despite his appearance and behavior, Mao was actually the same age as his younger sister. So it was not surprising that from time to time Mao behaved like a spoiled child and even reminded him of his brother with his stubbornness. It was precisely for this reason that the hero mentally promised the young man that in the remaining 2 weeks, he would at least make him into a semblance of a normal person, possessing basic skills. With this mental promise, he began to transfer the energy of his body, directing it into the body of the prince himself, in order to show the right path. Somewhere at the very same moment, one of the senior slaughterhouse members continued his exhausting training. While he was training, a servant approached him and decided to find out from the assistant what had been discovered about that arrogant guy Zhao Iso. However, to the greatest regret, the assistants lost his trail as if he had dissolved into thin air. All they knew was that he had left the Moonlight Village and entered the territory of Horrendon. However, obviously, if the slaughterhouse people started turning everything upside down there, it would lead to a direct confrontation with Horrendan. They could not risk provoking a conflict. Therefore, they had to postpone the surveillance until better times. From this report, the man immediately understood that their target was a rather cunning bastard, since he had guessed to hide under the protection of Horrendon. So, it was not for nothing that Magvi lost to him and died by his hand. However, this complement of mid-level strength did not mean that the man intended to further delay revenge for his younger brother. So the fifth in the slaughterhouse hierarchy, the poisonous demon of lust, decided to deal with this arrogant fellow personally and with his own hands. After that, he fired from his powerful bow. His targets were live prisoners, whom he cold-bloodedly finished off one by one with his shots. After that, the man sternly promised that at any cost he would take the life of that dog assistant Zhao Iso, and, if necessary, even that seventh prince who was involved in the whole affair. From the moment Zhao Iso began lessons with the seventh prince, exactly 13 exhausting days had passed. Zhao Iso sat leaning against the wall in the room, patiently waiting for Mao to finish another training session. However, suddenly he became very cheerful. Mao's 471st attempt finally succeeded, so the hero was eager to find out how the Lord felt after reaching the great heavenly cycle. Honestly, only now did Mao begin to gradually understand what it truly means to control internal energy. Until now, when he swung his fist in the heat of battle, his energy would boil prematurely, outpacing his will and breaking forward, not giving him time to control the flow. Now the energy obeyed his will, flowing in the right direction with the right rhythm, fully supporting his strength without loss. It felt as if, for the first time in his life, the energy became one with his body, like an inseparable part of his being. This description fully confirmed the phrase that it is better to feel once than to hear explanations 100 times. The hero was pleased that Mao finally spoke like a true warrior, not like an unreasonable child. So now, logically, he should also learn to compress his energy to the limit. Checking the condition of his body, the prince was confident that he could do what the hero expected of him. Therefore, without much thought, Zhao Iso immediately stood up to test the abilities and understand what the current young lord was capable of. At the very least, he had to give his all so that the next day he could enter the hall of the heavenly demon and pass the trial. Soon they found themselves near a huge stone boulder, which the prince had to break using the power of his internal energy without direct contact. As soon as he received the signal from the hero to start, he immediately took a fighting stance, concentrating all his energy into his fist. Gradually, he compressed the internal energy to the limit. Then he released it towards the huge stone boulder like a striking lightning bolt. As a result of this powerful energy explosion, a hurricane wind rose, and Zhao Iso continued to watch cautiously the stone's reaction to this crushing blow. But honestly, seeing the result, Mao did not know how to comment on it. The boulder remained completely intact, without a single crack. So no matter how you look at it, it was a complete failure and disgrace. The young man, clearly panicking, tried to understand what he had done wrong. He felt that the energy in his body flowed normally. He carefully gathered it in his fist. But for some reason, nothing worked anyway. In the end, like a little spoiled child, he began rolling on the ground, no longer wanting to deal with this cursed energy. It was easier to give up becoming a prince and die alone. It was still better to live as he wanted than to torment his foolish head with these endless trainings. Meanwhile, while Mao panicked and thrashed in hysteria, Zhao Iso tried to understand the true reason for the failure. It seems the release failed because Mao was so focused on compressing the energy that he missed the critical moment to release it. Therefore, when he struck, the energy scattered in all directions, unable to concentrate the force at a single point. Of course, for a novice like the prince, this was a forgivable mistake. But what impressed Zhao Yisou the most was the amount of energy the guy put into his fist. If he had simply directed that energy as he usually did, the huge boulder would have shattered into tiny splinters in a matter of moments. This truth was staggering. The energy of the seventh prince was like the fierce Tianshan hurricane. Even at his primitive level, Mao would have been able to handle even the elders of the martial arts union, and in this he was second to none. This dealt a significant blow to Zhao Yisou's pride, although he could never have imagined that he would envy this guy with monstrous talent. Moreover, the seventh prince, who was now simply crying while looking at the stone, kept insisting that it had unfairly resisted him. He demanded that the stone admit it felt pain after his strike, and hoped that at least inside the boulder everything had cracked and split. Zhao Yisou was surprised that such a naturally strong person's pride was hurt after the very first failed strike. Therefore, immediately pulling him away from the stone, the hero ordered Mao to stop whining, since he had almost succeeded. When he learned to gather energy, he needed to understand when to release it in time. There was no point in keeping energy locked up like a prisoner in a dungeon. Pulling the guy to a safe distance, the spy decided to demonstrate the true meaning of tactics. To compress energy and release it simultaneously, in a single flow. When he made the first small strike using a small amount of internal energy, a small crack appeared on the stone, as if from a lightning strike. Zhao Yisou hoped that even with a small amount of energy he would explain the principle, what is what and how it works. Mao was delighted. He understood everything. Only he resented the hero who, from the very beginning, did not explain everything to him in understandable words. Now the heir was confident that he would make another strike, and this time it would be successful and triumphant. Zhao Yisou was, honestly speaking, amazed by the simplicity of this young lord. However, Mao had already overcome the most difficult barrier, the control and compression of internal energy. This meant that he was very close to successful release. Of course, with the clumsiness of the prince, he would have to try several more times. However, the suddenly standing in a stance guy released a colossal, simply incredible, amount of internal energy. Moreover, it was solar internal energy, which caused absolutely everything around to stir, as if the earth trembled underfoot. However, the point was that Mao, considering himself a genius, understood, or rather, suddenly grasped, the very essence of martial arts. The essence was that the more internal energy a person used, the more powerful his strength became. Based on this insight, he created his own technique. He decided to call this technique Dadai Quan, the majestic fist of great power. In the end, he struck the stone with full force, and immediately the mineral shards scattered in all possible directions, like a hail of stones. The hero remained standing in his place, simply wide-mouthed in shock. He looked with amazement at how the lord had made a perfectly straight tunnel in the huge stone block. The assistant had no idea how Mao managed to do such a thing in such a short time, but the prince himself was insanely proud of himself and his incredibly powerful, majestic strike. After that, he proudly told what name he gave to his great technique, which he had just created. He expected that Zhao Yisou would be endlessly impressed by his talent, and would surely want to learn this technique from such a brilliant master. Although the hero was little interested in such games, he could not deny Mao's power was truly terrifying and intimidating. Ordinary top masters would not even have thought to try to do what Mao had just done in a few seconds. Therefore, the hero asked the prince to repeat his greatest move. The thing was, Zhao Yisou had a hypothesis he wanted to test. Of course, the conceited prince was convinced. The hero just wanted to learn his technique, so he was starting to suck up to him in advance. However, Mao promised that he would tell everything to the hero if he asked directly. And since the guy was his only assistant, he would not even charge him for such valuable knowledge. However, Zhao Yisou only got angry and asked the prince to simply repeat the strike without unnecessary words. The prince was only glad to demonstrate again his monstrous power and the greatness of his technique. After that, he stood in his signature stance to demonstrate the secret technique of the genius Mao in all its glory. However, the surprising thing was that when he tried to swing and strike, he simply fell to the ground, face first into dust and dirt. The hero barely held back laughter, not understanding what had happened to the genius Prince Mao and what problem had suddenly arisen for him. However, Mao quickly realized that something was wrong. After all, there was no internal energy left in his body. Not a drop. This was not surprising to those who understood martial arts. After all, this fool Mao did not think about the side effects. Because of one such punch, he exhausted all his internal energy, which he had accumulated for many years, in a single moment. Of course, the frightened prince had no idea when the hero figured out the essence of his talented energy release technique. However, obviously Zhao Yisou did not even need to be a genius to understand the essence of this trick. But what was striking was that no one except Mao could repeat such a stunt and survive it. This was the true genius of the seventh prince. After all, ordinary warriors would never burn all their energy in one breath, because they intuitively know. If energy is used beyond the limit, the meridians will not hold and will burst in an instant. This can even lead to a painful death. And yet, despite all the risk, Mao got off with just a slight fright. After all, his energy had simply run out a little, nothing more. Moreover, this internal energy that he had just released would recover in a mere half-hour of simple breathing. Because this guy, as already mentioned, possessed the highest meridians granted by the heavens themselves. And even despite the current pitiful state of the gentleman, the hero was amazed by the capabilities of his body. He was pleased that he knew Mao's true level. Otherwise, any other master would have taken him for a renowned top-rank martial arts master. Of course, provided they did not meet the seventh prince in his current miserable state, lying in the dust powerless. Naturally, the prince himself was quite hurt that the hero joked about him when he was completely devoid of all strength in his body. He was even worried that he might have been infected with demon possession or some kind of curse. However, if that were true, he would not be able to speak now and would already be writhing in hellish pain in his limbs. But suddenly, reflecting on himself, the hero realized that his thunderbolt technique transforms internal energy into lightning. This meant that theoretically he could channel even more energy than Mao just did, and much faster. If Zhao Yiso, like the seventh prince, could use such an amount of energy, then his power would go beyond simple energy release and reach unprecedented heights. Of course, it was pleasant to ponder what could have been. But it made no sense. With his body riddled with 9 Chuhyun holes, even gathering the minimum energy was a problem. He shouldn't have even dreamed of anything good. It was a waste of time. Therefore, focusing on the current problems, he asked the prince to stop crying and sitting in the dust, to sit up straight and start breathing properly. With his body, he would easily recover to his previous state in just half an hour. In the end, as was said, sitting more comfortably, Mao simply began to breathe deeply and evenly. However, at that moment, Zhao Yiso literally caught an arrow with a poisonous tip, shining with an ominous green light, just a couple of centimeters from the Lord's face. Of course, the prince was quite frightened when he saw the arrowhead right by his face. He immediately realized that they had been ambushed. However, Zhao Yiso apologized to the Lord for not foreseeing such an outcome. No one in his place could have guessed that in the lands of Horindon there would be a scoundrel who would set an ambush for them. In the end, armed with his flying blade on a thread, Zhao Yiso began to fend off dozens of arrows flying towards him and the young lord like a deadly rain. Fortunately, he was lucky. By that moment he had managed to deflect all the arrows, and thank heavens, none of them hit anyone. But suddenly, an arrow tracking the victim flew past him, which, passing by the hero's body, headed straight towards the defenseless Mao. The hero, of course, panicked. He could not have expected that a master who had mastered the technique of curved shooting using internal energy was hunting them. Considering that the seventh prince was currently completely unable to take care of himself, all he could do was watch as the arrow rapidly flew towards him. However, Zhao Yiso did everything he could in this situation. He allowed the arrow to pierce his arm so as not to let it hit the body of the seventh prince. Very soon, due to the depth of the wound, his breathing became heavy and intermittent. And through his veins and capillaries, a sinister poison began to spread throughout his body, burning from within. Of course, immediately, slightly recovering from the shock, Mao jumped to the assistant to somehow help him. But instead, the hero forcefully struck the young man in the chest, pushing him deeper into the tunnel carved in the middle of the stone block. After that, he ordered him to hide as far away as possible and focus on circulating energy for recovery. He absolutely must not show himself until the fight was over. Mao was very worried because he saw the face of the young master, on which the effects of the strongest poison had already begun to show. The skin was paling, and the lips were turning blue. At that moment, the young man himself pulled the arrow out of his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. He was insanely angry that some bastard, like a cowardly rat, was hiding and shooting arrows from cover. If this were an honest fighting style, at least some deadly poison should have been used. But no, just a weak, paralyzing one. Well, from such small details, Zhao Yiso could easily determine that his opponent had very perverse tastes and inclinations, just as he had expected from the very beginning. After that, calmly, although not seeing the enemy in person, he greeted the poisonous demon of lust, lurking deep in the forest like a predatory beast. The latter was pleasantly surprised that he was revealed so easily. Using sound transmission, the poisonous demon honestly admitted that at first he considered the hero's energy complete nonsense and underestimated his abilities. But he turned out to be much more agile and cunning than expected. Despite the poisonous demon completely hiding his presence using masterful techniques, the hero still managed to uncover his hiding place, although he did not fully dodge the attack. But what interested the demon even more was how Zhao Yiso managed to find out who he really was. What trick did the guy use for that? Realizing that the man used only sound transmission, the hero quickly understood that he was not foolish enough to reveal his location by voice left and right. Therefore, the hero calmly explained that he did not need any special abilities to understand what kind of stealth and shooting master would deliberately aim past vital points of the body. Moreover, rumors about the vile tastes of the poisonous demon of lust were well known even to the hero. He carried out the slaughter orders every time, but at the same time kidnapped locals as he pleased. He liked to soak these unfortunate residents with paralyzing poison and make them his toys for perverse pleasures. And the arrow he shot was surely intended for his vile entertainments. But even a slaughter, no matter how reckless it seemed, is not stupid enough to cause chaos in the lands of Corendon. Well, the poisonous demon of lust still dared to do it, which means his motivation was surely rooted in revenge. The revenge was most likely for Magvi, the criminal whom the hero executed for threats against the Lord, and also the sworn brother poisonous demon, with whom he had a close bond, like blood relatives. Of course, hearing how the young man spoke about his younger brother, the poisonous demon of lust was enraged to the limit. Naturally, he was surprised that the boy knew about his connection with Magvi, but he even mentioned how he was killed. So in the eyes of the demon, Zhao Iso was literally a man who was practically asking him to kill him, and the man was not going to refuse this request. Therefore, he immediately tossed a handful of arrows into the sky. Right after that, grabbing them one by one, he immediately began releasing them one after another at incredible speed. As a result, not a single one of his arrows touched the ground, and all of them hit the target. The spy, despite the injury, skillfully wielded his flying blade, fending off all these attacks like a whirlwind of steel. At the same time, the hero, defending himself, analyzed the trajectory of the arrow's flight, the sound force coming from the depths of the forest, and considering all these factors, he quickly calculated the enemy's location. Unfortunately, the paralyzing poison spread through his body faster than the boy expected, so he had to finish off the enemy as soon as possible, before his senses dulled even more and his limbs failed. Fortunately, he did not sense the presence of other minor pawns of the slaughter, so the hero needed to finish the poisonous demon of lust one-on-one. But from the new strike at that moment, the guy barely managed to dodge, as the arrow flew right past his hand, almost piercing it through. He could not have expected that the arrow would come at him directly from behind, considering that he had precisely calculated where the shooter should have been. Of course, even if the poisonous demon of lust was a master of curved shots, it was still impossible. This trajectory was too whimsical. Perhaps the man just managed to change position lightning fast? Therefore, the guy tried to calculate the new direction from which the arrow had come. But just a second of hesitation was enough for another arrow, aimed at his chest, to come from somewhere in front. So the hero had even more questions. Where was this cursed demon sitting if he could attack with arrows from all possible directions at once? Moreover, because the arrows had a curved flight trajectory, they continued to follow the hero like living creatures, which made his life a bit more complicated. Although the spy fended off all the flying attacks, unfortunately, he did not manage to tuck in, and he fell backward toward the ground without using any falling technique. The demon of lust rejoiced, glad that this bastard had finally fallen into his net like a foolish little fish. Immediately after that, at the place where the hero lay, he fired a couple more shots, aiming at vital points. The spy was still conscious, analyzing the flight of the arrows that were coming simultaneously from all sides. It felt as if the opponent was using a lightness technique or shooting on the move, moving at incredible speed. However, no person could move at such speed between extreme points and at the same time demonstrate such precise shooting, unless this poisonous demon was a divine archer of the super elder level. However, as far as Zhao Iso knew about him, the demon had not reached such a level of mastery. Zhao Iso had only one assumption left, which means he also had a couple of ways to deal with these enemies. But the inability to use throwing knives was a very serious problem. Because the arrow had grazed the right hand, it was already completely numb, as if foreign. The only thing that still worked perfectly in his body were his two legs. However, even so, the spy was not one to give up easily. Therefore, he used his thunder power, understanding that he would have to sweat a lot in this fight. Of course, when a bright lightning explosion sounded, the poisonous demon was quite surprised. After all, on such a clear day, it had nowhere to come from. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Obviously, he simply had not heard of the thunder technique that Zhao Iso used. Therefore, when the old man noticed the scoundrel he thought was already dead right in front of his face, he was stunned with horror and shock. And Zhao Iso only smiled happily, pleased that he managed to catch this enemy off guard. Immediately after that, he attacked him, using the legs that had survived the poison, aiming roughly at the opponent's face. Looking at this skill, the poisonous demon immediately recalled the elder of the martial arts union, nicknamed the Seven-Limbed Great Monk, because he delivered 7 deadly hits with one kick. He was a true master of the righteous faction's leg technique. His most powerful strike, his entire essence. With this strike, the hero now attacked his demonic enemy. From just one attack, his body immediately began to crack at the seams and bleed, as if breaking apart from the inside. And the poisonous demon himself screamed with unbearable pain, tearing his body apart with his last strength. Finally, the hero fell to the ground. Following him collapsed the immobilized body of the demon of lust, like a felled tree. While the bloodied old man lay on the ground, the hero finally managed to exhale, not understanding why today was especially hard in every sense. But at that moment, another arrow attack came rushing at him from behind. Fortunately, the young man managed to notice it, and deflected at the last moment. Looking at the intensity of all these flying arrows, one could conclude the apprentice was very upset that one of his puppets had already been disposed of. It seems with his behavior, the enemy was literally desperately begging the hero to catch the rest of his accomplices, and the spy decided to fulfill the wish of this arrogant bastard. So he also rushed forward at the sound of gunfire. Finally, he saw the second shooter. The demon hiding in the bushes was clearly panicking that this little bastard had once again managed to reveal his location. In the end, the hero easily deflected the arrows flying towards him with his knees. Moreover, he deflected the arrow perfectly, redirecting its tip with his foot, changing its flight trajectory. And all this despite the fact that this arrow was charged using the internal energy of the lust demon himself. Among other things, the hero also carefully struck her, using the power of his legs and the thunder technique simultaneously. As a result, the arrow shot back at the enemy with double the force. Fortunately, at the last moment he managed to duck and avoid losing his head. But his bow was destroyed in an instant, shattering into fragments. So the man could only panic, as he never expected that when dealing with an assistant of the 7th ghost level, he would face a real death demon. Of course, he noticed that at the very beginning of the fight, the hero was not so powerful and fast. But as soon as he suddenly began to radiate lightning-fast energy, even the poison demon found it difficult to follow his movements. Of course, one of the Slaughter twins suspected that Zhao Iso did not defeat Mogvi for nothing, who had hidden trump cards. But now he was convinced firsthand that the hero was far beyond ordinary talent. He was a true monster. Looking at the poisoned enemy who surpassed him in all combat parameters, he could say only one thing: he would never win this battle. The hero admitted that he immediately noticed that the guest's shooting and the nature of the internal energy of the arrows differed. It seemed to him that the poisonous demon came here with someone like his older brother. But he never expected that the legendary poisonous lust demon would turn out to be just a twin. In the end, a rather amusing picture emerged. While one of the twins distracted the hero with conversation, the other hid in the bushes and shot with an unpredictable trajectory. The tactic was not bad. After all, they really managed to confuse the hero for some time. Of course, Zhao Iso was very attentive and immediately noticed that there were 2 shooters. Therefore, he changed his battle tactics. But it was hard for him to imagine that there was even one more person possessing the same level of skill and inner energy, like him, to understand the deception of that first shooter. Surely in such chaos, most warriors would have already gone to the other world, because their shooting strategy was based on the principle, strike in the west by attacking from the east, a classic military trick. Even so, Zhao Iso was surprised that among the dull thugs from the slaughterhouse, there was someone who truly knew how to use his brain and build tactics. However, Zhao Iso hastened to upset the man. His relative had already gone to the realm of the dead, so his tricks would no longer work and were useless. But still, the hero could not help but thank the man for such an epic spectacle he arranged for him. As a reward for this entertainment, Denny decided to spare the poisonous demon of lust and leave him alive, albeit crippled. Obviously, the enemy himself understood. Purely out of some mercy or reward, this guy definitely would not show him mercy. He thought the guy intended to drag him into some game or trap. However, Zhao Iso simply gave him a chance. It was a kind of warning for the future. If the man dared to touch him or the 7th prince again, he had to be ready for harsh consequences. So in the future, it was better for this guy not to cause him problems, but to do as instructed. Apologize to the 7th prince for the shown magnanimity. If he decided to make a move and act on his own, the reckoning would not take long to come. It would catch him instantly. The hero realized that making a deal with someone like the poisonous demon of lust would be much more profitable than simply killing a minor shooter and gaining even more enemies in the slaughterhouse. Of course, the demon was quite outraged that Zhao Iso regarded him as a small fry and a nobody. However, the main hero did not even intend to temper his opponent's ardor. Now he had to realize how shaky his position was. The determination of the poisonous demon had already cracked, and it was blatantly obvious that the villain felt genuine fear when faced with the enemy without his twin. Still, the demon continued to protest and foam at the mouth to prove his own righteousness, but he hardly had the courage to back up his words with actions. Burning his opponent with the most contemptuous look possible, Zhao Iso openly challenged him to take the risk and try to defeat him right here and now. Obviously, just from the aura and the expression radiated by the young man, the confidence of the poisonous demon was melting before his eyes. Therefore, the villain immediately fled back into the forest thicket, as if tucking his tail. However, at the last moment, the scoundrel promised the main hero that sooner or later they would definitely meet again, and then the demon would surely take Zhao Yiso's life with his own hands. Watching the enemy with his gaze, the hero continued to hold back with all his might so as not to collapse to the ground right now. After all, during this entire display of power, he had expended every drop of energy to the last. Even at the moment when the young man deflected the enemy's arrow, he did so with the last scraps of his strength. His body was at its limit. And yet, by some miracle, the young man managed to destroy the enemy's bow, thanks to which he was able to pull off this clumsy spectacle of threats. But if the enemy guesses his true condition and returns, there simply will be no second chance. So the main hero had only to hold on until the villain went far enough away. However, the young man gradually began to lose his last strength, falling face down to the ground. At the last moment, he noticed the seventh prince, who was flying to him in fear. Honestly, the hero was indignant in his soul. After all, not much time had passed since he ordered Mao not to leave the shelter. But he couldn't stand it and already jumped up to him. However, the boy could not stay angry at the air for long. After all, he was already losing consciousness, sprawled on the ground. It was clear that Mao fell into a real panic when he saw the pitiful state of his assistant. Understanding that a healer was urgently needed, the seventh prince began to appeal to him. Zhao Yiso could barely hear his words anymore, but upon realizing that it was about a healer, he was outraged. After all, there was less than an hour left before the morning meeting with the chief. The main hero was fighting so desperately only so that Mao could stand out before his father. Therefore, he ordered the boy to stop talking nonsense and immediately go to the hall of the heavenly demon. If the young man was even a moment late, the hero would not leave him alone for the rest of his days. Immediately after these words, the boy closed his eyes and plunged into utter darkness. And when he opened them next time, he found himself in some quiet, calm room, on a soft bed. Most surprisingly, Ji Dehe was nearby all this time, faithfully guarding him. The man greeted the assistant with a slight smile, whom they had not seen for quite a long time. After that, with the most concerned expression possible, he asked how the boy was feeling. Zhao Yiso immediately sat up on the bed after these words, and the worried Zideho gently asked him to rest a little longer. After all, despite the successful treatment, the young man still needed to recover his spent strength. However, the hero felt completely fine. Moreover, he understood. Since Lord Horendan was in front of him, it was most likely that Mao was also somewhere nearby. And the main hero was eager to find out if the seventh prince had managed to appear before his father. Of course, the leader was quite surprised by the loyalty of the boy who had barely escaped death and was already worried about the lord. However, this was not surprising. After all, everything that happened to Mao directly affected the well-being of the assistant himself. It turned out that after Zhao Yiso was delivered to a safe place, Mao began his ascent of the 3,000 steps to the hall of the heavenly demon. So no matter how this trial ended, the news should arrive soon. Right now they were at a temporary post at the very foot of these countless steps. Initially, the main hero was supposed to be sent to the official Horenden infirmary. However, the decision was influenced by Mao himself. When the seventh prince appeared to the warriors, he insisted that Lord Zhao Yiso must go with them, otherwise he himself would not go anywhere. And because of this direct rebellion, the knights had to drag the hero straight up the mountain. The boy barely held back laughter, imagining this scene in his head. It was frightening to imagine what incredible nonsense Mao was spouting to make the proud warriors drag him to this infirmary. However, in reality, Jideho felt pleasant surprise seeing how the seventh prince was striving with all his might for someone. After all, after the young man lost friends and hearing at the hands of Boini in the past, he never worried about anyone again. And yet, despite this warm mood, Zideho had a special proposal for the hero. He wanted the boy to join the ranks of the Hall of Horendan. It turned out that while Zhao Yiso was unconscious, the leader studied his dossier. There were details about the boy's body indicated there, but the man wanted to see it with his own eyes. In the dantian of the main character, there were indeed 9 ruptures. Something hard to believe existed. However, obviously, the guy was extremely displeased that the leader, taking advantage of his helplessness, was so brazenly testing him. But still, he could not understand the connection between the state of his dantian and Zideho's offer to enter the hall. The hero felt that the man pitied him. And indeed, he felt pity for Zhao Yiso. After all, the boy's entire potential in martial arts was locked in his unfortunate body. The leader thought there were better places where the boy could have spent his gift, since now he clung to a position where death could catch him at any moment. Even the stubbornness with which Zhao Yiso lived caused the man regret. Judging by the wounds on the hero's body, he was attacked by a serious master. Zideho could confidently assume that it was a member of Boini, as last time, and such clashes would repeat again and again. Behind Boini stood the Ma clan, So as long as Zhao Izo remained a member of the palace family, there would be an endless vicious circle of dangers in his life. But if he became a person under the patronage of Ji Daeho, everything would change. For just as the Ma clan stood behind Boini, so the entire Horden would stand behind the main character. The man was even ready to swear by the name of the Great Horan that the hero's safety would be guaranteed. Honestly, the guy was amazed that for someone like him, Ji Daeho was ready to swear by his own name. It seemed the man overestimated him too much, although he was well aware of the deplorable state of the boy's body. However, the leader believed that the hero could use his innate gift differently, to train disciples or create new martial arts. In any case, his work would be much more worthy than rotting in the palaces. Honestly, Zhao Iso was touched that Ji Daeho valued his insignificant flesh so highly. But still, he was forced to refuse even such a tempting offer. Of course, the leader was curious to know the reason. After all, if the hero was worried that Lord Mao would be left alone, then the man could help him protect against the butchery. However, Zhao Iso hastened to explain that the butchery had absolutely no influence on his decision. Simply, the values the hero aspired to could only be achieved alongside the Lord. Moreover, he could say no more to Ji Daeho. After all, it was his personal little secret. Therefore, the young man hurried to apologize to the man for disappointing him with his answer, and went to take care of his lord. But it turned out the leader was not surprised at all. After all, he expected such an answer from such an extraordinary youth. At that time, the hero approached the tall mountain where the Hall of the Heavenly Demon was located. However, without climbing up, the young man pondered for a long time how his ward was doing there and whether everything was all right with him. Looking at the mountain, atop which the very hall stood proudly, Zhao Iso could not contain his amazement. He had already learned all possible information about the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, but the sight in person was much more impressive. Between the place where he stood and the hall where Mao was heading, there were at least 3,000 steps, and the power of a single person was felt even here, at such a great distance. The main character was very sorry that because of the trouble he got into, he could not go with Mao. Even just entering the hall and meeting the current heavenly demon would have been a huge stroke of luck for the spy. However, turning 180 degrees, the young man hurried away. After all, it was believed that dwelling on missed opportunities was the fate of some third-rate warrior. Moreover, he wanted to believe that the seventh prince would still manage the morning council. Then the main character would have plenty of opportunities to get into this hall. However, unexpectedly, right in the middle of the forest, the young man noticed a suspiciously strange well. He had no idea how it ended up here. However, surprisingly, the power of thunder technique responded to this well. Therefore, without thinking for another moment, the hero immediately jumped in, rushing to the very bottom. Of course, already at the bottom, Zhao Izo regretted that he had been so easily led when he felt the familiar energy of the thunder charge. But now, touching the walls, he understood. It was not in vain. They emitted that very charge. On the walls were carved the very secret words of the ancestor, which were also in the original well he had found earlier. These were the words of the one who created the thunder charge technique. This meant that, possibly, this well was another place where the creator of the technique once hid or concealed something important. Meanwhile, Mao finally met with his guide, who voiced the basic rule to him. The chance to open the gates was given to him for the last time. There would be no next time. Therefore, the Demon Throne Guardian asked that the heir approach the task with all seriousness. After which she allowed the gentleman to proceed forward and begin opening the door when he was ready. Already at a distance, the young man felt that behind this door was his adoptive father, who was patiently waiting for him. Moreover, he was extremely serious, as if expecting what his last son would demonstrate this time. At that moment, Mao took a fighting stance, simultaneously recalling all the words that Zhao Iso once told him. Then he explained to the youth that he had collapsed from weakness due to side effects from putting all his energy into a single strike. However, since Mao had come this far, he could not again throw mud in the assistant's face. This time, the seventh prince decided to control the energy and invest it moderately, without excess. The Light Guardian carefully observed all his actions, not taking her eyes off the raging energy boiling around the air. Honestly, the woman was impressed, realizing how radically Mao had changed in just the last year. The young man himself could not believe his true happiness. After all, the gates finally yielded under the onslaught of his power. They began to slowly unfold, and the young man immediately started to rejoice happily, considering himself a true genius who had finally overcome this obstacle. Now he too could, like his other older brothers and sister, taste a proper breakfast together with his father. The Guardian of Light, observing the reaction of the seventh prince, understood. A new miracle had happened today. She expected that the heir would return empty-handed once again. However, he showed even more than she could have assumed from him in case of success. The power of Mao's inner energy was unsurprising, considering that he was the vessel of the Heavenly Sun's body, chosen by the cult leader himself. But the fact that the young man fully controlled this energy and released it steadily, was a completely different achievement. This meant that the seventh prince, who had been ignored by everyone until now, had reached the level of a great limit master. Now the outcome of the battle for the title of junior leader, which seemed predetermined, was once again in question. With these thoughts, the Guardian of Light's expression changed, and when Mao noticed it, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Of course, the woman hastily apologized for interrupting the young lord's joy. She stepped closer to explain. The gates of the Heavenly Demon Hall would soon close again after opening, so he literally had a couple of seconds to slip inside. Still, even though Mao was the vessel of the Heavenly Sun's body, repeating such a feat would be difficult for him. And considering that the council was about to begin, the young man needed to hurry. And with these words, the seventh prince dashed forward. After all, as a person who opened this door for the first time, no one told him that it closes so swiftly. The guy was very angry at the Guardian of Light, because due to her silence, all his titanic effort for this moment almost went to waste. The Guardian, looking at the departing figure of the heir, sincerely congratulated him on ascending to a new level. Bowing respectfully, she only wished the young man a pleasant breakfast with the leader of their cult as a parting word. As soon as the gates slammed shut, the guy was left in complete darkness, calling out fearfully for the Guardian of Light to help him, since he was in this place for the first time. Suddenly, torches lit up on the walls one after another, and the adoptive father noted that his youngest son was too noisy. Since he had already dared to come here, he simply had to enter and greet his father properly. Mao listened carefully to this voice, which seemed to come from every corner of the corridor. It was neither too loud nor too high, but heavy, like the mountain itself. This voice did not give direct orders, but sounded like a divine command, so there was not even a thought of resistance. Only now did the young man begin to truly feel the overwhelming, deep demonic energy. This energy overflowed beyond the mountain ridges long before he entered the cave. And finally, having passed through the gates, the youth at last stood before the lord of this energy, the white-haired man, the very leader of the heavenly demon cult. And now he calmly invited the seventh son to sit down. Thus, Mao found himself at the long table, at the opposite end of which sat the heavenly demon Jin Ugwan. Despite this not being their first meeting, the seventh prince still could not believe what he saw. The thing was that Jin Ugwan had a youthful appearance, but the heavenly demon himself was well over 80 years old, something that was hard to get used to. Breaking the prolonged silence, Jin Ugwan honestly admitted to Mao that he experienced truly new sensations during breakfast with the youngest son. After all, he thought this would never happen. Obviously, after these words, the heir felt unprecedented guilt, so he hurried to apologize for having special circumstances that prevented him from coming here earlier. But the heavenly demon did not want to hear excuses. If Mao was late until today, it meant he had exhausted his fate. After that, the man offered the youth some food, for during his entire time at the table, he had not once tried the offered dishes. Of course, the boy immediately grabbed the chopsticks and began devouring the food with both cheeks. Jin Ugwan, watching him, explained that he heard a noise behind the door which Mao had made. Honestly, the energy he unleashed at that moment was impressive, but the seventh prince could never have reached that level alone. Therefore, the father assumed that either the third elder brother helped his son achieve such mastery, or some benefactor did. And so the awkward Mao explained that the person who recently became his assistant grumbled at him a lot, forcing him to work non-stop. However, the seventh prince still understood that the young man was absolutely right, and his instructions were definitely worth following. But as soon as Jin Ugwan heard these words, he immediately ordered the heir to kill this assistant. Mao pretended until the last moment that he did not understand what his adoptive father was talking about. However, Jin Ugwan calmly explained, a benefactor who extends a helping hand in a difficult moment will forever reside in the son's heart as a kind person. However high Mao may rise in the future, it will not be easy to break free from the hands of this benefactor. The longer they spend time together, the more difficulties they overcome together, the deeper the benefactor's hand will penetrate into the depths of his soul, of which the seventh prince himself is unaware. Then this benefactor will become a being that will sovereignly control all his will and all his choices. Jin Ugwan was sure. The usefulness of this assistant ended with the fact that he had already managed to raise Mao to the current level. Now, even if he continues to improve on his own, he should no longer encounter any difficulties, so the young man had to find a way to eliminate this assistant as soon as possible. At this point, the man decided to finish their breakfast. However, at the end, Jin Ugwan recalled that he gave a gift and set a challenge to all the children who came here. He expected that now it was time to choose a gift for the seventh prince as well. The master poked the boy with his finger at the gift he wanted to give him, and he did not understand until the very end what was being talked about, until a sword fell from the ceiling, almost killing him. Glory to the heavens! Mao managed to move back at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have lost either his head or his manhood. Then, having calmed down, the young man carefully examined the blade made of purest gold, adorned with red jade. with an elegant depiction of dragon scales on the blade. Only then did the guy realize it was the very dragon blade that he had foolishly pawned at the tavern. As is known, divine artifacts were called weapons endowed with miraculous power, as if forged from the very energy of a deity. Heavenly demon Jin Ugwan bestowed a divine artifact upon each of his 7 adopted children. Their symbolic significance within the cult was so great that they were considered another mark of distinction, certifying the status of the demon's children. For example, the 3rd princess, taking the hieroglyphs of her blades, Ice Ocean and Burning Sky, became known as the Ice Fire Blade Master. This shows to what extent the influence of these artifacts extended, even to the nicknames of their owners. Therefore, all adopted children usually guarded their divine artifacts as if they were their own lives, since they were their identification. All except one, the 7th Prince Mao. Now, looking at the sword, the young man could not even recall how many years had passed since he last held it. Back then, being drunk, he lost a little at dice and he ran out of money. Since the moment the guy pawned the blade in that mountain tavern, he had not seen it again. Rumors spread that the 7th prince had drunk away the divine artifact received from the leader. These rumors reached the father's ears, so the sword was confiscated forever. And now this very dragon blade was stuck right between his legs. Of course, Mao was happy, believing that his father had surely forgiven his past sins. After all, he had come this far and now gladly decided to return this artifact to him. So the heir immediately jumped up and thanked his father, who turned out to be so lenient that he forgave his worthless son. He promised that he would never forget this kindness and care, and would guard the dragon blade like the apple of his eye. However, as soon as the boy paid attention to the Lord's energy, Mao quickly realized something was clearly wrong. The thing was, the man simply doubted whether the 7th heir had matured enough to truly accept this gift. Sometimes the 7th prince resembled a sauceboat that couldn't even hold a cup of wine. And on other days, like today, he turned out to be a lake capable of absorbing the night sky. So now, by attacking the boy, Jin Ugwan wanted him to show who he really was and reveal to him the true depth of his vessel. Watching the attack fly at him, Mao felt under his skin that death was rushing towards him, from which there was no escape. And therefore, to survive, he needed to use all possible means and fight back. The youth immediately grabbed the blade, which brightly shone with crimson energy, fueled by the Lord's body. And Jin Ugwan was impressed. After all, although the 7th prince held the dragon blade at his current level for the first time, he unhesitatingly directed his inner energy into it. So one thing was clear, the benefactor his son had connected with was truly a skilled mentor. He honed this boy's instincts, which had been dulled and lowered for years, to flawless sharpness. And in the end, the boy managed to even repel the attack of the heavenly demon himself, his adoptive father. Immediately after that, the young man was thrown backward by the blast wave, where he tried to catch his breath in fear, still not understanding what sensation had overwhelmed his body. It seemed that before releasing the energy and directing it into the blade, he controlled everything himself. But what followed immediately after was clearly not something Mao was capable of alone. So it felt as if the dragon blade itself had revealed itself, protecting its master. Jin Ugwan also realized his 7th son was not a fragile sauce dish at all, since the dragon blade, albeit belatedly, still recognized him as its owner. However, to be honest, the young man had never heard of the blade recognition procedure. Therefore, Jin Ugwan hurried to explain in simple terms to his son that if his vessel was deep enough, the blade could accept him. And the head wanted to reward his son for this, so he poured the first cup of alcohol for him from his own hands. And, of course, the son accepted this wine with the greatest pride, then thanked for everything with a smile. After all, although he did not know whether it was because the wine was from his father's hands, or for some other reason, it tasted simply amazing. Jin Ugwan, watching the boy, realized his son was much more skilled in handling internal energy than he had expected. So he quickly figured out that, most likely, this was also the merit of that very benefactor. However, Mao hurried to explain that he had learned not only about energy, but many things in general from his assistant. So the prince was convinced. In the future, the hero would be able to teach him much more. So the heir believed it was still too early to kill the assistant. Therefore, he asked his father to trust him and delay his order a little. However, Jin Ugwan perfectly understood the true reason. His younger son had already become very attached to his benefactor. He did not enjoy watching this very much, but still the head decided to give the young man a chance. He wanted him to prove at the next council that Zhao Iso was indeed worth keeping close for longer. Of course, Mao was completely confused when he heard about the next trial. It consisted of deflecting exactly the same strike. However, next time to somehow survive without a blade, relying only on his own strength. Of course, next time the young man would not be attacked with a cup of wine, but by the desert wind of the heavenly demon. Thinking about this, Mao quickly realized that most likely the desert wind was a technique where the released internal energy is focused at one point and released. And the heavenly demon wanted him to block this already powerful attack, moreover created by the hands of his own father. Seeing this uncertainty, Jin Ugwan hurried to calm Mao. After all, if Zhao Iso was really as valuable as the young man assumed, then the assistant would undoubtedly suggest a way to cope with this task. If not, then the assistant would have to pay for exhausting his usefulness. But before this happens, he, as a father, will also have to take care of the corpse of his own child. All that Mao could do was simply remain shockingly silent, not understanding why everything in this cult boiled down only to death and killings. At that time, the hero was climbing a 3-step ladder. As he had suspected, those secret signs he discovered in the well were not there for nothing. When he pressed the stones in the wall of the well in the specified order, a hidden passage opened. Undoubtedly, this was a place of the same kind as his Hall of the Heavenly Demon, a creation of the hands of a master of mechanical traps. However, the difference was that the hidden room in this well was much more grandiose than what he had found before. Finally, the hero discovered another set of locked doors. Something strange. No presence was felt beyond them. Of course, on this basis alone, safety could not be guaranteed, so the main hero became cautious. However, he still decided to enter. After all, it is hardly possible to call a spy someone who has secrets right under his nose and returns empty-handed. Pulling the doors towards himself, he simultaneously apologized to his predecessor for bursting into his abode without asking. However, what was inside truly amazed the imagination. In the large hall, there were not just one but many of the same sealed doors hidden. The hero called them demonic walls. However, these demonic walls were much smaller in size than those he had encountered before. Also, the pattern carved on the demonic walls of his hall was almost identical. In total, he counted 5 such walls in this long corridor. Their construction was exactly the same. They did not open with a simple application of force. So the way to open the wall was also the same. So the hero prepared, stepping back, to attack. However, to his surprise, the door finally began to open. He had enough strength to overcome it. Soon, by a single surge of his energy, he managed to open all 5 doors at once. But blood evidently flowed from the assistant's mouth. Still, due to the demon wall's inherent ability to absorb internal energy, his chi losses were much more significant. But the young man could come to terms with it. After all, he had not wasted his efforts. And considering how much was inside the rooms, he understood that the energy spent was worth it. At first glance, it was clear that the weapons and armor here were of unknown origin, but they emanated an extraordinary aura. This meant that each of these weapons was worthy of becoming a family heirloom of some clan, a true masterpiece. Also, in one of the rooms there was an innumerable quantity of elixirs and herbs, undoubtedly comparable to precious treasures. There was also a section with manuscripts of secret martial arts techniques, where each book was priceless. In other words, this place itself was a treasure trove of gigantic size. And obviously the hero, in love with everything associated with the jingle of coins, instantly recognized this place as his own little precious hall of the Heavenly Demon No. 2. Whoever the creator of this place was, the hero was insanely grateful to the predecessor. He intended to use this gift to live the rest of his life in warmth and plenty. However, suddenly the young man noticed that the door behind him had closed. Apparently, it was designed to close after some time. What worried the hero was that applying internal energy to open it again was quite difficult. But he still had no need to return now. After all, there was no way to immediately carry all these treasures with him. So he had no choice but to move forward to one of the open doors. But strangely, when he opened the doors and walked down a dark corridor, he came to yet another corridor. Fortunately, the atmosphere in this corridor was significantly different from those spaces where there was still no hint of human presence. It was unlikely that this corridor could be kept clean without daily human presence. It turned out he had ended up in a completely different place. Otherwise, the space through which he passed was a secret passage created to secretly penetrate this corridor, or for an escape route. However, the hero had many questions about what this place actually was. Suddenly, he felt such energy as if his body was chopped into countless tiny pieces in an instant. Of course, the guy immediately dashed back, trying to understand what he had just felt, a hallucination or a mirage. However, judging by the fear in his body, it was definitely not some kind of magic. It was merely the power of the warrior, the man before him. His will was so sharp that it itself turned into a blade ready to cut him at any moment. Only the presence of this man could cause immense pressure at the level of the greatest demon. Of those who reached this level, as far as the hero knew, there was only one person in all the heavenly mountains. It was the heavenly demon who, upon seeing the boy, immediately demanded that he confess what he had forgotten here. As was widely known, the heavenly demon sat atop tens of thousands of followers, being the sole and unique absolute ruler. Those who were honored to behold him were only the highest ranks. For most people, he was an object of worship. Even such lowly followers as the hero could only see the face of such a demon from afar at a single irregular event. Spies captured by the anti-spy squad were brought there. The heavenly demon personally took their lives, absorbing their energy and appropriating it for himself. This was called the purification ceremony. It was also a demonstration of the demon's power, intended to establish and strengthen discipline in the cult. The hero stood at the very end of the line. Every time he saw this spectacle, he looked at the demon from such a distance that he appeared as a tiny dot. Then he understood. This man was the one who 30 years ago invaded the Central Plains, became the main enemy of the martial arts world, and unleashed the war of the righteous against the demons. And for them, the younger brothers who lost their parents in that war, this man was a sworn enemy. And so Zhao Iso knew from the very beginning that one day he would have to overthrow this source of all evil. And now this man was standing right in front of the hero himself. And obviously, Zhao Iso was thinking about only one thing: how to act in order to destroy this enemy. Obviously, there were about 10 steps between him and the demon now. The chance that any of his tricks from such a distance would reach the heavenly demon was 0. No, not even 0.1%. At Zhao Iso's current level, he was incapable of anything against this man. At that moment, watching the boy, the heavenly demon realized that his mind was filled only with unrelated thoughts. Therefore he attacked, forcing the guy to confess who he was and how he dared to behave so boldly. The attack made by the man was well known to the hero. It was the desert wind of the demon. Well, what struck the opponent the most was that the hero was able to avoid even his attacks. He used thunderstorm energy with a very interesting skill that even surprised Jin Ugwan. However, the Lord still believed that the young man wielding such a curious power should have at least tried to resist him. But he only dodged the blow and immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. However, the hero perfectly understood that the Lord of the martial arts world had not a single weak point. So such a worthless creature like him could not even attempt to resist. Even if he found some breach in the heavenly demon's defense, in reality, it would be a direct path to the underworld that His Highness had graciously prepared for him. Honestly, upon hearing these humble words, Jin Ugwan finally realized why his 7th son valued Zhao Iso's assistance so highly. Of course, the hero was struck that the man immediately understood who he was. After all, according to Zhao Iso, the heavenly demon was indifferent to adopted children. But apparently, the man still had an observant eye. However, the hero was incredibly curious. To what extent had this man managed to find out about him? At that moment, he gently placed his hand on the youth's body and realized that his internal energy was incredibly murky. He sincerely felt sorry for this child. After all, his mind had already reached the limit of martial arts, but his body could not keep up. Well, Jin Ugwan knew that his 7th child was deeply indebted to Zhao Iso. As a father, he could not leave this unaccounted for. Therefore, the leader asked the hero to make a wish, and he would fulfill everything within his power. Honestly, Zhao Iso was struck by the unexpectedly warm tone of the heavenly demon. Perhaps he was partly kind to him because the hero was Mao's assistant. But even so, this attitude was too different from what the main hero knew. Therefore, he thought that the heavenly demon decided to give him another test. Bowing even lower, the assistant made it clear that he did not deserve the right to ask anything from the ruler of the martial arts world. All a disciple could do was to revere the leader like the sky, follow his words, and fulfill his duty. What reward should he ask for? Therefore, the hero asked Jin Ugwan to take back his words, and the man was amazed that before him stood such a sincerely devoted disciple. But since he desired nothing, he must die. And immediately after these words, the heavenly demon began to press him with his monstrous energy. The whole point was that the man simply did not believe those people who had no desires. After all, the absence of desire meant that the person had nothing to regret, and this was equivalent to disobedience, in which there was not a trace of submission. Until now, he had not left a single such scoundrel alive. So the hero had one last chance to confess what he wanted. However, without lying, because it was useless. Jin Ugwan's lifetime was quite enough to recognize any lie. The boy had to name what he wanted to obtain even at the cost of his life. If he did not want the gender he was now looking at to be the last scene in his life. Feeling this oppressive, deadly aura, it was foolish to assume that the heavenly demon was joking. To survive, the hero needed to say at least something. However, Zhao Iso had no idea what he desired even at the cost of his life. The only thing that came to his mind was that he wanted to fix his cursed body with 9 holes all his life. And the hero begged the heavenly demon to help him with this. However, the man himself perfectly understood. To ask to heal a body with 9 holes was equivalent to demanding a blind man to see. This was literally a request to go against the will of the heavens from the very first meeting. However, this audacity pleased Jin Ugwan. Still, he believed that as a person who was going to continue protecting his child, Zhao Iso should be very ambitious. Moreover, now that the hero had finally given an answer, the heavenly demon could give him a gift. Immediately after that, he began to infuse the young man with the energy that his body had stored inside. And immediately the boy was seized by the strongest convulsions all over his body. Watching this, Jin Ugwan explained that he had breathed his demonic energy into him. Within a month, the boy was supposed to accept this energy and make it his own. Then he would naturally find the key to healing his body. Of course, if the boy did not succeed within a month, he would die, unable to bear the weight of this burden. So he could consider it a punishment from heaven for penetrating the hall of the heavenly demon. After that, the leader went away, asking the hero to prepare for any consequences. However, if he truly sought to surpass his fate, then mastering his demonic energy would not be difficult for him. But what was most surprising? When the boy regained consciousness after losing it, he found himself outside near a small campfire. Next to him sat Mao, who did not understand what Zhao Iso was doing and felt awkward. This was not the first time the assistant had fainted before his master. Of course, Zhao Iso was surprised when he saw the silhouette of the prince before him. He wanted to know what had happened. After all, he had been in the hall of the heavenly demon with the cult leader, and Mao himself had even more questions. He wanted to know what this fool had done. Literally a few hours ago, Mao, sitting in the hall of the heavenly demon, was concentrating on the circulation of energy after meeting with his father. So many different things happened that he just didn't have enough internal energy to open the doors. And suddenly his father carried the boy out from inside the hall itself. It was hard to describe the fear the prince felt at that moment. After that, scorching with his gaze, Jin Uguan ordered to take the assistant away, opened the doors, threw the hero Mao over his shoulder, and drove them out. Of course, Zhao Iso was surprised that the leader personally opened the doors and decided to find out. Were there other doors in the heavenly hall? However, the heir did not think about this due to stress. When he entered the heavenly hall, the bright guard was on watch there. When he left, there was no one. But now for the prince, this was not the most important question. He wanted to know how Zhao Iso got into the demon hall at all and what connected the boy with the cult leader. The hero, without answering, pondered about the bright guard, who was known for his impenetrability. This position was the right hand of the demon, enjoying his greatest favor. Such a person could not simply leave the post without replacement. If this happened, it meant it was the will of the heavenly demon, nothing more. Moreover, the forest where they were now was quite far from Hyoryeondan, where he trained Mao. Obviously, if they had found out in Hyoryeondan that Zhao Iso secretly infiltrated the hall, he would no longer be alive. Therefore, the heavenly demon simply did not report about him. Surely the man meant that the hero needed to try very hard to repay for keeping this situation a secret. However, the time came to answer the question that troubled the seventh lord. Therefore, the hero hurried to explain that he found the doors, opened them, and entered. However, the seventh lord only got angrier. Since Zhao Iso was going to go to the hall of the heavenly demon anyway, he could have come earlier to help the guy. After all, he was almost shattered to pieces by the very cup from which he later drank wine. Soon, Mao told the hero the whole situation that happened between him and his father. Very quickly, the main hero realized that the leader had arranged a trial for his youngest son. And as a reward, he returned the lost sword, after which Mao proudly demonstrated his dragon blade, because of which he almost went to the other world. Well, of course, the seventh prince was sure. He managed to pass the leader's trial only because he was a true genius. If he were some weakling like Zhao Iso, he would have long since crossed the river of ghosts. Zhao Iso, however, was surprised that this was the only gift for the seventh prince and still tried to find some hidden meanings in it. As the spy heard, at the morning council, the leader gave gifts to all the children who opened the door to the hall and came out. To the first prince, he gave the greatest elixir, just a drop of which cured demon possession and allowed increasing internal energy for several cycles, the Jade Dew. To the second prince, considered absolutely the best in fist style, he gave the technique of the Lord's Elbow. To the third princess, known for her demonic art of movement, he gave the Phantom Step. And the other princes and princesses also received equivalent elixirs or techniques. But according to the gentleman, he was only returned the confiscated artifact. So the hero thought it was an overkill. Of course, the prince immediately stood up from the nonsense he heard from the assistant and reminded him that his blade was not some pathetic trifle to be so devalued, otherwise he might have taken offense. Apparently, the hero simply did not know due to his naivety how great his dragon blade was. He decided to demonstrate it and, drawing it from its sheath, breathed some of his energy into it. And from it, a fierce fire had already begun to burst forth. With this very sword, the air had just ignited a fire in a second. And if it weren't for this blade, Zhao Iso would have long since died of cold. Zhao Iso was puzzled in his soul that the prince decided to use the divine artifact as kindling. Such stupidity was hard to imagine. But in reality, the return of the blade was a pretty good achievement. The very fact of possessing the artifact is an unlimited pass anywhere within the cult. This significantly expanded a person's freedom of action, and if used wisely, planning further will become much easier. But the hero still lacked something. That Mao had energy was certainly wonderful, but without supporting technology it was nothing more than trickery. So Zhao Iso wanted to know what the heavenly demon Jin Uguan planned to do with his son. But at that moment, the gentleman suddenly raised his blade and attacked the assistant, who was calmly resting on the grass. Having managed to retreat, the young man immediately looked at the lord with interest to understand what had happened to the gentleman. He thought that perhaps because he slightly neglected the blade, the gentleman misunderstood him and became very angry. However, at that moment, having come to his senses, the frightened prince ordered the hero to run away as far as possible. After all, he no longer felt his body. He did not know why, but the dragon blade began to move on its own. And from the very beginning, it seemed to have taken a strong dislike to the hero. In the end, unwillingly, the prince kept attacking, screaming in fear, believing that some demon had possessed him. And Zhao Iso found it difficult to answer the question of what was happening, but he clearly understood that no demon was involved here. At the same time, he felt perfectly that something incredible was happening with this blade. Sometimes light, smooth movements, sometimes heavy chopping strikes. Sometimes they surged like a wave. Sometimes they spun like the wind, breaking all perception. It was literally incomprehensible fencing. Power, weight, speed, changes, all the principles of the way of the sword in perfect harmony. So it could be said that Mao was now demonstrating the greatest martial art. Apparently, the seventh prince had never possessed such powers. This meant that the matter was definitely with the blade. While Jin Uguan pondered this, the seventh prince literally screeched like a frightened girl, demanding that the hero run away immediately. After all, Mao could not stop the blade, which had broken free from his control. However, the main hero did not think of running. Instead, the entire attack rushed straight at him, as if drawn by an invisible force. As a result, at the spot where the young man stood, a powerful burst of energy occurred. Immediately after that, thick clouds of dust rose from the ground, enveloping everything around in an impenetrable veil. Watching this disaster, Mao could only desperately hope that Zhao Iso was unharmed. The seventh prince begged him to respond, his voice breaking with panic, but it turned out the hero was safe and sound. At the last moment, he disappeared using his thunder technique, then swiftly approached the lord, raising his hand for a strike. The boy asked the heir to endure this unpleasant pain a little longer. Immediately after these words, he pushed Mao away with a sharp shove. The seventh prince, from the pain that pierced his entire body, involuntarily dropped the sword that was in his hands. And, looking at this blade lying on the ground, Zhao Iso could say with full confidence, Old man Jin Uguan gave a very prickly gift, filled with hidden problems. As is known, some weapons surpass a simple piece of metal. Having lived many years as an extension of the fighter's body, it often merges with the very soul of its owner. In such a weapon, even after the owner departs, his will and skill are deeply sealed, which are sometimes passed on to the next generation. Such a blade does not simply wield its owner. It itself controls the master, presenting a truly strange spectacle. Exactly the same as what just happened to Mao, who was now sitting on the ground, tormented by immense shame. Zhao Iso patiently explained to the heir that the leader's gift was not limited to just the dragon blade. The will of the ancestor, awakening at the moment the blade is filled with energy, was the highest art of the sword contained within it. This art of the sword was the most important gift for the seventh prince. Of course, it was very generous of Jin Uguan, as the skill of that level contained in the blade was by no means inferior to that used by other adopted children. However, this was true on the condition that the gentleman learns to fully master the art of this sword, bending it to his will. Therefore, the main character returned the blade to the young man once again. However, for now, he did not give permission. Mao must not under any circumstances fill the dragon blade with internal energy without authorization. Zhao Iso hoped that explaining the reason for such caution to the seventh prince was unnecessary. After all, he himself knew everything perfectly well after that incident. However, the heir still had no opportunity to focus on the art of the sword right now, so he simply did not intend to use it in the near future. The boy immediately explained that in the next trial he would have to survive without the dragon blade, relying only on his own strength. After that, he awkwardly added, in a month the prince would need to try to cope with the father's desert wind. Honestly, hearing these words, Zhao Iso himself almost went mad with fear. The main character could only dodge this attack even with the help of a thunderclap, barely saving his life. And at the same time, Jin Uguan ordered Mao to do something with her, and even without his divine artifact, which would have given him at least some tiny chances. The seventh prince himself had no idea what the heavenly demon had planned. However, if he did not complete the task, he would simply die. And after that, the heavenly demon would find Zhao Iso and kill him as well. The man explained that he would execute the assistant for the fault of uselessness, or something like that. Just by the hero's face, one could understand they had gotten into yet another impossibly difficult situation. Therefore, Mao had no idea how best to act under these circumstances. However, Zhao Iso perfectly understood. There was no other answer but to dedicate the remaining month to diligent training. After all, for the seventh prince, this was the only path to survival. Not only for the lord, but also for the hero himself, in whose body now resided a portion of the heavenly demon's own energy, which he needed to accept and master. However, turning toward the exit, the boy first suggested returning home as soon as possible. By that time, the perfect place for the heir's training should already be ready, right in his palace. When these two returned to the estate, the leader of the Black Dragon's faction enthusiastically greeted the hero and the seventh prince, boastfully declaring that they had just finished putting things in order. After that, the gang members began to praise Mao for the long journey he had undertaken, and joyfully greeted Zhao Yiso's brother. The seventh prince himself, without responding to the greetings, was stunned as he looked around at the changes that had occurred in just about half a month. His own castle seemed to have doubled in size. The walls had turned into incredibly thick fortifications, so the heir could not believe it. This was the very seventh of the small palaces where he had lived before. The hero sincerely praised the leader of the Black Dragons. After all, the work done looked truly solid and impressive, contrary to all expectations. The leader explained that fulfilling the request of the brother was a mere trifle for them, and none of them had worked so hard to the point of exhaustion for a long time, so they even forgot what it was like to wander the courtyards and do dirty work. Therefore, they were glad to taste the long-awaited flavor of honest labor. However, the leader of the Black Dragon faction subtly hinted to the hero that perhaps he could say a few kind words about them to the master, hoping for his favor. And Zhao Yiso, of course, promised that at the very first meeting he would recommend the Black Dragon faction. He would also ask the mentor if he wanted to use the guys for various dirty jobs. After all, although these guys had done many foolish things in their short lives, they were not completely hopeless scoundrels and could really be useful. Immediately after the hero pleased the members of the Black Dragons, he returned to the Lord to ask him about his impressions of what he had seen. And he was sincerely convinced. Master Jigal Guiran was truly worthy of all the praise he had heard about him. And Mao had initially been sure that he was some kind of degenerate, since he was from the Heavenly Mountains, and even bore the surname Jigal. However, the thing that troubled the seventh prince the most was that they no longer had gates. It looked as if any passing merchant or poor beggar could freely enter his estate. Of course, the members of the Black Dragon hastily tried to explain that it is not so easy to enter the heir's domain. But the main character challenged the seventh prince, suggesting that the guy should pass as easily as it looks at first glance. However, as soon as Mao took the first steps into the passage, numerous traps emerged from the walls, attacking the young man from all sides. These attacks rained down as if from a clear sky, coming from everywhere, almost simultaneously from the ceiling and the floor. In the end, unable to withstand the onslaught of these attacks and fighting a little more, Mao, as expected, flew back out of the passage. Landing on the ground, he still continued to ask the hero fearfully what he had come up with this time. However, Zhao Yiso calmly reminded the seventh prince. In the last half-month, he had already reached a limit worthy of recognition from any master. However, this only concerned his internal energy. His reflexes and combat skills remained at the level of a third-rate thug. The seventh prince, stuck in his development, could not stand on the same level as the other heirs, who from childhood took precious elixirs and studied with first-class masters. Therefore, in order to catch up with the lag, he, the lagging one, had to hustle non-stop from morning till night, turning his own life into a continuous training session. Of course, Mao was quite furious that the main character called training what was actually him just being beaten by damn traps like a rabid dog in the heat of summer. However, Zhao Yiso calmly explained that this system is called the Gates of Fate. There is also the Road of 18 Worries and the Room of Anxiety, but Mao will learn about this later. After all, he will need a lot of precious time just to pass through these gates. The seventh prince simply will not find another way to survive. At that very moment, in the gloomy lair of the slaughterhouse, the chief was scolding his servant for daring to invade the lands of Corendon without permission. At the same time, the poisonous demon of lust so brazenly appeared to him and knelt before him like a guilty slave. However, he explained that despite the punishment, he came to report to the fifth prince about important events. As is known, if you name the most dangerous villages in the Heavenly Mountains, there is one name that invariably entered the sinister trio. Its name is the village of Tonal. As the name suggests, once ordinary butchers lived here, breeding and slaughtering cows and pigs for sustenance. However, what the cult followers slaughtered here many years ago now remains only a bitter memory, for now they have long since become those very cows and pigs, kept in slavery and mercilessly slaughtered on occasion. And the reins are held by the very group that turned Tonal into a cursed place, relying on the only public house here, the blooming brothel, committing all sorts of villainies. The gang of human butchers called the Slaughterhouse ruled with an iron hand. Thus the fifth prince learned that his younger brother fell by the hand of Zhao Yiso, and the poisonous demon of lust managed to escape by a miracle. The scoundrel himself guiltily explained that he wanted to resolve the issue of the death of his younger brother Mogvi with the main hero. However, despite managing to corner the youth, the hero suddenly attacked the demon's twin, and exactly 7 sounds of blows were heard, merging into one. This was clearly an art inaccessible to a 7th-level ghost, incomparable mastery of the highest order. That is why the poisonous demon of lust considered the main hero already a serious obstacle to the future task of isolating the 7th prince. That is why he considered it his duty to report everything to the organization. He also explained that as a result of the fight, he had to choose desperate flight to save his own life. However, upon hearing this, the bandit sitting at the table simply laughed. The poisonous lust demon had not a single bruise on his face, yet, like a beaten puppy, without a single attempt to fight back, he fled. From the dramatics with which the poisonous demon told this story, the second of the butchery, a real mad dog, even had tears of laughter welling up in his eyes. Of course, the poisonous demon desperately tried to explain to the brothers that it was a misunderstanding. However, the second had already lost all interest in him, pondering the assistant who had delivered 7 blows in one move. However, unexpectedly, someone interrupted the conversation between the two, tired of listening to the nonsense coming from their mouths. This angry man was the first of the butchery, who was also called the Butcher. Of course, the second was curious why the elder brother, as soon as they reached the most interesting topic, immediately spoiled their mood and ordered the conversation to stop. However, he became even angrier at the words of the younger brother, so he roughly ordered him to shut up while his hands and feet were still whole and unharmed. While a tense silence fell, the poisonous demon hurried to explain that he fully understood his guilt for invading the lands of Hornden without permission and for making himself look like a pathetic fool in front of everyone. He promised to atone for his guilt in the future by bringing the head of that very assistant, Zhao Yisou. However, for the 5th prince, it was a mystery why the poisonous demon was apologizing to him so humbly. He did not know which of his actions to consider a mistake. The fact that he did not get permission was not so strange. After all, when a beast smells prey, it does not ask for permission to chase it. The fact that he invaded someone else's lands was also not a problem. After all, tracking ordinary game across a foreign border was in the nature of a predator. This could not be called a misdeed. On the contrary, he might even praise the poisonous demon for his zeal. Therefore, the 5th prince asked him not to burden his head with empty problems. Of course, the man was immensely grateful for the Lord's understanding, promising to definitely repay him for his kindness. However, the 5th prince knew only one true fault of the young man. It was that he returned alive. The fate of a beast that has entered the hunt usually ends in one of 2 ways: to devour the prey or to be devoured himself. Even if he mistakenly assessed the enemy's strength and ended up in his jaws, he must forget about dying alone. He must sink his fangs into the enemy's flesh and hang on until death, dragging him into the abyss together. This primal cruelty was the true dignity of the predator, as well as the symbol of the demon. And the essence of the perfect cult of the heavenly demon was precisely this. All this representation of the world by the 5th prince was no accident. After all, he was the bearer of the great blood, and became the patron of this gang of cutthroats, the slaughterhouse. That is why he highly valued the devouring cruelty of these people, their readiness to sacrifice their lives to finish the intended goal at any cost. However, now the 5th prince realized, the poisonous demon was only pretending, hiding among the beasts, making a pathetic parody of himself. In fact, he was not a predator but merely a powerless victim. No more, no less. So the heir got tired of enduring this man's whining, and he ordered the butcher to kill him so that he would no longer spoil his mood with his presence. Of course, the demon of lust continued to desperately plead for the elder brother to give him at least one chance to atone for his guilt, but he was instantly attacked by the butcher before he could even finish speaking. Finally, the 5th prince only thanked the venomous demon for pitifully fleeing to obtain this valuable information for them. For now, having finally satisfied their curiosity, he could peacefully die, having fulfilled his last duty. However, Miasnik quickly realized from this story that assistant Zhao Yisou would not be easy to eliminate. It would still be necessary to cause a small bloody commotion in the vicinity. However, the 5th prince asked the butcher not to worry. If he manages to get rid of this man, the heir will take all the consequences upon himself, covering them with his name. Of course, the second brother immediately rejoiced, realizing that they had not had a real rampage for a long time. His body was already completely relaxed from idleness, so he wanted to set off right now without hesitation. However, the butcher rudely reminded the younger one that he would not go with him this time. He had to handle the deal with the iron horses in the north of the Heavenly Mountains. After all, only the second from the slaughterhouse, who knew their customs, could talk to these barbarians. Of course, he was insanely upset by the words of the butcher. After all, he was always left out when it came to something truly interesting. And at the same time, Myasnik explained that he would immediately inform all gang members that a big haul had appeared, and all other orders would be suspended until further notice. They urgently needed to gather at the blooming brothel. Listening to these words, the mistress of the blooming brothel, as well as the third from the slaughterhouse, smiled quite pleasantly. Bowing in an elegant bow, she promised the host that she would prepare everything by the time of their arrival. And Myasnik went to devise the attack plan, promising the fifth prince. They will set out as soon as everyone gathers and discusses the operation details. Their target was the village of Volha, and the operation's duration was extremely simple, until everything burned to ashes. At that very moment, the main character settled in his personal room. Since the estate of the seventh prince had been rebuilt, he also requested to have a separate assistant hall built for him, where only he would be present and no one else. And so, in this hall, Zhao Yiso diligently continued to circulate his energy throughout his body, but it exceeded all his expectations in its power. Therefore, looking at the raging energy boiling inside his body, the main character wondered with great curiosity, what had the heavenly demon done to his body in such a short time?